beyond the Mage. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 426 Two Wings Flying Together, Flourishing Development. After examining the changes in Yugathera, God immediately opened his personal bag to check if the alien egg had been brought back to the north. Astral portals were only accessible to him as the sworn brother. No other being could pass through them. The alien egg could be considered both a living being and an object. Even God wasn't certain if it could return to the north with him. And indeed, it could. Seeing the intact alien egg in his bag greatly improved God's mood. He immediately activated his Mandora's eye to observe it. Through the Mandora's eye's vision, God clearly saw silvery white ice elements, like iron filings attracted by a magnet, gathering from the howling snowstorms of the north. These crystalline energy streams continuously flowed into the alien egg. This was expected. In the north, the energy concentration of ice elements was overwhelmingly higher than that of other elements. God initially intended to use the environment of the north to reverse the egg's tendency to become a water-type alien, transforming it into an ice-type alien. He was about to retrieve the egg, intending to take it back to Phoenix and place it in the ice cave. But the next moment, God's movements abruptly halted, and he froze in place. He had seen something very peculiar. Besides the silvery white ice elemental energy, there was also some multicolored energy being absorbed by the alien egg. Each elemental energy had its own color. Fire was a vibrant, lava-like red, wind was a clear azure, and earth was a solidified amber. Multicolored energy was something most people had never seen before. But for God, it was not unfamiliar. He subconsciously looked up at the multicolored light swirling around the branches of Yugathera, then looked down at the alien egg. This is astral energy. An alien egg could absorb astral energy? He had read detailed descriptions of the aberrant foxes among the sea sentinels. So far, 8 forms of aberrant foxes had been discovered: thunder aberrant fox, fire aberrant fox, wind aberrant fox, poison aberrant fox, wood aberrant fox, water aberrant fox, ice aberrant fox, and moonlight aberrant fox, all transformed by absorbing the energy of their respective elements. If it absorbed astral energy, would this aberrant fox egg eventually develop into 9th form, the astral aberrant fox? God stood frozen, pondering for a long time. Finally, he raised his head and made his decision. The plan had changed. Although he didn't know if the astral aberrant fox existed or what abilities it would possess, God was certain that if it did exist, its strength would definitely surpass the other 8 forms. Because astral teleportation was an extremely overpowered ability, involving space. Since this was a possibility, why bother with the ice aberrant fox? He had to have some ambition. He had to go all in and gamble on the astral aberrant fox. Without hesitation, God cast a spell, placing the slightly undulating, seemingly breathing raccoon egg among the branches of Yggdrasil. He then placed his palm on Yggdrasil's trunk, communicating telepathically and conveying his thoughts. God desired Yggdrasil to care for and help the raccoon egg absorb astral energy. Ding-a-ling, the leaves rustled, producing a clear, melodious sound like wind chimes. This was Yggdrasil's response, understanding God's meaning. Having settled the raccoon egg, God quickly cancelled the spell and cast it again. After this familiar combo, he brought Flora back to the north. Upon returning to the north, Flora happily flapped her small wings and plunged into Yggdrasil's branches, weaving up and down. Yggdrasil, in turn, shook its leaves, creating a continuous wind chime, while the leaves cascaded like a waterfall, making way for Flora. God and Yugathera were bound by a contract, already considered a close relationship, but Yugathera and Flora's relationship was symbiotic, far surpassing God's. After fluttering around and recovering, Flora's next act was to claim credit. She led God to an open space not far from Yugathera. Due to its proximity to Yugathera, the magical concentration in this area was extremely high. Here, several saplings stood gracefully. Only about the height of a child's forearm, they already displayed extraordinary qualities. Their trunks were translucent pink crystals, and their crowns were composed of layers of rhomboid leaves. Without Flora speaking, God had already guessed their origin. Are these gemberry saplings? Flora nodded repeatedly. The saplings need to be fed plenty of gem powder and dew during their early stages, so we won't use natural magic to accelerate their growth yet. They can be later. Gemberries are divine berries created through magic, a variety that had never existed before. If it weren't for Flora, who could have cultivated a divine berry tree so smoothly? It would have taken at least hundreds or thousands of failures and decades of trial and error to figure out the correct cultivation method. Thanks to Lady Flora's help, it's truly remarkable, God praised again. He really liked praising Flora. Firstly, Flora liked being praised, and secondly, Flora truly deserved it. To exaggerate a bit, it might not be an exaggeration. The Northern Territory wouldn't collapse without him, but without Flora, it would truly crumble. This little one was the true cornerstone of the Northern Territory. Flora's expression was serious, seemingly unaffected by Gauda's praise. As the Minister of Agriculture, Lady Flora couldn't show her emotions while working. This was a conclusion the studious and intelligent Flora had drawn from observing other adults. The reasoning was indeed correct, but the little wings that involuntarily fluttered behind her still revealed her current emotions. Gauda simply pretended not to notice. He then took out over 40 new tree species he had brought back from the Golden Flower Dynasty and handed them to Flora. To ensure the survival rate of these trees, Flora would be responsible for overseeing their planting. Only trees planted under her supervision could guarantee a 100% survival rate. Of course, she was only in charge of directing the planting. Gauda had long ago established a forestry office under the Ministry of Agriculture, specifically responsible for tree planting, especially for the green forest cultivated by Yuggothera. After so much time, the forestry office was no longer a one-man operation. Its staff had been expanded, and now, including both public officials and staff, it numbered over 30 and was still increasing. Planting and caring for ordinary tree species was relatively simple, but with the increasing number of magical trees, the complexity of the work increased exponentially. This was because magical trees were generally more troublesome, requiring meticulous care during their growth, like the divine berry tree, which needed to be regularly fed special nutrients such as gemstone powder and dew. These tasks all required dedicated personnel. With the forestry office relocating its headquarters to Valor Bay and the tree protecting team expanding, the camp's facilities have become increasingly complete. There are sentry posts at various key points, rows of detached stone houses, expanded fencing, and even a two-story office building. Besides the improved facilities, more and more people are moving through the woods. One group is the daily patrols of the tree protecting team, and the other is the forestry office staff. It's fair to say that this place no longer resembles a temporary camp at all, but rather a rapidly developing forest farm. Flora, adept at this, quickly gathered a group of forestry office staff and headed towards the designated planting area. While Flora led the forestry office staff to plant trees, God went into the newly built office building to meet Elder Gain. From a barren wasteland to the beginnings of a forest farm, Elder Gain, you have worked hard, your majesty is too kind. It is my honor to protect the sacred tree. Elder Gain quickly rose and bowed slightly. God nodded slightly. The other party's dedication was beyond doubt. When Yuggothera was first planted, he decisively left the prosperous Phoenix to come here and endure hardship without complaint. You should also be practicing the Azure Wood longevity scripture, right? God thought for a moment and asked. Of course, Elder Gain nodded. Gauda and Sunifa had been vigorously promoting the practice of the Azure Wood longevity scripture within this Henbing clan. As a loyal subject under their command, how could he not practice it? Do you have a sacred artifact for forming a bond? Not yet. Since Yuggothera was planted, he had been stationed here, busy with various affairs, and had basically never left. How could he have the opportunity or time to find a suitable magical tree sapling? I have a 4th-tier magical tree seed here. I want to give it to you as your bonded creature. What do you think? Gauda smiled slightly, finally expressing his thoughts, and briefly introduced the characteristics and abilities of the Spirit Springdew tree. When exchanging for the Spirit Springdew tree seed, Gauda had already decided who to give it to. Elder Gain was loyal and had made significant contributions, making him the most suitable recipient both morally and logically. Moreover, everyone makes mistakes, but if his token of swearing an oath was also planted in the spiritual land established by Yuggothera, it would be closely connected to him, and he would certainly pay more attention to it. A 4th-tier demon tree seed, Elder Gain was initially taken aback, but his expression immediately became excited. "My king, such a precious tree seed, for me." He was still somewhat uncertain and incredulous. "Yes, I think it's very suitable," Gauda nodded. "Thank you for your kindness, my king." Eldergain didn't engage in any hypocritical pleasantries and immediately expressed his gratitude. Firstly, the people of the Northern Territory were generally simple and honest. Secondly, he was undoubtedly Gauda's direct subordinate, so there was no need to feign gratitude for receiving a benefit. Faced with Eldergain's gratitude, Gauda offered further encouragement, acknowledging his work over the past period. "This forest will only continue to expand, and the workload will only increase. You'll have to work even harder then. I'm happy to shoulder this responsibility." Eldergain nodded emphatically. Gauda said nothing more, taking out the Spirit Springdew tree seed from a crystal bottle and handing it to Eldergain, instructing him to form a bond on the spot. Eldergain was only a third circle Iceborn mage, and while the Spirit Springdew tree seed was indeed a fourth-tier magical tree seed, it was still just a seed. Therefore, the entire bond-forming process went very smoothly without any setbacks. While Eldergain was forming the bond, Gauda's attention was drawn to a huge sheepskin map hanging at the back of the room. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a map of the entire forest, with exceptionally complete information. The specific areas of the spiritual lands opened up by Ugathera were outlined with the golden lines, and the different areas' magical concentrations were represented by varying shades of blue. The species of trees planted in each planting area were meticulously recorded, and even undeveloped vacant plots were planted in an orderly manner. After Eldergain completed the contract, Gauda pointed to the sheepskin map and asked, "Did you make this yourself?" Eldergain nodded quickly and explained, "Making this map helps arrange patrol shifts and also facilitates the forestry office's tree planting plan." "Well done," Gauda said with great satisfaction. Obedience and loyalty already meet the standards of a good employee, but the ability to think independently and take initiative makes one an excellent employee. Eldergain was delighted by Gauda's praise. Afterward, they chatted for a while, and Gauda learned about the current situation in Valor Bay through Eldergain's description. Under the leadership of the newly formed Ministry of Construction, Valor Bay is now developing in two directions, or rather, on two wings, showing a vigorous development trend. In addition to the rapid development of the Holy Land, the port area, which faces the sea across from Ugathera, is also under construction. The shipping route has been established, and resources from the north are being transported to Lagos City on a small scale for sale. The profits are then reinvested in shipyard expansion and new ship construction. While things are bustling on one side, the facilities here naturally need to keep up. First, a small port large enough to accommodate the fleet must be built. They can't keep foreign crew members on board indefinitely. On the other hand, supporting warehousing and logistics modules must also be in place to ensure that merchant ships can be unloaded and loaded quickly upon arrival, minimizing delays. The manpower deployed to the port is far greater than on Ugathera, exceeding 1,000 people. This is largely thanks to the transportation routes and supply lines established earlier to facilitate communication between Valor Bay and Phoenix. Going from 1 to 10 is far easier than going from 0 to 1. Another point is that, thanks to the 20 bottles of rapid excavation potion brought back by Gauda, the excavation of the Valor Mountain Tunnel is now proceeding rapidly thanks to the presence of 20 mages skilled in rapid excavation. However, Valor Mountain is simply too vast, even with the aid of magic. Completely opening this tunnel remains a daunting project that will take years to complete. It's taking too long. As long as this tunnel remains unfinished, travel between the two places will be severely hampered, Gauda said, frowning. Your Majesty need not worry. The War Mother has already compiled a list of the raw materials needed for the rapid excavation potion, and instructed the returning merchant ships to prioritize their purchases. Presumably, the number of mages skilled in rapid excavation within the clan will soon surge. Eldergain, though residing in Valor Bay, was still aware of some of the inside story as a direct descendant of the two and quickly added. Gauda breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He had entrusted the fleet's operations to Sunifa. Sunifa has always been a smart man, and unlike him, she's not a hands-off manager. How could she not know the importance of the tunnel and make the corresponding decisions? He was overthinking it. After getting a general understanding of the situation, Gaode stood up and said, Flora should be almost done with it too. Go find her now and plant your Spirit Springdew tree seed first. Chapter 427 Everything goes smoothly. Eldergain carefully placed the Spirit Springdew tree seed, now bound by the pact, back into the bottle, tucking it into his robes as if it were a precious treasure, and followed Gauda out the door. The two arrived at Flora's worksite. Gauda carefully stepped over the newly dug planting hole and gently asked the lush, mature tree ahead, "Is Lady Flora finished with her work?" After a moment, a rustling sound came from the verdant leaves. The leaves parted as if by an invisible hand, scattering in all directions, and a few specks of snowflakes drifted down. A small figure emerged from the rustling, shook its wings, and first said to the forestry staff waiting nearby, "There's nothing seriously wrong. It's just that it's located on the edge of the spiritual land, and the stress generated by the freezing and thawing of this oil transmitted to the trunk, causing minor internal damage." Flora was extremely professional when working. A string of technical terms and solutions rattled off, and the staff beside her simply nodded repeatedly, memorizing Flora's words. Afterward, she gently landed on Gauda's shoulder, counting on her fingers and swinging her legs as she quietly reported the details to him. Flora was highly efficient. In less than an hour, over 40 new tree species had been planted using the most suitable methods. Furthermore, she had also provided the forestry office staff with a detailed list of the key points to consider during the cultivation of each species. Lady Flora is truly capable. It's like this. Gauda gestured to Elder Gain, who was waiting nearby. Elder Gain immediately understood, stepping forward, his rough animal hide boots leaving deep imprints on the ground. He bowed slightly, deliberately keeping his eyes a little lower than Flora's, and said respectfully, "I'll have to trouble Minister Flora to help plant this spirit spring dew tree seed." His tone was respectful. First, Flora's contributions to the North and this Handing tribe were so great that he deserved this attitude. They were now able to eat their fill and live a happy life they could never have imagined before, all thanks to Flora. Second, as the Minister of Agriculture, Flora's position was actually far higher than his. In fact, in all of Phoenix, apart from God and the War Mother Sunifa, no one held a higher official position than Flora. Elder Gain held the crystal bottle in both hands. The spirit spring dew tree seed was immersed in the liquid inside, swaying up and down. Flora, who had just finished her work, saw this and her eyes lit up, her thin, cicada wing-like wings trembling slightly with excitement. She immediately sensed the rank of the spirit spring dew tree seed. Give it to Lady Flora. When people are doing what they love, they don't feel tired. Besides, Flora wasn't a creature that got tired. She thought for a moment, then lightly flew off God's shoulder, carrying the two to a piece of land with extremely high magic concentration near the east of Yugathera. "Let's plant it here." Flora and Yugathera shared a very close connection. She knew the spiritual lands Yugathera had cultivated instinctively. She knew exactly which areas were still vacant and what their magic concentration was. She didn't need outsiders or maps. Flora selected the plot, and God personally cast the spell, soil shaping. The soil immediately began to churn as if alive, and soon a suitable planting hole appeared. However, as a fourth-tier magical tree species, the spirit spring dew tree's planting process was more complicated. It wasn't simply a matter of digging a hole and burying it. God then took out a bottle. The soil inside was a strange bluish-green, with tiny blue spots floating within. This is the native soil of the spirit spring dew tree seed. When exchanging for the spirit spring dew tree seed, in addition to the seed itself, a bottle of native soil and a cultivation manual were also included. The spirit spring dew tree has extremely high requirements for soil. It can either be planted in its original habitat where it was discovered, or, as written in the cultivation manual, be mixed with moss powder from the water sprite's dwelling place, lake bottom silt, and millennia-old glacial ice chips to create a special nutrient soil to replace the native soil. For most people, the latter would definitely be the choice. Because whether it's a magical plant or a magical tree, their native habitat is definitely in a remote, sparsely populated place far from human settlements. But for Flora, this principle doesn't need to be followed. She is a terrifying existence with a built-in cheat code. Gauda is also very familiar with Flora's abilities. Without Flora having to say anything, he used his mage's hand to take the spirit spring dew tree seed out of the bottle and plant it in the planting hole. Then, he poured the bottle of native soil into the planting hole, and the greenish oil instantly covered the seed. A strange energy fluctuation spread out. Next, it was Flora's turn to perform. Flora's expression turned serious, her eyes becoming focused. She extended her right hand, and a yellowish-brown stream of energy shot from her fingertips, like a nimble little snake, rapidly extending and burrowing into the planting pit. This yellowish-brown energy continued to flow in and out. Visibly, as the yellowish-brown energy poured in, the originally grayish-white, hard, snowfield-like soil around the planting pit began to undergo a wondrous transformation. The soil first rippled slightly, like a pebble being thrown into a calm lake. The grayish-white gradually faded, replaced by a soft bluish-green. The gravel and the soil began to blend together, the originally hard texture becoming soft and delicate, like melted chocolate. The previously existing fine polygonal cracks also slowly healed, the soil surface becoming smooth and glossy, with scattered blue spots beginning to appear. At the same time, the soil emitted a moistening aura. This was the Mother Earth key. All that was needed was a handful of the desired soil, buried in a normal spiritual land. Flora could use this soil as a source, employing the power of the Mother Earth to slowly improve the surrounding soil, transforming it into the corresponding type of soil. Although the name Mother Earth was somewhat biased, its effect was undeniably apt. With Flora's own talent and the power of the Mother Earth, virtually no plant could fail to grow in her hands. This transformation continued for about 3 or 4 minutes, turning approximately 10 square meters of soil around the planting pit into the original green soil of the spirit springdew tree. It was at this moment that Flora stopped. "What's wrong, Lady Flora?" "I'm exhausted," Flora replied matter-of-factly. Using the Mother Earth's power was like a mage casting a spell, it consumed energy. Flora was still young and weak. And the original soil of the spirit springdew tree was of high quality, making the transformation particularly exhausting. Thus, this transformation had already drained Flora of her energy. "Then let's rest for now. This little bit of land is enough for now, we can renovate it later." Gouda naturally felt sorry for his beloved Flora. Flora nodded her little head, completely agreeing. She turned to Eldergain and began explaining the cultivation of the spirit springdew tree seed. Although Gouda already had a cultivation manual, Flora's explanation was clearly more specific and precise than what was in the manual. He watched with a smile as the little girl earnestly gave her instructions, while Eldergain, who was much older than her, looked like a student receiving an education, nodding occasionally, finding the scene quite amusing. After she finished explaining, Gouda took out a dark brown wooden box from his pocket, opened it, and displayed it to Flora. A delicate fragrance wafted out. Inside the box, a uniquely shaped fungus with fine silver veins on its surface lay quietly. It was the 30-year-old dragonbird blood fungus bestowed by Marcus Drake. "Lady Flora, is there any way to cultivate this dragonbird blood fungus in the north?" Gouda asked softly, his heart filled with hope. This thing was a priceless treasure. It could not only increase magical power but also improve lifespan and physique. If it could be cultivated in the north, it would be equivalent to enhancing one's foundation. Understanding and observing plants was as easy as breathing for Flora, requiring little physical or mental effort. She placed her small hand on the dragonbird blood fungus, which was now as large as herself, and understood it in an instant. "It's a bit difficult," Flora replied. Gouda wasn't disappointed, instead, he was delighted because Flora said difficult, not impossible. "What's required?" Flora gently poked the edge of the dragonbird blood fungus with her finger, and the silver patterns rippled slightly. "It grows in special soil formed from the decay and fermentation of silver dragon dung and keratinous scales. It also needs the breath of silver dragons to provide it with special energy. There are no silver dragons in the north," God said. "What can replace them?" "There are no silver dragons in the north, but there is a young frost giant lizard." Flora's words reminded God of this. Last year, hunters from this Henbing tribe discovered a young frost giant lizard with diluted dragon blood on the snowfields. However, while escorting it back to Phoenix, the hunter team was intercepted and killed by Ryan's men. The young lizard was also abducted, and Ryan later used this incident to frame Catherine, causing her imprisonment. Later, he drew his Northwind sword, marched to the Snowfield Guardians' headquarters, and settled everything, bringing back the young frost giant lizard as well. Ryan naturally wouldn't kill such a creature with unlimited potential, but would raise it carefully. However, being a young lizard, it contained only a trace of dragon blood. Furthermore, the growth rate of feline creatures was measured in decades. In Gouda's view, by the time it reached adulthood and could be useful, he would already be a high-rank mage, and he wouldn't care about its meager power. Therefore, he hadn't paid much attention to the young lizard, not even glancing at it, simply entrusting it to the tribe for care. After all, it was a sub-dragon species. Even if it didn't turn out well, it could at least guard the house, or its blood could be used to make magical ink. Unexpectedly, this young lizard, which he had always looked down upon, was now going to prove very useful. "Lady Flora, how do I do it?" Gauda humbly asked. Flora straightened her chest and explained the procedure to Gauda in detail. Essentially, it involved using the young lizard's feces and shed shells, adding some magical plants rich in magic and ice elements, and then adding metal mineral powder. After mixing and fermenting, it could serve as a low-grade version of native soil. Then, the breath exhaled by the young lizard can also provide energy similar to that of the silver dragon's breathing, but in this process, it is also necessary to supplement it with ice elements and metal mineral powder. Yes, the extraordinary ability of the silver dragon bird is precisely metal and ice. From this perspective, the cultivation of dragon bird blood fungus in the north is truly perfect. Of course, these substitutes can only be considered low-end versions, so the quality of the dragon bird blood fungus cultivated at that time may not even reach 20% of the original. 20% is enough. Gauda waved his hand and made the decision. If the quality is not good enough, the years can make up for it. What part should be used for sowing? Gauda asked with concern. He planned to use this dragon bird blood fungus to help himself break through to the late stage of the first ring in one fell swoop, and he was a little worried about whether it would affect his consumption of it. Flora gently lifted the folds at the bottom of the dragon bird blood fungus, revealing a cluster of silvery white spore sacs that shimmered with a faint light. Use this. The dragon bird blood fungus is essentially a fungus, and the seeds of fungi are their spores. Taking spores will not affect the efficacy of the dragon bird blood fungus. Normally, given the preciousness of dragon bird blood fungus, the spores would be removed before it is leaked to prevent theft. However, just as no one can cultivate blood crystal wheat, dragon bird blood fungus can only grow in the habitat of silver dragon birds, so the Golden Finch dynasty didn't bother with this extra step. This was perfect for Gauda. All problems were perfectly solved. Gauda couldn't be happier. However, things weren't over yet. There was still one important matter to be settled. Gauda waved his hand, signaling the staff behind him to take out a cloth bag. Unwrapping the bag revealed over 200 dark brown capsules. Inside the capsules were seeds of the bee-singing tree. Flora tilted her head back, staring wide-eyed at Gauda. These tree species are quite special. They have special value and require a designated area for large-scale cultivation, which is why I didn't give them to Lady Flora earlier, Gauda quickly explained. Instead of assigning a task all at once, he insisted on dividing it into two parts, indirectly increasing the workload. This is the kind of leader everyone dislikes. Gauda dared not let Flora harbor resentment towards him. Special, the little one had no objections, but was still somewhat curious. It's not good to explain now, Lady Flora will know later. But for now, we need Lady Flora's help with planting and cultivation. Gauda thought for a moment and gave a number, 10,000 trees, that's the goal for the first phase. There aren't even 1,000 trees here yet. Yes, it's not easy, and only Lady Flora has the ability to overcome these difficulties. Gauda seemed not to have grasped Flora's implied meaning, only unable to help but sigh. The little one's eyes crinkled. Gauda's lips curled up, and he exchanged a smile with Elder Gain beside him. Lady Flora immediately began her busy work again. She needed to select a suitable location according to God's requirements and the trend of Yugathira opening up the spiritual land, then retrieve the buzzing tree seeds hidden in the capsules and begin the great tree planting project. God didn't waste any time in Valor Bay. He mounted his snow wolf and headed towards Phoenix. As for Flora, he could use magic to pull her there once he arrived in Phoenix. The little one had many things to do. After Valor Bay was finished, once they arrived in Phoenix, Flora still had blood crystal wheat to worry about. Chapter 428 Minister Pierre. The commute time between Valor Bay and Phoenix remains a day and a half. This time frame is unlikely to change significantly before the Valor Tunnel is built or the mode of transportation changes. A biting wind, whipping up ice crystals, sweeps across the silvery gray Valor Mountains, adding a touch of desolation to the landscape. Just a month and a half later, when Gauda returned to the Phoenix side of the Valor Mountains, he could see a newly appeared, dark, bottomless tunnel entrance, from which faint light emanated. This was the Valor Tunnel, currently under construction. On either side of the entrance, piles of ice and rock fragments, half a person's height, were accumulated, waste material from the excavation process. Since he was already there, and on his way, Gauda immediately stopped to inquire about the current construction progress and details of the Valor Tunnel. He was curious, and as the king, it was certainly necessary for him to pay attention to and inspect the Valor Tunnel. given its current status as a key project for Phoenix. Upon seeing Gauda's arrival, the northerner, clad in a heavy animal skin coat, immediately knelt on one knee and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty." His voice carried the ruggedness characteristic of the North, tinged with a tremor of excitement. This was his first face-to-face interaction with the new king of the North. Gauda helped him up with his mage's hand. No need for formalities, he gestured towards the tunnel's interior. "I just happened to be passing by and thought I'd check on the progress of the tunnel construction, Your Majesty. I'll inform Minister Pierre immediately," the man said hastily, a hint of nervousness flashing in his eyes. Gauda nodded slightly. He wasn't here incognito. To understand the specifics of the tunnel construction, it was best to directly contact the project manager. However, Gauda noticed the title minister. When he last left the North, Phoenix only had 4 departments: the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Education, the Bureau of Public Security, and the Office. The Minister of Agriculture was Flora, the Minister of Education was himself, the Bureau of Public Security currently had only 2 deputy directors, and the director of the office was Ilsa. This new minister, whom he had never heard of before, must be the newly formed Minister of Construction after his departure. This piqued Gauda's interest. In the North, besides him, only the War Mother Sunifa could directly appoint a department head. Gaining Sunifa's approval was no easy feat. As Gauda pondered this, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Then, a stocky man strode out of the shadows of the tunnel. This man was surprisingly young, appearing to be only in his early 20s, with thick apple cheeks, small eyes narrowed into 2 curved slits, and fine wrinkles appearing at the corners of his eyes when he smiled, as if he were always laughing. His brown hair was unusually messy, covered in dust, with a few strands falling over his forehead. He wore a fur coat covered in gravel and grayish-white dust, and flashed a set of not-so-perfect white teeth at Gauda, saying breathlessly, "Pierre greets Your Highness." Your Highness. Gauda was slightly taken aback. In the North, the Xianbing people directly address him as king, only outsiders typically call him Your Highness. So, this seemingly young man appointed Minister of Construction isn't even a Xianbing? What exceptional talent does this guy possess that warrants such a promotion from Sunifa? Gauda's curiosity grew. "Are you the new Minister of Construction?" he asked first. No, Pierre quickly shook his head, smiling sheepishly. "Just temporarily. Selecting someone is troublesome, but the construction ministry's affairs are urgent, so they had me fill in. I've done this before, built quite a few houses, so I have some experience." "Oh," Gauda raised an eyebrow, not asking further, but instead gesturing with his eyes. "Take me to see the Valor Tunnel first." "Yes, Your Highness, please follow me." Pierre wasn't intimidated and led Gauda into the tunnel. Upon entering the tunnel, a gust of icy wind, carrying shards of ice, hit them, feeling like countless tiny silver needles pricking their faces. Every so often, a flash of light, like a light bulb, illuminated the interior of the tunnel, casting long shadows of the 2 figures on the ice wall. It wasn't some kind of advanced technology, just a simple lighting spell, all natural and harmless. As they walked, Pierre explained the situation to Gauda. The Valor Tunnel has been under construction for 29 days. Currently, about 250 meters of the tunnel is complete. However, this is because we weren't familiar with the process initially and encountered many problems that needed to be solved. Now that we're more proficient, the construction speed is gradually increasing. Tunnels are generally excavated and built simultaneously. This allows for timely support, ensuring safety, and also prevents oil weathering and loosening caused by prolonged exposure after excavation. Of course, Gauda didn't know much about this. In his previous life, he was just a senior mathematics student, with no connection to civil engineering. Gauda activated his Mandora's eye, glanced around, and obtained another precise figure. The tunnel was 12.5 meters wide and 6 meters high, barely considered a 3-lane road in his previous life. However, in the North, it could only be used as a 2-lane road. The reason was simple: the carriages here were much larger. The technical requirements for tunnel construction were actually quite high, and at least in the near-primitive state of the North, such a high-tech project was beyond their capabilities. But fortunately, this was a world with supernatural powers. Therefore, many technical difficulties could be overcome by brute force. For example, in environmental surveying, although the North lacked sophisticated geological surveying instruments, it had detection magic. During the excavation phase, rapid excavation could completely replace sophisticated excavation equipment and blasting techniques. "What's that?" Gata looked up and noticed a layer of grayish-white vines covering the top and sides of the rock wall. These vines, like living things, twined around the crevices of the ice rock, the ice crystals on their surface refracting a cold light, and at intervals, pale blue light spots flowed within the veins of the vines. The permafrost vines used for reinforcement and support. Peard rubbed his hands together. After the tunnel is completed, the biggest challenge is how to support and reinforce the tunnel walls to prevent deformation and collapse later. My initial thought was to lay a layer of extreme ice. But the drawbacks are obvious. If someone casts fire magic in the tunnel and melts the extreme ice, it can cause great damage to the tunnel. Let's use wood. First, the north doesn't produce wood resources. Second, ordinary wood easily becomes brittle in such extreme cold conditions and can't withstand it for long. Using special wood is too expensive. Peard seemed to be quite talkative. As soon as Gouda asked the question, he began to recount the entire construction process in detail. Finally, I thought of the permafrost vine. In cold environments, it secretes a sticky ice crystal, which is quite cumbersome, but the vine itself is extremely tough. So, we've always used it as scrap material for bundling firewood or weaving baskets, but our hands always get painfully sticky from it, so it's been disliked quite a bit, but these properties are essential for a tunnel. The sticky ice crystal allows it to bind rocks tightly together. Even better, it becomes stronger in colder conditions and has extremely tenacious vitality. Planting it will only make the tunnel more and more robust over time. Even if someone attacks it with fire magic, the ice crystal on the vine's surface will insulate against most of the heat, at most scorching the outer layer, but it won't affect the internal structure and cause any damage to the tunnel, and all we need to do is periodically remove any overgrown permafrost vine. Now, every 5 meters of digging, I have people plant permafrost vine, and then have mages skilled in nature magic accelerate its growth. Within a few days, it will grow into a natural reinforcing net. Peard walked to a rock wall and forcefully pulled at the entwined vines, the ice crystals colliding with a crisp sound. You see, this permafrost vine was planted only half a month ago, and now it's grown into the rock wall. Gada's heart skipped a beat. He noticed that Peard used meters as the unit when describing the tunnel's progress. Putting everything else aside, the fact that Peard, as an outsider, could so quickly accept and utilize the system of measurement he had established was enough to demonstrate his exceptional learning ability and adaptability. And this wasn't even his greatest strength. Did you come up with a method of using permafrost vines to reinforce the tunnel yourself? And did you design this tunnel? Gada further confirmed. His gaze swept over the crisscrossing vines on the tunnel ceiling and landed on the trenches dug downwards on both sides of the road. The edges of those trenches were neat, and the bottoms were paved with stones. Based on his experience, he could naturally tell that these were drainage systems. The problem was, this was the frigid north, and most people wouldn't even consider the necessity of drainage pipes. Pierre scratched his head, tiny ice crystals still clinging to his brown hair. He pulled a rolled-up parchment from his pocket, on which was a copy of the road grid map of Phoenix. Then he honestly said, "No, the tunnel design is based on the Phoenix expansion plan you drew, Your Highness. It has a detailed road structure, and I think it can be used here." "And what about these ditches?" God pointed to the ditches on the rock wall, much smaller than the drainage pipes. "There are some strange lines in Your Highness's Phoenix expansion plan. I consulted the War Mother, and she said that these are some necessary designs Your Highness envisioned, but the conditions are not yet ripe, so they cannot be implemented for the time being." Pierre traced the ditches with his finger. "I observed that these lines exist on all the roads, although I don't yet know the purpose of these lines. I think that as an important thoroughfare between the two places, the tunnel must also need these lines, so I reserve the corresponding ditches." God's eyes lit up as he listened. He now understood why Sunifa had chosen such a young-looking outsider to temporarily serve as Minister of Construction. Whether it was his willingness to work alongside the construction team, his familiarity with the project, or his ability to adapt and devise solutions based on the actual situation without any prior experience, all indicated that he was a thoughtful and logically sound multi-talented individual. Especially his insightful ability to translate abstract concepts from blueprints into practical engineering, and his logical reasoning skills. Such people were rare, not only in the north but also across the entire continent of Nolan. This was truly a treasure. As they spoke, the two arrived at the innermost part of the tunnel. Here, 20 iceborn mages who had mastered the rapid excavation spell were diligently digging the tunnel. Naturally, they were now the backbone of the construction department. Upon seeing Gouda arrive, they quickly turned and bowed. Gouda waved, indicating that there was no need for formalities, and then offered some encouragement. Digging a tunnel was an extremely arduous task. Having observed the process, Gouda felt much more at ease. This sense of reassurance mainly stemmed from the abilities Peard had demonstrated. After his inspection, he mounted his snow wolf again and set off for Phoenix once more. Peard watched Gouda Laird depart from the cave entrance, and only after his figure had completely disappeared from sight did he turn around and say to the trusted subordinate he had chosen from his tribe, "Quickly help me clean up this filth." The subordinate hurriedly stepped forward to help brush the dust and gravel off Peard's animal hide clothing, complaining as he cleaned, "Young chieftain, we northerners aren't as meticulous as you." Peard slapped his subordinate's head. "You talk too much, your highness came too suddenly, I didn't have much time to prepare. I think I looked all right when I came out." "Right," he thought for a moment and then confirmed with his subordinate. "Absolutely, young chieftain, you're covered in dust and dirt, but you clearly work tirelessly to the point of neglecting your meals and sleep." The subordinate nodded repeatedly in affirmation. "That's good." Peard revealed his signature simple-minded smile. "But young clan leader, your abilities are undeniable, and you are indeed very responsible. You're just particular about cleanliness. Is it really necessary to put on such a show? Ability is one thing, attitude is another. His Highness didn't know me before, and doesn't understand me. If he sees me all clean and tidy, he might think I'm all talk and no action. His Highness, as the new king of the Northern Territory, must possess exceptional abilities and refinement. Even if he thinks that, he certainly won't say it aloud, since I was appointed by the War Mother, and he has to give her face. In this situation, wouldn't I have no way to explain myself, and end up leaving a bad impression on His Highness?" He patted his confidant's shoulder, still with his honest expression, and said earnestly, "In this world, having ability but no image is not enough." After a day and a half of travel, just before sunrise on the second day, as the sky began to lighten, Gouda finally saw the faint outline of Phoenix beneath the morning glow, a colossal silhouette stretching across the flat snowfield like a sleeping giant. The wheat fields on the snowfield had expanded immeasurably since a month and a half ago, stretching as far as the eye could see. The wind rustled through the wheat, the surging waves seeming like the breath of the earth. The fresh scent of wheat, carrying a hint of chill, wafted over, uplifting the spirit. Gouda rode his snow wolf into the city, traversing the quiet streets, heading straight for his residence, the core spiritual ground of Phoenix. Stepping into his dwelling, Gouda took a deep breath, sensing the rich and powerful magic of this high-level spiritual ground. Without lingering, he eagerly entered his cultivation room. Gouda sat cross-legged, taking out a wooden box containing dragon bird blood fungus from his robes. He needed to consume the dragon bird blood fungus to first break through to the first level of perfection. Chapter 429 1 Ring completed, Northwest Barley number 2 seed. Before consuming the dragon blood fungus, Gouda had one crucial task, to remove the spores from its tail to use as seeds for later planting. For Gouda, this was a trivial matter. As a Tier 1 rune constructor, his hands were master hands, and while retrieving spores seemed delicate, it paled in comparison to drawing runes. After quickly removing the spores, Gouda used the classic double cast of Cancel and Recast to pull a Flora from Valor Bay, then entrusted the spores to her for safekeeping. Other matters were uncertain, but regarding planting, Flora was completely reliable. In this area, she was even more composed than her senior brother. Everything was settled. With the aid of his ninja body, Gouda quickly cleared his mind of all distractions. Anything else could wait until he reached the late stage of the first ring. He picked up the dragon blood fungus, its surface covered in silver patterns, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. As a precious magical plant, the dragon bird blood fungus, besides its extraordinary efficacy, has another great advantage: its extreme purity, virtually free of impurities, allowing for painless direct consumption without any special processing. Of course, Gouda is immune to poisons, so even impurities make little difference to him. Upon entering his mouth, the dragon bird blood fungus melted rapidly on his tongue like snow, its texture somewhat reminiscent of ice cream from his past life. A sweet taste spread through his mouth, slowly sliding down his throat and into his stomach without any choking sensation. As the dragon bird blood fungus entered his stomach, a surge of heat instantly erupted within him, flowing throughout his body. This was the dragon bird blood fungus's ability to enhance physical constitution and lifespan beginning to take effect. Gauda could clearly feel every inch of his skin and every bone rejoicing under this heat, like seeds parched by rain, frantically absorbing its energy. With the absorption of energy, his blood and ki slowly surged, giving him a feeling of complete satisfaction. A profound sense of information welled up in his mind. Gauda sensed his lifespan increase from 335 to 340. According to Deacon York, a 30-year-old dragon bird blood fungus could increase lifespan by about 3 to 5 years, depending on the individual's absorption. In other words, his absorption had reached its peak. No wonder he called himself a holy body for taking medicine. Of course, whether it's a magical plant or a magical potion, the first time you take it, the effect is best. So even if he obtained a higher-aged dragon bird blood fungus later, it certainly wouldn't have the same effect. The heat gradually dissipated, replaced by an extremely rich magical energy erupting within Gauda's body. This was the most important effect of the dragon bird blood fungus on Gauda, helping to condense magical power and increase his mage level. The dragon bird blood fungus directly provides a large amount of magical power to the user. Gauda sat cross-legged in the meditation room, focusing intently on circulating the azure wood longevity scripture, fully refining and absorbing the magical power released by the dragon bird blood fungus to enhance his own magical power. At this moment, the inexhaustible magical power emanating from the dragon bird blood fungus within his body had formed a massive funnel, converging and extracting towards his lower abdomen, where liquid mana was stored. Every 100 or so rotations of the funnel, a single, crystal clear, and exceptionally pure drop of liquid mana would fall from the bottom, merging into the already saturated mana pool, 54 drops 55 drops. With the aid of the dragon bird blood fungus's medicinal power, Gauda's total mana was steadily increasing towards the 60 drops of liquid mana required for the late-stage first ring. As his mana accumulated, he could feel his spiritual power stirring within him. 58 drops 59 drops. The 60th drop of liquid mana quietly fell, entering the mana pool. By this point, the dragon bird blood fungus's medicinal power still had more than half remaining. However, Gauda's mana pool was saturated and could no longer be refined to obtain new liquid mana. The dense funnel of magic spun dozens more times due to inertia before finally dissipating, settling into the corners of Gauda's body. Then, a powerful force exploded in Gauda's mind. This was a sign of an increase in mental strength. The condensation of the 60th drop of liquid mana represented Gauda's mage level advancing from the mid-stage of the first ring to the late stage. Each minor rank advancement brought an increase in mental strength. Under the nurturing of Yugathera, Gauda's mental strength had already exceeded its limits and was no longer restricted as before, so it naturally increased accordingly. However, because his mental strength had exceeded its limits so early and was so powerful, the increase he could gain was relatively limited. A normal first-ring mage could increase their mental strength by a maximum of 33 points when advancing from the mid-stage to the late stage of the first ring. But Gauda, in his perception, only saw his mental strength increase from 200 to 211, only one-third of the maximum. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied. One step ahead leads to many more. Ordinary mages can only break through the 199 threshold of 200 in mental strength when advancing to the second ring. This means his current mental strength already surpasses that of a newly advanced second ring mage. In the hierarchical mage power system, breaking through limits is extremely difficult. Gauda was initially considered a promising newcomer by the Sea Sentinel mages precisely because of his potential to break through limits. The dragon bird blood fungus, as expected of a magical plant bestowed by a powerful figure like Marcus Drake, pushed Gauda to the peak of the first ring without any side effects, and even left some residual medicinal effects. However, Gauda didn't immediately attempt to advance further. Instead, he stopped circulating the Green Wood Longevity Sutra and stood up. Advancing to the next ring is not like ordinary cultivation, it requires thorough preparation, including adjusting external objects and one's own condition to their optimal levels. Attempting to advance immediately after only breaking through to the late first ring would be reckless, not courageous. Gauda wouldn't let his guard down just because he had a top-tier advancement potion. In his plan, he would need at least a week to adapt to the surge in magical power, familiarize himself with his current strength, and then rest properly to try advancing to the next level in peak condition. Only with reverence could one go further. Opening the door to the meditation room, Gauda glanced at the sky. His recent cultivation hadn't taken too long, it wasn't even noon yet. Flora was no longer in the room. She must have gone out to work again. As the Minister of Agriculture, and given her outstanding abilities, Flora was undoubtedly among the busiest people in Phoenix. On the contrary, Gouda, as Flora's master and the king of Phoenix, was basically a hands-off manager, quite relaxed and leisurely. Thinking about this, he felt ashamed. He quickly shook his head, trying to stop himself from thinking about it. Sunifa must have received news of his return. However, Gouda knew that given Sunifa's sense of boundaries, she certainly wouldn't bother him before he left. After a day and a half of travel, coupled with his recent cultivation, Gouda was feeling slightly tired. He decided to cast a comfortable sleep plus spell and go to bed. When he woke up refreshed, it was already evening. Gouda didn't slack off any longer and went out to find Sunifa. He had many things to do upon his return. Even a hands-off manager has principles. He entered the city hall. Even though dusk had already soaked the windows of the city hall, Sunifa was still on duty and was already waiting for Gouda's arrival. Gouda had just entered his office when a knock sounded at the door. Sunifa opened the door and entered with Elsa, who was carrying a large stack of neatly arranged parchment. Your Majesty, here are the first phase construction reports for Phoenix, the establishment of the Ministry of Construction, the construction report for the Valor Tunnel, the construction report for the Valor Port, the shipping route transaction report, the second phase reclamation report for the Golden Radiance Farm, and the educational report for a Phoenix First High School since the implementation of the photography course. Sunifa rattled off the reports in a calm, monotone voice, as if she had no breath left. Elsa neatly arranged a large stack of parchment documents on Gouda's desk and immediately added, and these too, the Phoenix expansion plan for the next quarter, the adult education development plan, the city hall recruitment proposal, the expansion plan for the Public Security Bureau, and the tribal integration plan. Please review them, Your Highness, Elsa said, looking at Gouda with a Sunifa-esque aloofness. Compared to Sunifa's hard work and dedication, Elsa, as the head steward of the city hall, clearly harbored some resentment towards Gouda's hands-off approach. Gouda glanced somewhat guiltily at Elsa's noticeably dark circles. Elsa wasn't like Sunifa, she was a fourth circle mage, her brain highly developed, and she needed rest. With such intense work, sleep deprivation was inevitable. He then looked at the thick stack of documents on his desk. This was only a month and a half's worth. One could imagine the workload Elsa and Sunifa had been carrying. But it also demonstrated the rapid development Phoenix was experiencing. These are your decisions. As for the reports, let me take a look, Gouda said, pointing to the plans. In fact, he was the one who coined the term plan. Before this, whether in Phoenix or other kingdoms, deciding on a project was usually just a matter of the ruler coming up with an idea, convening a meeting of nobles, and hastily deciding on a major project concerning people's livelihoods. There was no planning regarding the project schedule, potential problems, or solutions. Essentially, it relies on the ruler's experience and judgment, then relies on the things will work themselves out approach during implementation. Gouda's concept of a project plan was designed to avoid this hasty, unorganized approach and arbitrary project decisions, requiring precise division of projects into stages with clear timelines and acceptance criteria for each. However, for Gouda now, it feels like shooting himself in the foot. Phoenix is currently experiencing a multi-pronged approach, with new projects being proposed daily, and countless project plans. Gouda thought to himself while reviewing reports to understand the current situation in Phoenix. Being a hands-off manager is one thing, but it doesn't mean Gouda does nothing. In fact, he still makes the major decisions and overall construction strategies. And to make the right decisions, experience and knowledge from his previous life aren't enough. As the saying goes, adapt to local conditions. He needs a thorough understanding of Phoenix's situation to be pragmatic, otherwise, all his ideas will remain just empty talk. So, even though the content was quite extensive, Gouda diligently flipped through each volume. Elsa, though somewhat resentful, still tried to summarize Phoenix's development over the past month and a half as concisely as possible, so that Gouda could grasp the current situation with minimal effort. Even so, it took almost an hour for Gouda to finish reading all the reports. The two waited quietly to the side. Gouda put down the last report, rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, thought for a moment, and said to Elsa, "Please invite Minister Flora over as well." "Yes, Your Highness, I'll go and call Minister Flora right away." Elsa stood up briskly and quickly left Gouda's office. "Your workload is indeed quite heavy. You could take a break," Gouda said to Sunifa after Elsa left. "Development isn't something that can be accomplished in a few days. Besides, Phoenix doesn't have any urgent external threats right now, so slowing down the pace isn't a big problem. SYNOPSIS blinked. My king, this is a crucial period for Phoenix's development. There's no such thing as a crucial period. Every day is crucial. Even if you're a fourth circle mage and can go without sleep, you can't keep your mind constantly on edge. Besides, even if you don't need sleep, others do. Gauda decisively corrected SYNOPSIS's erroneous view. Actually, seeing SYNOPSIS's hesitant expression, Gauda knew that she was hearing but not listening, and sighed. There are still too few truly capable people. Gauda envisioned an administrative structure that was both complete and efficient. Senior leaders like SYNOPSIS should focus on strategic decision-making, macro management, and resource coordination. The main responsibility is to formulate long-term development strategies and make overall decisions on major matters affecting the overall situation, focusing on the big picture and delegating minor details. However, the lack of talent in the North has led to most of the work being handled by the head of each department, which then places all the burden on SYNOPSIS alone. To be honest, Phoenix's current administrative system is already quite scientific and efficient compared to the management systems of many noble territories, but it is still far from what Gauda wants. Fortunately, SYNOPSIS is the strongest fighter in the North, possessing terrifying superhuman strength, enough to withstand this intensity of work. Let's hold on for a while longer. Once adult education is rolled out on a large scale, we can select a group of outstanding students to intern in various departments, learn through practice, and cultivate Phoenix's first batch of practical civil servants. You should be able to relax a lot then. Gauda shook his head and could only say this. As he spoke, Elsa led Flora, who was also still on duty, into the office. Facing the latter's questioning eyes, Gauda simply took out a cloth bag containing blood crystal wheat from his pocket, opened it, and poured it onto the table. Blood-red wheat grains scattered like raindrops, instantly filling the air with a unique, refreshing fragrance. This is a special wheat variety from the Holy Empire, blood crystal wheat. It has the effect of replenishing ki and blood, and long-term consumption can enhance physical constitution. Under the questioning gazes of SYNOPSIS and Elsa, God first introduced blood crystal wheat, then looked at Flora and explained his intention. My idea is to crossbreed blood crystal wheat with cold-resistant wheat, combining the advantages of both, to cultivate Northwest Barley Variety Number 2. Chapter 430 Spell Enhancement. You can't stump Lady Flora, can you? God smiled gently at the little figure. Flora felt challenged, her competitive spirit ignited. She immediately flew forward and stroked one of the blood crystal wheat grains. Awakening from dormancy, rusty iron, fertile soil. The next moment, Flora released her hand and uttered 3 terms. This was the secret of blood crystal wheat cultivation that had puzzled the world for so long, and which the Holy Empire held tightly in its hands. After asking in detail, God finally learned all the details. To be honest, both the name blood crystal wheat and its appearance and effects were very misleading, making people immediately think of blood, such as being watered with the blood. Even God thought so. In the Holy Empire, there were also some rumors that blood crystal wheat needed to be planted in crimson soil, flowing with blood. This caused countless people who wanted to steal the seed to frantically try to water the blood crystal wheat with all kinds of blood, or to find all kinds of red soil similar to volcanic rock to plant blood crystal wheat. The result, naturally, was failure. But the truth is, the cultivation method for blood crystal wheat has absolutely nothing to do with blood, nor with any so-called crimson soil. Its blood-red color comes from its ability to synthesize a substance similar to heme after maturity, causing its color change. What it truly needs for growth is a high concentration of iron. Blood crystal wheat requires iron-rich soil to grow and mature properly. Creating iron-rich soil is not difficult. Simply bury rusty ironware, iron filings, or even iron ore in the soil. The iron released during the rusting process will be absorbed by the blood crystal wheat. The cost of cultivating blood crystal wheat is far lower than imagined. Gauda hadn't considered this before Flora mentioned it, but after she did, he couldn't help but slap his forehead. Replenishing blood, in many cases, isn't it just about replenishing iron? So logical. Gauda even suspected that both the name blood crystal wheat and the secrets of its cultivation circulating within the Holy Empire were likely a smokescreen deliberately released by the Holy Empire to mislead those who stole the seeds. As for dormant awakening, it refers to the blood crystal wheat's inherent dormancy characteristic. This characteristic allows it to be preserved for a longer period. However, it also means that blood crystal wheat must be soaked in an acidic liquid for at least 3 hours before planting to break this dormancy. Without this step, directly sowing the seeds will not allow them to germinate. The final growing in barren soil, thriving in fertile soil is even more abstract. Roughly speaking, it means that blood crystal wheat can only grow in barren soil. Fertile soil cannot grow it. Of course, this is only the surface appearance. The fundamental reason is that fertile soil has previously grown various plants. During their growth, these plants leave traces in the soil, and even if all these plants are removed, these traces take a long time to completely disappear. Blood crystal wheat is like a picky young master, it simply will not accept land that has left traces of other plants. Barren lands are often devoid of vegetation, showing no signs of other plant growth. However, given sufficient iron and basic nutrients, it thrives. This unique characteristic leads to the peculiar phenomenon of fertile soil supporting barren growth. Without Flora's overwhelmingly powerful talent, who would have imagined that blood crystal wheat would be cultivated in wasteland? Those who steal the seeds would undoubtedly provide the best conditions for the blood crystal wheat, actions that contradict the correct methods of cultivation. With such triple protection and triple unpredictability, it's no wonder the Holy Empire hasn't prohibited the trade and circulation of blood crystal wheat. Yet, over the years, no other power has successfully cultivated it. It's not difficult to achieve. God's eyes gradually brightened after hearing Flora's words. Awakening from hibernation only requires an acidic liquid, which is too simple. Whether it's animal gastric juice or whey separated from fermented dairy products, both are highly acidic and fast-acting. The northern people are a nomadic people with a very strong hunting and pastoral culture. Moreover, Phoenix is right next to a volcano. If all else fails, there's acidic sulfide water underground in the volcanic area. The first point isn't difficult to solve. The second point is similar. There are iron mines around Phoenix, and in their more primitive way of life, the various tribes had a lot of rusted ironware. The third point, the tundra and permafrost of the north are known for their barrenness. Apart from a few mosses and lichens, there's practically no greenery to be seen. Finding barren land in the north is like finding water in the ocean. Immediately begin hybridization breeding of blood crystal wheat and cold-resistant wheat, and strive to cultivate Northwest barley No. 2 as soon as possible. God mentally reviewed the process, confirming there were no problems, before solemnly clasping his hands in a fist salute to Flora and saying, "It will depend on Lady Flora. Lady Flora, you've worked hard. If Northwest barley No. 2 is successfully cultivated, I imagine the people of Phoenix will respect you even more." Sunifa, who had been aloof throughout, suddenly chimed in. Her face was equally solemn, and she clasped her hands in a fist salute as well. Flora, who had been somewhat nonchalant, suddenly became serious. She felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders, knowing everyone was eagerly anticipating her every word. "It will depend on Lady Flora." Her voice unconsciously rose a notch, her joy impossible to hide. Golda had complete confidence in her abilities. Despite her innocent and naive appearance, in her area of expertise, her reliability was unparalleled. Lady Flora is in charge of cultivating the Northwest barley No. 2 variety. You, on your side, will begin setting up a new farm specifically for growing Northwest barley No. 2, Gada said, turning to Sunifa. In highly developed agriculture, zoning is a fundamental but necessary element. Not to mention, blood crystal barley has the fertile soil thrives even in barren areas. Let's call the new farm Flora's Abundant Farm, Gada said with a smile, glancing at the excited little girl. Flora's Abundant Farm. Hearing her name, Flora immediately perked up her long, pointed ears. It's to show Lady Flora's significant contribution to agriculture in the north. Significant contribution. Elsa, who had been silent until now, also spoke up. Lady Flora's contributions to the north are unparalleled. I truly admire her. This was half sincere, half amusing. Unparalleled. Flora once again grasped the key point. The Golden Radiance Farm, used to grow Northwest barley No. 1, had already cultivated 600,000 mu of land a month and a half ago. During Gauda's absence from the north, Sunifa halted the expansion of the Golden Radiance Farm and instead focused on planting all the reclaimed land with Northwest barley No. 1. Northwest barley No. 1 is a monthly crop, and thanks to Flora's efforts, its yield per acre had stabilized at 180 kilograms, striving towards 200 kilograms per acre. If all 600,000 acres were planted with Northwest barley No. 1, the daily yield would reach 900,000 kilograms. This yield would be enough to feed 1.5 million people. As for Flora's Abundant Farm, Gada's initial target was only 100,000 acres. This wasn't a daunting task for Phoenix, who already had experience building the Golden Radiance farm, so after it was finalized, the issue is quickly moved on. My king, I have sold large quantities of Northwest Barley No. 1 to the Frostwolf clan, as you instructed, SYNOPSIS reported. Have they noticed anything amiss? Gauda asked. While the North was underdeveloped, it didn't mean the people there were unintelligent. He dared not underestimate them. No, their only reaction was that they thought the price was too high. They kept negotiating with us, demanding a price reduction given their large-scale purchases. SYNOPSIS' lips curled slightly. Although their idea was to use Northwest Barley No. 1 to control the Frostwolf clan, hoping that Northwest Barley No. 1 would account for the highest possible proportion of the Frostwolf clan's food supply, SYNOPSIS set extremely high conditions for selling Northwest Barley No. 1 to avoid arousing suspicion and vigilance from the Frostwolf clan. First, there was a quantity limit. They couldn't sell as much as the other party wanted. Second, the price wasn't low, and they only accepted purchases from Ice Marrow. This was naturally very difficult for the Frostwolf clan, but it also prevented them from questioning Phoenix's true purpose in selling grain, focusing all their attention on bargaining. That's how people are. Things that are too cheap become suspicious, while expensive things only concern them with a price. Hearing this, Gauda couldn't help but smile. Let's stall them for a while longer, then lower the price a bit. Given the current situation, they could take down the Frostwolf clan without bloodshed within a few years by controlling the grain supply. Although Winterhammer is also buying Northwest Barley No. 1 from us, their dependence on it certainly won't be as high as the Frostwolf clan's. It's unlikely they can take down Winterhammer solely based on that. No rush. Let's take down the Frostwolf clan first and break the current three-way balance of power. Gauda waved his hand casually. In fact, given Phoenix's current development speed, the three-way balance would naturally collapse in 10 years, becoming one superpower with several strong contenders. Of course, if they could subdue the Frostwolf clan and Winterhammer before that, it would definitely accelerate Phoenix's development even further, but if that's not possible, there's no need to force it. As the saying goes, development is the only way forward. It had only been a month and a half since he left, but for a rapidly changing Phoenix, there were already many issues and directions that required Gauda's advice and decisions. This was especially true in the areas of administrative systems, education, and the development of Phoenix. Because these were all new things that Gauda had introduced based on his experience and knowledge from his previous life, even Elsa, who had some governing experience, was confused about many aspects, needing Gauda's clarification. Therefore, the meeting between the three lasted from evening until the moonlight soaked through the window panes. Leaving the city hall, Gauda turned and went to the place where the tribe's hunters kept Leeline creatures. When he last left the north, he ordered the resumption of the Leeline creature capture mission. Now, a month and a half later, it was time to reap the rewards. Of course, the problem remained. The common Tier 1 Leeline creatures around Phoenix had already been harvested, with very few remaining. Furthermore, Gauda needed 7 creatures of the same species to obtain a complete source point. So, after a brutal bloody hand slaughter, Gauda's first ring source points only increased from 3 to 6. This time, he didn't hold back. With a ring ascension imminent and the awakening of his feats underway, why save source points? Although he wasn't sure if the spells he added points to would affect the strength of his awakened feats, it was better to kill the wrong thing than miss out. Before the ring ascension, he had to do his best. With 6 points in the first ring, the 3 newly mastered rare spells were definitely the highest priority. He'd put all the points into them first. Long range shot, rare, plus, alterations, ring 1, this spell increases your range by 20 feet when you attack at range. Bonus, your ranged attacks ignore energy loss within 20 feet. Know your enemy, rare, plus, prophecy, ring 1, you recall a creature you encountered in the past day. You will gain some knowledge about that creature. Bonus, you will gain more knowledge about that creature, including information about its population. Universal elixir, rare, plus, transmutation, ring 1, you can choose an interesting effect related to health, happiness, and joy for a bottle of water, creating an elixir with no side effects. Additional, the universal elixir you create will have 2 more interesting effect options. Hypermobility, for 1 hour, you gain hypermemory, greatly increasing your memory and allowing you to instantly remember text, maps, or biological features. However, note that hypermemory consumes a great deal of energy. Taking the elixir will lead to mental exhaustion, and continuous use may even harm your body. Sensory harmony. Within half an hour of drinking, you can actively adjust the sensitivity of your 5 senses, such as enhancing your vision, but at the cost of dulling other senses like hearing and smell. You can also actively dull your sensory sensitivity without incurring a cost. Furthermore, when creating a universal elixir, you can additionally choose the multi-effect harmony and aftertaste traits. Multi-effect harmony consumes multiple times the magical power, giving the elixir multiple effects. After effect consumes additional mana to extend the duration of the main effect of the elixir. Chapter 431 Success Rate of Ring Upgrade. The additional effects of long-range shooting and know your enemy are quite straightforward, while the changes to the all-purpose elixir are a bit more elaborate, adding 2 new elixirs and 2 additional effects. However, this is reasonable, as the all-purpose elixir itself is already quite elaborate. Compared to the additional effects, Gouda actually values the super memory elixir more. Isn't this equivalent to a youthful version of Doraemon's memory bread? This is an item that countless people have dreamed of. Although there are no monthly or final exams now, learning is necessary in any world, and for learning efficiency, besides comprehension, memory is also a very important factor. After allocating points to the 3 rare first-level spells, 3 source points remain. After pondering for a short while, Gouda selected 3 of the highest priority ordinary first-level spells he had not yet allocated points to. Craftsman's Blessing Plus, Change, first level. The recipient will be more fortunate in the luck-requiring stages of the next crafting process. Additional, in your next crafting session, you will be more coordinated with the tools you use, achieving higher precision and longer operational stability. Disease Diagnosis Plus, Prophecy, first ring. You can determine whether a creature, object, or area carries a disease or infection. Additional, after confirming the existence of a disease or infection, you can observe the target's living environment, such as water sources, food storage, to determine the disease's transmission route. Decompose Corpse Plus, Necromancy, first ring. Through this spell, the caster can quickly decompose the flesh of a corpse, whether it is large or small. Additional, during the decomposition process, the caster can also quickly extract a corpse's blood using spells. Yes, the 3 spells he ultimately chose were all utility spells. This is because the additional effects of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow are mostly focused on enhancing functionality, complementing utility spells. Another point is that the combat spells that Gouda commonly uses have already been upgraded. Those combat spells that haven't been upgraded are those used less frequently, belonging to the optional but necessary backup spells. Compared to functional spells, these spells naturally have a lower priority for skill point allocation. City Hall, Gouda's office. The morning sunlight, carrying the chill of the north, slanted through the window panes, casting long, narrow shadows on the floor. A thin layer of frost clung to the windowsill. Gouda was engrossed in writing at the long table, his quill pen gliding across the paper. He was drafting a crucial proposal for Phoenix, the development plan for the North's second city. Phoenix was currently the only city in the north. However, its population had already exceeded 1 million, and was projected to surpass 2 million within the next year. This was a rough estimate. Although the establishment of the Golden Radiance Farm had made food production relatively abundant, and Phoenix was developing rapidly, keeping pace with the population growth was impossible. The resource and management pressures created by this massive influx of people would eventually overwhelm Phoenix. Therefore, the construction of the second city had to be planned as soon as possible, and a portion of the population relocated there. As for the location, there was no need for much thought. Gouda had already decided long ago, Valor Bay. It's not only a port connecting to the outside world and a commercial hub in the north, possessing unparalleled economic value, but it's also a crucial point in the Sacred Tree territory for the north. Establishing a city in Valor Bay serves 2 purposes. Firstly, it can act as a transportation hub for the north, facilitating better cross-border trade. Furthermore, based on this new city, a deep water port can be built in Valor Bay, developing shipbuilding, warehousing and logistics, and port-related commerce, making it a core engine for revitalizing the North's commercial lifeline. Secondly, the sufficient manpower and resources brought by the city can be used to establish an integrated protection research utilization system around the Sacred Tree, ensuring more comprehensive protection of the tree, better afforestation, and better utilization of tree resources. After writing for a long time, Gouda looked up, stretched heavily, and glanced at the Phoenix cityscape through the office window. With everything on track, Phoenix's potential was being gradually unleashed. Like a massive train, it's accelerating along this flat track. This is even after Gouda intentionally slowed down the pace of development, prioritizing stability. One must take things one step at a time, whether it's his personal cultivation path or the development of the Northern Territory. There's no room for haste. But that's just the saying. In reality, both are progressing at an astonishing pace. Let alone a month and a half, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Phoenix is changing every day. Thanks to the tribal integration and the immigration program led by Chief Guardian Quinton, new Northerners are joining Phoenix almost daily. Along with the increasing population, corresponding residences and living facilities are springing up according to Gouda's Phoenix City design plans, with road construction being a top priority. Who could have imagined that just a year ago, Phoenix was a dilapidated city close to a primitive tribe, where people died of hunger every year? And who could have imagined that Gouda, now preparing to advance to the second ring, has only been a little over 19 months since becoming a first-ring mage, less than 2 years. This was the 7th day since Gouda returned to the north. After so many days of rest and adaptation, his condition had reached its peak, and he was almost ready to attempt to advance to the next ring. Gouda had already consulted the key points for advancing to the second ring mage in the library of the Sea Sentinel Mage Tower. Advancement points were expensive knowledge outside, but the Sea Sentinels were exceptionally generous in this regard, offering it free of charge to their mages. However, since his current access only allowed him to access the second ring mage advancement points, Gouda wasn't sure if the Sea Sentinels would continue to provide free information on higher ring advancements. After all, a second ring mage was still considered a low ring mage, not much to a mage organization of the Sea Sentinels' caliber. It was like in his previous life, where primary and junior high school were compulsory and free, but this benefit disappeared from high school onwards. Advancing from a mage apprentice to a first ring mage involved 4 stages: cleansing the blood, increasing life force, liquefying mana, removing impurities from mental energy, and expanding the magical galaxy. These correspond to increased lifespan, refined mana, enhanced mental strength, and ultimately, ring advancement. While the process of advancing from a first ring mage to a second ring mage differs, the essence remains the same. Advancing to the second ring also results in an increased lifespan, theoretically raising the upper limit from 150 to 225 years. However, this time, it's not the first hurdle, but the final one, after expanding the magical sea. Furthermore, it's no longer about cleansing the blood, but rather, elementalization of the physical body. Elementalization of the physical body is the hallmark ability of a second ring mage, equivalent to the precise perception possessed by a first ring mage. At this point, the mage's magic power radiates throughout the body, allowing them to choose an element to strengthen their physical body, that is, elementalization, gaining resistance to that element and an increased lifespan. Mana liquidification transforms into crystallization, serving as the first hurdle in advancing to the second ring. Crystallization is easily understood as a further upgrade of the mana form, solidifying from liquid mana into a mana crystal. The second hurdle is breaking through the mental strength limit, specifically surpassing the 200 threshold. In terms of mental strength, there's no fundamental difference between a second ring mage and a first ring mage, it's simply a matter of increased intensity. Gouda, however, broke through the limit early, essentially completing the second hurdle to becoming a second ring mage ahead of schedule. The third hurdle is still expanding the spell star C, from the first ring to the second ring, allowing him to capture second ring spell stars and establish second ring spell models. While mage level advancement isn't easy in the early stages, there aren't any significant bottlenecks. It's primarily a matter of gradual progress. As long as one cultivates step by step, mana will always increase, the only difference being the speed. The reason for distinguishing between the early, middle, and late stages is simply because the difficulty of increasing mana increases significantly with each new stage. For example, in the first ring stage, a highly talented mage can advance from the early first ring stage to the perfect first ring stage in a very short time. Those with a mediocre talent, but with a powerful background and abundant wealth, can use potions, high-level training rooms, or rare treasures like dragon blood fungus to quickly advance from the early to late stages of the first ring. However, in the world of mages, those who cannot reach the perfection of a particular ring and attempt to advance are often the majority. The reason is simple: Mages with outstanding talent or outstanding background are ultimately a minority, the latter even rarer than the former. Most mages can only cultivate with average talent and resources, struggling day after day. A lifespan of 150 years may seem like a lot, but it's not enough for a mage's cultivation. Take Oda, for example. His mage talent is already considered mid-level. But without a high-level spiritual land and spiritual power exceeding his own realm, it would take him about a year to condense a drop of liquid mana at the early stage of the first ring. By the middle stage of the first ring, the difficulty of condensing mana increases significantly, taking about a year and a half to condense a drop of liquid mana. In the later stages of the first ring, the difficulty increases significantly, requiring 2 years to condense a single drop of liquid mana. Therefore, even a mage with average talent would need 90 years to progress from the initial stage of the first ring to its completion. Generally, a mage with average talent achieving first ring status by age 20 is already quite remarkable, with most reaching this milestone after 25. This means that a mage with average talent would typically reach first ring completion after age 115 and begin attempting to advance to the second ring. This is an ideal timeframe assuming no unforeseen events and consistent daily practice. Mages with below average talent, without exceptional opportunities, simply cannot reach first ring completion before reaching their lifespan. For such mages, advancing to first ring is already incredibly lucky, second ring is simply beyond their reach. The difficulty of cultivation is already brutal enough, but before advancing to the next ring, it's nothing compared to the lack of bottlenecks and dangers in mana progression. Ascending to the next ring is different. It's a dangerous process with an extremely high failure rate, a brutal trial. According to the Sea Sentinel's advancement guidelines, without any external factors, the success rate for low-level, first to third ring, mages to ascend to the next ring is less than 20%. In other words, out of 10 late-stage first ring mages, only 2 will be able to advance to second ring. Behind these cold numbers lies the blood and tears of countless mages. Some might think, if you fail to ascend, just try a few more times. A 20% success rate is low, but if it doesn't work the first time, try 5 times. If it doesn't work the 5th time, try 10 times. Surely you'll succeed? Not at all. It's true that you can try multiple times, but each failure incurs a magical backlash, leaving irreparable injuries that require a significant amount of time to recover. Furthermore, it drastically reduces the success rate of subsequent attempts. If the first attempt has a 20% success rate, the second might only have a 10% success rate. The third attempt's success rate is practically negligible, almost zero. Furthermore, the damage from the magical backlash of failed upgrade attempts accumulates continuously. After multiple failed attempts, some mages, unwilling to give up, stubbornly try again, risking death if they fail once more. Statistics show that over 90% of successful upgrades are completed on the first try. Only about 10% succeed on their second attempt. Cases of breaking through on the third or fourth attempt are extremely rare and not even counted in the statistics. In this context, upgrade potions came into being. They serve 2 purposes. First, to increase the success rate of upgrades. For example, the green vine dew that Geode obtained from the Sea Sentinel can increase the success rate by 40%. After drinking it, Geode's success rate skyrockets to 60%. Second, to protect mages who fail from the backlash, resisting the magical backlash from the failed upgrade. This is essentially providing the mage with an extra life. Because of the upgrade potion's protection, the body is not injured, so the mage's success rate on the next upgrade attempt remains at 20%. Of course, the effect of each level's advancement potion only occurs the first time it's consumed. Therefore, there's no bug where having enough advancement potions allows for unlimited attempts at advancement. In fact, the 10% of mages who successfully advance on their second attempt mostly consumed the advancement potion during their first attempt, using it to protect their foundation and preserve the spark for advancement. Add to that a bit of sheer luck, and they defied fate. The first advancement, boosted by the potion's success rate, failed, but the second, relying entirely on their own efforts, succeeded. That's definitely luck. God has silently calculated his own advancement success rate 20% plus 40% from the Azure Vine Dew equals 60%. My mental strength has already broken through its limits, meaning I've passed one of the 3 advancement stages ahead of time. This will at least increase my success rate by another 10%, making it 70%. Furthermore, my advancement location will be the core spiritual land where the Ice Jade Wutong resides, a 5th-tier spiritual land. The magic concentration of a 5th-tier spiritual land would greatly aid in the monocrystallization of the first stage of the ring ascension, at least increasing the success rate by another 50%. 75%. Gouda, having obtained the final answer, let out a long sigh. This success rate was already very, very high. Reality isn't probability theory, variables cannot be strictly controlled, and various influencing factors exist. Therefore, an event with a 75% probability, taken as a sample of 100, often occurs more than 90 times, rather than the theoretical 75 times. Tomorrow it is, he decided on his ring ascension date. As for now, back to work. Gouda buried himself in his work again, perfecting the construction draft at hand. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432 Crystallization. The morning sun pierced the thin mist, casting amber-colored dappled light onto the cobblestone streets of Phoenix. Dozens of 3-story stone buildings stood side by side, their surfaces gleaming coldly in the morning light. Excellent spacing between them, and nearly 10 large plazas, playgrounds, were situated between them. This was Phoenix First High School, under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education. Inside the classrooms, children of all ages ran around. They wore roughly made animal skin clothing, boys with bells made of deer antlers hanging from their waists, and girls with animal hair headscarves. Despite the cold temperature, these children were full of energy, jumping and shouting between desks. They were a group of children who lacked manners. In the last row of the classroom, Anna, quietly reading her book, seemed out of place. Anna had always been considered a mischievous child, certainly no match for her sister Elsa. But compared to these children, Anna realized how well behaved she actually was. Of course, this wasn't surprising. After all, these children were from commoner families and had never received any formal education. Their primitive tribal lifestyle had shaped their rough and unrefined personalities. A few children occasionally glanced at Anna with curious and eager eyes. They wanted to strike up a conversation with her. However, Anna's beautiful appearance, inherited from her royal lineage, and the distinct temperament cultivated in her royal upbringing, made them feel inferior. Furthermore, they all knew that Anna's sister was the office manager, one of the most powerful people in Phoenix. More importantly, during breaks, like now, Anna would always be reading a book, and they, having only occasionally glanced at the contents, couldn't understand a thing. All these factors combined made them feel a deep sense of awe towards Anna, and they dared not approach her. Yet, children's instinctive yearning and pursuit of beauty subconsciously drew them closer to Anna, wanting to find a reason to strike up a conversation. Paradoxical yet reasonable. Clang, clang, clang. Just then, a clear bell rang out from outside the classroom, echoing throughout the entire school. It was clearly just an ordinary bell, yet it seemed like a magical artifact, instantly silencing the previously noisy school. The children, who had been running around releasing their boundless energy, rushed to their seats as if they had heard an alarm. In less than 10 seconds, everyone was seated, backs ramrod straight, hands neatly folded on the desk. Such a transformation would surely astonish anyone else. Anna, however, remained calm. This scene played out nearly 10 times a day, and she was already used to it. About half a minute later, a young man pushed aside the heavy curtain made of animal hide and wool and entered. He first looked around the classroom to confirm no students were absent before clearing his throat and softly saying, "Good morning, everyone, good morning, Mr. Saide." All the students in the classroom, including Anna, shouted in unison. "Today's lesson is still a shadow class," Sid smiled slightly, then took a box from his robes. Opening the box, he found an oval stone about the size of his palm. Sid held the shadow stone and channeled magic into it in reverse. The next moment, the flowing silver patterns within the stone suddenly shone brightly, bursting forth with dazzling light. Like the scene seen after opening a treasure chest in a novel. These rays intertwined, quickly converging into vivid patterns in the air. First, a blackboard appeared, on which were written neatly in AES script, Introduction to AES Language, Chapter 2, Writing AES. Then, a middle-aged man in an old robe appeared on the screen, beginning to speak eloquently to the group. Class, I am your teacher, Jonathan. Today, we will continue learning Chapter 2, Writing AES. Let's review the key points from last lesson. I wonder if you all reviewed them after class. The children, however, began to listen attentively and take notes diligently, showing no trace of their previous unruly behavior during recess. Sade watched this scene silently, a sense of Gan 3 Chi 3, a complex feeling of mixed emotions, including a touch of melancholy, welling up inside him. He remembered how awkward Jonathan had been when they first started recording the lesson, almost unable to speak. About an hour later, the bell rang again. The light and shadow floating at the front of the classroom disappeared. Sade carefully put the recording stone back into its box and then addressed the children. Class, school's over. Go home for lunch, thank you, Mr. Sade, the children said politely. Sade nodded and slowly left the classroom. The classroom erupted in noise again, children calling to each other and running out joyfully. Anna, meanwhile, leisurely tidied her notes and the book that seemed like gibberish to the other students, placing them in a small bag her sister had given her. Then she stood up and walked out. Anna, a timid voice called from behind after she had only taken a few steps. Anna turned around and saw a girl, relatively small compared to the Northerners, cautiously looking at her. Anna thought for a moment and remembered the girl's name. It seemed to be something like Pearl. She wasn't a member of the True Ice clan, but an orphan taken in by the Snowfield Guardians, whom her brother had dismissed. Is there something you need? Anna hesitated, her voice slightly choked. Her Ace language wasn't very good, which was the main reason she was often quiet. Please, all her classmates spoke so fast, it was like gibberish. Anna's broken Ace language was completely useless. She couldn't understand a word they were saying, let alone participate. I heard from my instructor that your common is very good. There are some things I don't understand, may I ask you? Pearl deliberately slowed her speech, as if afraid Anna wouldn't be satisfied, and quickly added, my instructor is Jonathan, who teaches Ace language. If you have any questions about Ace language, you can ask me too. After saying this in one breath, Pearl looked at Anna nervously, as if awaiting judgment. Deal, Anna smiled. Filled with the joy of making a new friend, Anna had just returned home when she saw God and her sister Elsa standing at the door. Brother, she cried out joyfully, running to God. God readily picked her up. Sister said you'd been back for several days, Anna said, expressing her dissatisfaction. I've been very busy, I really couldn't get away, God explained, quickly changing the subject in response to Anna's dissatisfaction. I came to check on your learning progress this time. Before leaving the North, he had specifically taken the time to compile the new standard runebook and gave it to Anna. Anna was currently the only person besides him who had come into contact with the 6 laws of Hosey. The 6 laws of Hosey emphasized understanding. Firstly, Anna had not received any prior education in this area, so her thinking was still developing, making her receptive to these unconventional laws. Secondly, her talent was naturally focused on this, making understanding them almost effortless. However, the essence of the new runic literature is simply to simplify much of the work involved in runes through calculations, essentially updating the tools. Runic knowledge remains fundamental and indispensable, like raw materials. Even with advanced tools, how can you create a finished product, a runic array, without raw materials? Anna's talent in calculation has been verified, but her talent in runic literature is still unknown. This requires time to verify. Therefore, God made an appointment with Anna to check her homework the next time he returned. He indeed remembered. Anna raised an eyebrow and grumbled. She even brought her textbooks to school, showing her diligence. Naturally, she wasn't afraid of God's assessment. Looks like you're very confident, God smiled. Yes, Anna crossed her arms and affirmed, Brother, these 6 laws of Hus are so useful. They're a million times better than those rune tuning things my previous teachers talked about. Luckily, I wasn't a mage yet, so I couldn't continue learning runes, otherwise I would have wasted so much time on these rigid things like my sister, and ended up learning nothing. Hearing this, Gutta glanced silently at Elsa beside him. It seemed this seemingly capable office manager had a talent for runes completely opposite to her sister's. However, seeing this, Gutta was pretty much certain that Anna's talent for runes was also considerable, otherwise she wouldn't be so confident. Stop, stop, stop. Don't get too cocky. You'll be embarrassed if you fail the test later, Elsa quickly interrupted Anna's exposing her weaknesses. The previously chattering Anna immediately quieted down. It was clear that she still held Elsa in high regard. An hour later, facing Ona's large eyes and Elsa's attention, God nodded silently. Past the test, he had anticipated Ona's rune talent was decent, but he never imagined it would be comparable to her calculation talent. A double genius. This solidified a certain idea in God's mind, and his gaze towards Anna shone brightly. However, considering Elsa's presence, God chose to suppress his praise. God shook the green vine dew in his hand. Ding-dong. A crisp ding-dong sound rang out, and the translucent green liquid, shimmering with golden light, rose and fell. Lady Flora, how did it go? 6 more medicinal properties are needed. Flora frowned. Lady Flora, there's no need to rush. Just take your time. This isn't urgent. Even if you don't find them in the end, it won't matter. Consider it an experiment, God reassured her. Flora still frowned. The little one was always very competitive. I'm going to drink the green vine dew now. Lady Flora should remember all the medicinal properties that make it up, right? God asked again. Of course, Lady Flora is very clever, I naturally know that. After all, who else but Lady Flora has the ability to deduce the formula directly from the potion? God exclaimed sincerely. At the Ocean Festival, after the potion-making demonstration by the potion masters, Flora demonstrated the remarkable talent she possessed in potion-making. She could identify all the medicinal properties of the raw materials and accurately sense the state of the potion during preparation, determining how much of each ingredient needed to complete the final product. At that time, God was thinking that, based on this principle, if he gave Flora a potion, she should also be able to determine what kinds of raw materials were needed and in what quantities. That is, to deduce the formula from the finished product. At the time, it was just a guess. After returning to the north, God used green vine dew as a test subject, letting Flora try to deduce the formula. The result was that she could indeed do it. With her innate ability, Flora could accurately identify at a glance which medicinal properties made up green vine dew and what proportion each one accounted for. Therefore, finding all the raw materials possessing these medicinal properties would be equivalent to creating the potion formula for green vine dew. However, there are limitations. She only provided the medicinal properties, not the specific names of the raw materials. Identifying the medicinal properties of the raw materials is her innate ability, which others cannot replicate. Therefore, to find the raw materials with these medicinal properties, Flora would have to painstakingly search through them. Undoubtedly, this would be extremely inefficient. According to Flora, green vine dew is composed of 9 medicinal properties. So far, only 3 of them have been found, contained in icefield moss, snow velvet root, and ice swamp worm. We need to establish a raw material sample library to facilitate Flora's future deciphering of potion formulas, God thought to himself. Of course, this is for the future and is not a high priority for now. After seeing Flora off, God also left the room and headed to the core spiritual land of Phoenix, where the ice jade phoenix tree was located. There were many things to do on this trip back to the Northern Territory, but the most important of them was his ring ascension. The magic concentration in the core spiritual land was slowly increasing as the ice jade Wutong tree advanced, thanks to its ability to gather magic. Although it was still a long way from advancing to a 6th-tier spiritual land, the magic concentration had already increased significantly compared to before. If there were a magic measuring instrument, the magic concentration here would definitely exceed 25,000. This level of magic concentration was more than enough for advancing to the 2nd ring, practically using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Sunafa, carrying the blizzard spell, was already waiting there. Thank you for your help, Geode said, nodding slightly to Sunafa. You're too kind, Your Majesty. She wanted to protect Geode to prevent him from encountering external interference during his advancement. A 1st ring mage advancing to the next ring was protected by a 4th ring mage. Even among noble children, few received such treatment. Coupled with the aid of top-tier advancement potions, Geode had immense confidence in his advancement. Sitting cross-legged beneath the ice jade Wutong tree, he mentally reviewed the key points of the Ascension Ring, confirming nothing was missed, before taking out the green vine spirit dew. Without hesitation, he downed it in one gulp. The cool, plant sweet liquid entered his body, settling into the mana pool in his lower abdomen. Glug glug. The powerful yet gentle medicinal force rapidly spread, like adding fuel to the fire, instantly causing the 60 drops of liquid mana in the pool to boil. Just as a pebble thrown into a clear pool creates countless ripples, The gurgling sound mixed with a crisp sound of bursting bubbles made Gauda's eardrums ache. And the instant the medicinal force reached the mana pool, the greenwood longevity scripture, which he had long since mastered, began to circulate. The liquid mana cultivated from the greenwood longevity scripture was a bright emerald green, somewhat similar to the green vine spirit dew. In fact, it wasn't just similar, the two belonged to the same category. Under this connection, Gauda's absorption of the green vine spirit dew was exceptionally good. The medicinal power continued to infuse into his liquid mana, causing the original verdant color to deepen into a richer emerald. The first stage of advancing to second circle mage, mana crystallization, begins. Tomorrow is the final chapter of this volume. Chapter 433, Ode to Winter. The dense magical power within the spiritual land cascaded down upon Gauda, who sat beneath the ice jade parasol tree, like a waterfall. This was the essence of magic from a fifth-tier spiritual land, continuously flowing into Gauda's body under the constant circulation of the azure wood longevity scripture, converging with the medicinal power released by the azure vine dew. The two met in Gauda's mana pool and then merged into his liquid mana. With a continuous infusion of the two, every drop of Gauda's liquid mana expanded, its surface developing fine, imperceptible patterns, and its color deepening. Expanding, expanding, and expanding again. There was no time for Gauda to ponder. He took a deep breath and continued to refine and absorb the medicinal power. Finally, after expanding to a certain size, the fine patterns on the surface of the liquid mana could no longer bear the strain and began to crack at a visible speed. Each crack seeped out specks of golden light, like fireflies suddenly illuminating the night. The magical power and medicinal power continued to surge, flowing into the liquid mana, like adding fuel to the fire. After the golden light, strings of emerald green flames surged from the cracks, illuminating Gauda's mana pool as if it were burning emerald fire. Crack! The next moment, a crisp sound exploded inside Gauda's body. He trembled violently. It was a drop of liquid mana that, after the surface cracks reached a certain point, directly shattered with a bang. However, the shattered liquid mana did not dissipate into smaller droplets and scatter, but instead, as if suddenly cooled, condensed into numerous, thin, cicada wing-like jade crystal petals. Each petal was so thin that the lines of a palm could be seen through it, with veins flowing like molten gold along its edges, and a single point of light resembling chalcedony condensed at its core. Crack! 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 As if triggering a chain reaction, the cracking sounds became a rapid patter like dense rain on banana leaves. With the first drop of liquid mana shattering, the remaining 59 drops of liquid mana within Gauda's body began to explode one after another. Similarly, these shattered liquid mana fragments solidified into countless tiny jade crystal petals. These jade crystal petals attracted each other, swirling and circling above the mana pool, forming a giant jade vortex that radiated dazzling light. The splashing petals formed a brilliant vortex above the mana pool, colliding from time to time and producing crisp, resonant sounds, like countless jade chimes playing simultaneously. Most miraculously, the moment the 60th drop of liquid mana shattered into countless crystal petals, all the rotating petals suddenly stopped. As if summoned by a secret, or following some predetermined rule, they began to spiral and converge around the center of the mana pool. During the rotation, the golden patterns on the edges of the petals automatically pieced together to form a complete pattern, while the core jade light point merged into one like rivers flowing into the sea. Clang! With a resounding clang like a great bell, all the petals fit together perfectly to form a regular octahedral rhomboid jade crystal core. The crystal's interior pulsed with a bluish gold aura as if alive, its surface rippled with 60 water-like patterns. After taking shape, the entire crystal suddenly sank, settling firmly at the very center of the mana pool's bottom. Like a stabilizing anchor. A heavy feeling arose spontaneously. The mana crystallization was thus completed smoothly and without any surprises. The abundant mana provided by the fifth-tier spiritual land, along with the aid of the top-grade enhancement potion, Green Vine Dew, provided unparalleled advantages. Let alone failure, even the slightest obstacle or stagnation in the crystallization stage would have made Gauda seriously reflect on whether he hadn't diligently cultivated. With a boom, the enhancement continued. The medicinal power of the Green Vine Dew surged into his mind, like sweet rain, nourishing his mental strength. This was helping him break through the second barrier, breaking the limit of mental strength. However, Gauda had already broken through this barrier long ago, but the medicinal power wouldn't be wasted. Instead, it began to enhance Gauda's mental strength. The benefits of reversed mental strength were obvious. Leaving aside the overwhelming judgment advantage in spells involving mental strength confrontation, the sheer speed of spell model construction and the efficiency of cultivation are extremely direct benefits. Naturally, the higher the mental strength, the better. With the help of the Green Vine Dew, Gauda's original mental strength value of 211 increased to 233 in a very short time. This is equivalent to the mental strength of a mid-stage second ring mage. The first two stages were successfully passed. This was as Gauda had anticipated. He was so well prepared that no unexpected events should have occurred. However, he did not relax. Because next was the only stage he anticipated would cause problems and lead to his failure to advance his ring, opening the second ring spell Star Sea. In the consciousness space, within the dreamlike and magnificent spell Star Sea, countless stars wandered aimlessly. At the very center of the Star Sea was the wind spirit moon shadow, like the sun in heliocentrism, not dazzling but eye-catching. Around it, 44 magical spell models swirled, resembling constellations. In addition, there were many more freely moving, scattered stardusts. A magnificent star ring encircled the wind spirit moon shadow, containing these stardusts and spell models, forming the zero-ring Star Sea. Beyond the star ring was the first ring Star Sea, also containing numerous moving stardusts, but significantly larger in size and brightness. Furthermore, 51 first-ring spell models stood within it, like 51 more complex and massive constellations. At the edge of the first-ring Star Sea was a membrane resembling an egg, confining all the first-ring stardust within its limited area. Beyond the egg lay a dark expanse, like the deep, unfathomable universe. Suddenly, Gauda's spiritual power guided the remaining medicinal power of the Green Vine Dew, surging into the spell Star Sea like a galaxy. During this process, he also had to spare some power to draw in the first ring spell Stardust, adding it to the river formed by the medicinal power. As more first ring spell Stardust were added, the river began to expand. Gauda gradually felt a strain, as if he were carrying a 1,000-pound weight. Fortunately, his mental strength, at the level of a mid-stage second ring mage, could overwhelm him. This is why breaking through the limits of mental strength is the second hurdle. Only by breaking through the limits of mental strength can one control enough star particles to launch an attack on the boundary of the magical Star Sea and open up a second ring magical Star Sea. Gauda's mental strength was the commander, and the star particles and the medicinal power of the Green Vine Dew were the soldiers, directly crashing into the egg-like boundary. With a loud bang. Unlike the many attempts to open up a first ring magical Star Sea, this time, because his mental strength was high enough, Gauda attracted the maximum amount of star particles he could muster, and in one go, he sprinted towards the boundary. The impact of this galaxy, far exceeding the membrane's capacity, was astonishing. With just one collision, the membrane instantly shattered, and even the process of cracks appearing and slowly spreading seemed to be skipped. With the sound of the membrane shattering, like crystal breaking, countless glittering fragments, like stars or glass, shot into the sky. Drawn by the mysterious gravity of the magical Star Sea, they formed a dazzling halo and began to expand rapidly outwards. To Gauda, the scene resembled a shockwave from the explosion of truth in his past life, both awe-inspiring and beautiful. When it expanded sufficiently, all the fragments stopped moving, settling into a fixed star ring. Within the star ring was a first ring magical Star Sea, outside was a newly formed second ring magical Star Sea. Within that arc magical Star Sea, countless tiny lights suddenly shone brightly, twinkling and sparkling. These were the newly formed second ring magical star particles. Powerful, dazzling, and somewhat volatile. But to Gauda, they were incredibly cute and endearing, filling him with boundless joy. In fact, with a step completed, his ring ascension was essentially a success. The remaining, elementalized body, while considered a hurdle, was more like a bonus hurdle. Aside from exceptional circumstances such as extreme age or severe injury that renders the body unable to withstand the elemental infusion, virtually no one fails at this stage. At this moment, Gauda, though his eyes were closed, could clearly see countless densely packed, multicolored light spots floating in the surrounding space. A sudden realization dawned on him. He could choose one type of light spot and draw it into his body, transforming it into an elemental physical form. He could then use these elements to strengthen his body, gain resistance to the corresponding elements, and extend his lifespan. Gauda had understood these processes before even beginning the ascension process, so the choice of element was already clear. With a thought, The relatively few crimson light spots in the surrounding space instantly transformed into luminous patches of light, raining down upon Gada like raindrops. Fire element. To enhance one's combat power, one must either continue to strengthen one's strengths or compensate for one's weaknesses. Gada's choice was the latter. Neither the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture nor his current main spell system are particularly effective against fire elemental magic. Furthermore, in the early stages of a low-level mage, fire elemental magic, in terms of power and destructive force, is undoubtedly top tier. Therefore, choosing fire to elementalize his physical body and increase his fire resistance is, in Gauda's view, an extremely cost-effective option. The fire element entered Gauda's body, seeping into every inch of his muscle, every drop of his blood, every bone, and every cell. The feeling was like soaking in a hot spring, warm and comforting, yet also light and airy, drawing him in completely. Correspondingly, his body's resistance to fire elemental magic continued to increase. This feeling lasted for an unknown period, until, at the completion of the final transformation, strands of life force burst forth from his body and were instantly refined. In just an instant, Gada sensed that his lifespan limit had suddenly increased from 340 years to 415 years. There's a cultivation technique that makes one younger the more one practices it, the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture. At this point, Gada had passed all 4 stages of the Ascension Ring. This meant that Gada had already entered the ranks of second ring mages. But the Ascension Ring wasn't over yet. There was one final step to complete, awakening one's specialty. Practice makes perfect. This time, Gada didn't make a fuss, but waited quietly. He didn't have to wait long. A vast and profound intent, like a tide, flowed around him, starting from the top of his head and flowing downwards, washing over his entire body, then flowing upwards along the same path, repeating this process. Each wash caused a strange tremor throughout his body. After countless washes, this intent finally surged into Gauda's mind. Heavenly light bloomed. An incomparably brilliant light bloomed in his mind, bringing boundless light and wonder, leaving Gada feeling dazzled and mesmerized. The world spun. He floated, and floated again. At this moment, Gada felt as if he had lost gravity, his consciousness constantly rising, everything before him blurring until he ascended to a bizarre and fantastical world, where everything began to clear again. This world seemed to be above the clouds, with clusters of clouds of varying colors and sizes drifting past Gada's eyes, utterly dreamlike. Where was he? What were these clouds? These questions flashed through Gauda's mind subconsciously. The next moment, a strange message appeared in his mind. Having mastered more than 50 first-ring spells, completed multidimensional potential evolution of your body, and developed the power of the spell's origin, you are capable of unlocking bloodline inheritance. Please choose a dormant bloodline within you and awaken it. Bloodline inheritance? Gauda hadn't yet reacted, only vaguely understanding. Just then, a cluster of greenish-blue clouds, the size of a cotton candy, drifted towards him. He subconsciously reached out to block it. The cloud was stopped by Gauda's hand. Then, a message surged into his mind from the cloud. Verdant's bloodline, you will gain knowledge of nature, and your spells will be able to influence plants. Seemingly understanding something, Gauda immediately touched another grayish-white cloud beside him. Darkborn bloodline, you will gain additional bonuses to stealth spells, and you will be more powerful in dim environments, just as he suspected. A realization dawned on Gauda. The most primal extraordinary power of a mage comes from their own bloodline, the most famous being the Iceborn, Wolfborn, and Dragonborn bloodlines. However, this source of power is too primitive and uncontrollable. Our ancestors, with their exceptional wisdom, created the mage training system, allowing them to acquire extraordinary power like spells through cultivation. The bloodline mage lineage gradually declined. Now, the Iceborn bloodline is weak, the Dragonborn bloodline is nowhere to be found, and the Wolfborn is barely surviving, but this doesn't mean the power of their bloodline inheritance is weak, it only means that their inheritance is too limited. Bloodline power is actually countless. Over such a long and ancient period, through generations of mating and inheritance, each person now possesses countless chaotic bloodline powers within them. Of course, these are all too weak and impure to awaken, remaining dormant within. He, however, can now choose one to awaken. Gauda paused for a moment, gazing at the countless clouds before him, before making a wise decision. He would examine them all first. Blue cloud, child of the sea, you will more easily master water elemental magic, and you will gain professional skills such as swimming and sea navigation. Larger green cloud, longevity bloodline, you will gain a longer lifespan. Black cloud, child of shadow, dragon bloodline, wolf bloodline, child of steel, soul of the craftsman. Goddess strolled through this cloud-like world, examining the bloodline power represented by each cluster of clouds. His eyes dazzled. Gradually, he discerned some patterns. The larger the cloud, the more abundant and powerful the bloodline power contained within him, and the greater the power that could be gained upon awakening. For example, the legendary Dragonborn bloodline is theoretically the most powerful, but unfortunately, the Dragonborn bloodline within Gouda is far too weak. Dragon bloodline, you will gain some knowledge of whelps, and may awaken some whelp magic. Even if he awakens the Dragonborn bloodline, he can only obtain some peripheral power. Some bloodlines are not inherently powerful, but correspondingly, Gouda can obtain their full power. This is somewhat like choosing between two people. One has $1,000 in savings, but will only give you $10. The other only has $10 in savings, but will give you both. Which one would you choose? Gouda desperately wanted both, but he didn't have the opportunity. Too many choices made it difficult to make a decision. Now, Gouda had a happy dilemma of being overwhelmed. Even as he neared the end, Gouda still hadn't decided which bloodline to awaken. Until he truly reached the end, a massive silver-white cloud, tens or even hundreds of times larger than any of the previous clouds, came into view, causing Gouda to tremble involuntarily. The tangible silver light caused Gouda's pupils to shrink sharply. Ripples surged across the surface of the cloud, carrying the aura of ancient glaciers. He actually possessed such pure and powerful bloodline power within him? Shocked and curious, Gouda reached out his hand towards the cloud. Iceborn bloodline, the blood of Anivia flowing within you will purify your other bloodlines, granting you the power of a pure-blooded Iceborn. Gouda paused, stunned. Anivia? Who is that? He'd never heard of that name. But that didn't matter anymore, because he understood the explanation. Pure-blooded Iceborn, no need for further thought, no need for further hesitation. Gouda made his decision. Iceborn bloodline. The next moment, the massive silver-white cloud split like mercury, suddenly dispersing into countless strands of silver-white energy, vast and pure, directly enveloping his entire body. A melodious song, from the ethereal to the real, from afar to near, rang in Gouda's ears. The ballad was sung in a strange and ancient language, yet Gouda could understand its meaning. Wild spirit, you travel everywhere, destroyer and protector, listen, and hear. Above your streams, the sky is filled with torrents. The clouds are like fallen leaves on the earth, blown down by the north wind from the intertwined branches of heaven and sea, becoming messengers of rain and lightning. They fall upon your ethereal blue waves, shimmering like the flowing hair of a madwoman, from the farthest, most indistinct edge of the heavens, reaching the highest heavens, everywhere swaying, black rain, hail, and fire. Oh, here, raging spirit. Become me, borrow your sharpness, scatter my dusty thoughts throughout the universe, let them, like withered leaves, give rise to new life. Oh, heed this incantation-like poem, let my harp's voice, like ashes and sparks, spread from the still-burning fire to the world, let the trumpet of prophecy pass through my mouth, awaken the slumbering earth. Oh, north wind, if winter comes, can spring be far behind? Sunifa, closest to Goddard, suddenly noticed a change in expression. She had actually heard a faint hymn. Instinctively, she looked in the direction of the sound, her gaze settling on Goddard, who was right in front of her. A chill emanated from Goddard's body. Looking up, she saw a thin layer of silver frost covering his skin, which seemed to have turned a translucent ice blue. Faintly visible, crimson veins were emerging from his body, their blood fading at a visible rate. Instead, a transparent fluid suspended with ice crystals appeared. Each heartbeat frosted the walls of his blood vessels, only to shatter into finer ice crystals with the next beat, spreading along the veins towards his heart. Whoosh! In the next instant, a dazzling, natural silver-blue light emanated from God's entire body, including his hair. The light was so brilliant that Sunifa instinctively squinted. Then, a power that felt incredibly familiar to Sunifa slowly rose from God's body. It's the king. This is the power of true ice, and not just her. Throughout the entire north, all those of the Iceblood bloodline trembled at this moment. They all heard the same hymn, its origin and cause unknown. But the reverence of their bloodline compelled them to join in. Softly chanting the hymn, awaken the slumbering earth, oh, north wind, if winter comes, can spring be far behind? Chapter 434 The Pure Ice Bloodline. Gradually, the chanting that had echoed in the ears of all the Iceborn faded away. They also awoke from their unconscious state of following the soft chanting. But the sense of awe that had arisen from the depths of their blood lingered in their minds. Although the phenomenon had disappeared, its after effects would surely last for some time. Winterhammer Tribe. All the tribal elders and the current War Mother gathered together, discussing the strange occurrence that had just taken place. What just happened? Did you hear that? It was a hymn. You heard it too. What's going on? I don't know, but isn't the last verse the hymn passed down from the War Mother Orisha after her ritual magic? What we just heard must have been the complete hymn. What kind of magic is this? Definitely not, the tribe's elder affirmed. This sound comes from the depths of our bloodline. Such an exaggerated and incredible commotion must mean something major has happened. War Mother, what do you think? Yarna, the current War Mother of Winter's Hammer, sat in the main seat, remaining silent until the elder called upon her, at which point she slowly spoke. This hymn was left by the War Mother Orisha, indicating the hope for the Iceborn tribe's revival. That is, the new king supported by the True Ice tribe, so, it must be related to that new king. This was actually the thought of most people present. But that was, after all, the new king of the True Ice tribe, whom Winter's Hammer had not recognized, and nominally considered an enemy, so no one dared to mention it at the moment, except for the War Mother herself. As the War Mother spoke, the others gradually emboldened. What has that new king done? As far as I know, he's a very young outsider, and his strength isn't great. This was one of the main reasons they hadn't accepted the new king. They didn't have the same devout faith as this Handing tribe, and they only had a skeptical view of prophecies. If the prophesied king were a 5th or even 6th ring Iceborn mage, perhaps they would accept him. But to accept a low-ranking outsider as king and submit to him was simply impossible. Most even believed it was just a trick by this Handing tribe, installing a puppet as the prophesied one to control the north. However, with the visible and enormous changes that had occurred in Phoenix over the past year, most people's hearts had begun to waver, and many smaller tribes were convinced that the king of the north had already arrived. Fortunately, they were a large tribe, and the people remained steadfast, their hearts still with the people. But now, the appearance of this strange phenomenon was causing even the elders present, who should have been the most steadfast conservatives, to begin to waver in their beliefs. We are all at least 3rd ring mages. He is so far away from us, how can he still influence us uncontrollably, making us chant hymns? Could the hope for the North's revival in this prophecy really be this new king? The elders of Winterhammer were all speculating and wondering. If that's the case, shouldn't we also recognize him as king? According to the prophecy, he is the hope for the revival of the Iceborn tribes. Although we of Winterhammer are not of the same race as the True Ice tribes, we are still part of the Iceborn tribes. One of the elders, who was already inclined to believe the prophecy, murmured involuntarily, a new king has arrived. If we don't believe and follow him in time, faced with the elder's somewhat excessive words, War Mother Yarna gave him a deep look, but did not reprimand or get angry. She just looked thoughtful, lost in thought. Phoenix. The Iceborn mages of this Handing tribe, recovering from their daze, were just as bewildered as their counterparts from other tribes, their minds filled with various speculations. A brief commotion arose within Phoenix. However, this commotion quickly subsided. First, the elders of the original Handing tribe received the message, no need to panic. The phenomenon comes from our king. Our king has awakened his Handing bloodline today. Inform the tribe immediately and calm everyone down. The Handing bloodline is that of a pure-blooded Iceborn. Before today, only Sunifa was a pure-blooded Iceborn in the vast northern territory, hence one of her many titles, the last pure-blooded Iceborn of our time. After today, this title would vanish into oblivion. The elders, still shocked, swiftly relayed the message down the ranks. Soon, all the Iceborn mages in the city received the news. Even those Iceborn tribes in Phoenix who weren't actually of the True Ice race, but were still small tribes that had joined Phoenix, had long supported God as the king of the north. The stronger God became, the better their lives would be. Compared to the various thoughts of other tribes in the north, they felt only excitement, pride, and anticipation upon hearing this news. So it's because our king has awakened the True Ice bloodline. I knew the king of the north couldn't be unrelated to the Iceborn, and it's true. Great. Under the ice jade phoenix tree, all the silvery light dissipated. God returned to normal, and outwardly, there was no change compared to before. The veins that had appeared on his skin were no longer visible, disappearing back beneath his skin. But Sunnifa knew that a very significant change had occurred within God. Within God's body now lay the power of true ice. Although this true ice power was still very weak, it was pure and flawless, exactly the same as the true ice power she possessed. Before Gauda, she was the only one in the vast north who possessed such power of pure ice. Now, there was another Gauda, the king of the north. Although she found this scene astonishing, Sunnifa was not surprised at all. What was so strange about the prophesied king of the north wielding the power of pure ice? Gauda had not yet opened his eyes, because countless pieces of information were flooding into his mind like a tide. The secret manual of pure ice. The first thing to appear in Gauda's mind was a cultivation method. A cultivation method that all iceborn mages would receive when they awakened their iceborn bloodline. The secret manual of pure ice rare cultivation method. Practicing this method can improve a mage's performance in frost, protection, control, and perception. It can greatly increase the power of ice spells. It can greatly increase a mage's resistance to ice and water elements. It can greatly increase a mage's mental resilience and willpower. Furthermore, depending on one's mage level, abilities such as ice condensation, ice seed, water to ice, frost walker, eternal frozen domain, snow treading without a trace, and cold healing can be gradually acquired. This method requires iceborn bloodline. The stronger the iceborn bloodline, the faster the cultivation speed. This method allows mages to refine ice elemental power into their own mana, significantly increasing cultivation speed in environments rich in ice elements or when using ice elemental items. Gauda also has some understanding of the true ice secret technique. For example, the ice condensation ability was introduced to him by Chief Zemo. Essentially, it's a method for iceborn mages to enhance their iceborn bloodline through ice marrow, thereby rapidly increasing their mage rank. This is an extremely important ability for iceborn mages and one of the cornerstones of the iceborn bloodline system. As for deeper levels, he's not very clear on them. After all, in his view, although he is hailed as the king of the north, he follows a completely different cultivation system from the people of the north. One can only say that life is full of possibilities. As Gauda's thoughts drifted, another wave of new knowledge surged in. First came the ancient language of AES, the very language of the hymn he had just heard. Next was the art of ice essence, the method of using one's own iceborn bloodline to harmonize one's magical power and condense ice essence. Following this was knowledge of the ancient iceborn civilization, including their social structure, cultural customs, religious beliefs, and various legends related to the ice element. Furthermore, there was geographical knowledge of the extreme cold regions, including the formation and characteristics of glaciers, ice fields, and snow-capped mountains, how to safely navigate glacial crevasses, understanding wind patterns on ice fields, the ecology and geography of the subglacial world, including rivers, lakes, and caves, knowledge of ice-field life and ecology, including the habits and characteristics of various creatures living on ice fields and in cold regions, and finally, the understanding and application of ice magic. This knowledge was extremely complex and vast. If Gauda were to read and learn it all on his own, it would take a very long time to master it. But at this moment, knowledge poured directly into his mind like an infusion, making it impossible for him to forget. The knowledge was vast, but the infusion was brief. In the blink of an eye, it was all complete. The gifts of his bloodline inheritance didn't stop there. Gauda could also directly awaken and control spells through his bloodline power. A silver light, imbued with chilling coldness, surged from his blood, heading straight for Gauda's spell Star Sea. Upon entering the spell Star Sea, this silver light, like a skilled craftsman, quickly drew in 8 zero-ring spell stars, threading them together, adding bricks and tiles, constructing a spell model in the blink of an eye. Frozen Touch Necromancer, 0 ring, you summon a ghostly, skeletal hand at the location of a creature within casting range, attacking the target with the biting cold of the grave, and performing a ranged spell attack on that creature. Upon hit, the hand grasps the target, inflicting dark corrosion damage that prevents healing for a period of time. This spell is effective against undead creatures. After constructing the spell model of Frozen Touch, the silver light wandered around Gauda's spell array once more before quietly dissipating. That's it, the iceborn bloodline can only awaken one trick? Gauda was taken aback at first, then quickly realized this was because he had mastered far too many tricks. Of all the tricks that the iceborn bloodline could inherit, only Frozen Touch was one he hadn't yet mastered, hence this situation. The bloodline inherited spells might seem somewhat useless at the moment, but the essence was that he had already mastered a large number of tricks and first ring spells on his own. Once he cultivated True Eye's secret technique to the second ring or higher, this ability would be incredibly practical and superior. Normal mages need to spend a lot of time, energy, and money to learn and master higher ring spells after advancing to the next ring. He, on the other hand, could directly get it for free, the superiority of which was self-evident. Not to mention anything else, the money saved alone was a considerable sum. Besides these two, Gauda's body was also undergoing subtle changes. Firstly, his resistance to cold damage and adaptability to extremely cold environments had greatly increased. His cold resistance, already at 268% after adaptive training, had now skyrocketed to 295%. Secondly, his temperature sensitivity had also significantly improved, allowing him to keenly perceive the cold aura and temperature changes in his surroundings, thus determining the enemy's location and movements. Roughly speaking, it's like thermal imaging. His limbs had also been strengthened to some extent, becoming more resilient and powerful. Of course, this improvement wasn't to the point of turning him into Captain America, at most increasing his strength by 30–40%. At this point, the gifts from the Iceborne bloodline had temporarily come to an end. But Gauda still didn't open his eyes. With a thought, he began to activate True Eye's secret technique, attempting to draw upon the surrounding magical power. With Gauda's current mental strength, comparable to a mid-stage second ring mage, using True Eye's secret technique was like a veteran player carrying a newbie through a dungeon. The efficiency was self-evident. In a short while, a faint, silvery blue mist of magical power appeared beside the octahedral rhomboid jade crystal core that Gauda had just condensed. This was the magical power gained from cultivating the True Eye's secret technique. After confirming that he could indeed cultivate the True Eye's secret technique, Gauda finally opened his eyes. He looked at his palms, still slightly pale and cool. Some information had already been transmitted to his mind. True Eye's bloodline. This was his second ring feat, True Eye's bloodline. Cleansed by the blood of Anivia, you have gained pure Iceborne bloodline. You possess the power to control and master True Ice. You will gradually acquire the knowledge and heritage of the Iceborne and awaken ancient True Ice magic. One feat granted Gauda the purest Iceborne bloodline. This was more than just a gold feat. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a diamond. Leaving aside the power of pure ice and ancient pure ice magic for now, just 1 point is enough to place the Pure Ice bloodline among the top-tier feats. Iceborne mages may seem to cultivate cultivation methods, but in reality, the vast majority of their mage level increases come from their own bloodline power. For example, SYNOPSIS, after advancing to the first ring and fully awakening her Iceborne bloodline, grew from a first ring mage to a fourth ring mage in just 2 years. Was it through diligent cultivation? Of course not. This is the domineering and powerful nature of bloodline power inheritance. And he, too, possesses pure Iceborne blood. This means that as long as Gauda cultivates the Pure Ice secret technique to the first level and fully awakens his pure Iceborne bloodline, he can, like SYNOPSIS, directly advance to the fourth ring in 2 years. 1 feat, guaranteed fourth ring. What more could you ask for? And then, not only does he get a bicycle, but he gets Pena. Can you believe it? Gauda calmed his excitement, focused his mind, and entered a state of concentration. Using his precise perception ability, he scanned his current state, mage level, early second ring, Azure Wood longevity scripture, third rank mage apprentice, True Eye's secret transmission, lifespan 16/415 spiritual power, 233 mana, wood magic crystal, 60 runes, ice mist mana, 1 trick, feats, adaptive, first ring, True Ice bloodline, second ring, body dimension evolution, intermediate ice protection body, mage ninja body, elementary azure ember body, extras, Mandora's eye, tier 3, 1/72, farsightedness, insight, illusion, storm soul, first stage, key control, wind transformation, possession, elementalized body, fire element, immune to fire element trick damage, unranked casting, first ring fire element spell resistance increased by 50%, second ring fire element spell resistance increased by 20%, nature's art first ring ability of the Green Wood Longevity Sutra, consumes mana to accelerate the growth of plants. The higher the level of the plant, the more mana is required to catalyze its growth. Nature's language second ring ability of the Greenwood Longevity Sutra allows for simple communication with plants. Chapter 435 The Foundation of the Greenwood Longevity Scripture. After advancing from a first circle mage to a second circle mage, Gauda naturally acquired the second circle ability from the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture, the Word of Nature. This ability had already been revealed to him by Sunefa, so it wasn't a particularly unexpected surprise. As for elementalized body, it simply and purely enhanced the mage's resistance to a certain element. It didn't bring any other additional changes to the mage's physique, and becoming a superhuman was utter nonsense. A mage remained a mage, still a fragile character. In Gauda's view, the so-called elementalized body process was somewhat like getting a vaccine. The element you chose was equivalent to choosing a vaccine. Just like choosing a rabies vaccine gives you antibodies against rabies, and choosing a hepatitis A vaccine gives you antibodies against the hepatitis A virus. But regardless of the vaccine chosen, it only adds antibodies to the corresponding virus. The body doesn't undergo any other substantial changes. The same applies to elementalized body. Gauda chose the fire element, thus gaining resistance to fire elemental spells. But this resistance only targets the pathogen of the fire element. His physical essence remained unchanged. After successfully ascending to the second ring, the quality of a mage's mana is greatly enhanced as the liquid mana solidifies into magic crystals. Therefore, even a newly ascended second ring mage can cast a single first ring spell, increasing from 60 in the later stages of the first ring to 180. For tricks, the number can exceed 500, essentially meaning casting tricks consumes no mana. Of course, the number of second ring spells is limited. A newly formed magic crystal has 60 ripples, representing 60 drops of liquid mana. Each second ring spell consumes 1 ripple. This is normal. Some spells consume far more mana. The training process for a second ring mage involves continuously adding ripples to the magic crystal. When the number of ripples on the magic crystal reaches 120, it's the mid-second ring. 180, the late second ring. Meanwhile, the ice elemental mana cultivated through the True Ice secret technique is still in its initial stages, currently only enough to cast 1 trick. Gauda was extremely familiar with the training process of a mage apprentice. When his mist-like mana expanded to be enough to support him casting 20 spells, his mana would meet the requirements for advancing to the next ring. As for mental strength, that goes without saying. With Gauda's current conditions and mental strength, the time required to cultivate the True Ice secret technique to the first ring would be unimaginably fast, equivalent to a high school student doing an elementary school test. Roughly calculated, it might only take half a year. In other words, after half a year, once the True Ice secret technique breaks through to the first ring, he can fully awaken his pure-blooded Iceborn bloodline, and then he can replicate Sunefa's path, directly becoming a 4th ring mage in 2 years. He is currently only 16.5 years old, and in 2.5 years, he will be 19. Just thinking about it is astonishing. Of course, that's what he said, but when the time comes, Gauda will definitely suppress his mage-level advancement speed appropriately. The reason is simple. He needs time to accumulate and master more spells before advancing to the next ring, thereby gaining a more powerful specialty. Both, Adaptive and Iceblood, have clearly demonstrated the strength of awakened feats when there are enough spells. Since reaching the 4th ring is inevitable, there's no need to rush. Instead, we should consider the path after the 4th ring. Before the 4th ring, Iceblood technique is indeed invincible, but after the 4th ring, it becomes a dead end. However, that's at least a year from now. Gauda quickly dismissed these thoughts. Gauda finally came to his senses. Then, immediately, he felt a slightly scorching gaze upon him. Following his senses, he was surprised to find that the gaze came from Sunefa, who usually never showed much emotion. "My king, congratulations," Sunefa said, seeing Gauda looking at her. The power belonging to the king of the north has finally begun to awaken. Seeing Sunefa's eye-knew-it expression, Gauda didn't know what to say. Although he was the biggest beneficiary of the prophecy, in reality, he had always been skeptical of this prophecy, not even as convinced as these Ice Clan members. This was because God was, after all, a transmigrator, and his upbringing instilled in him a subconscious skepticism towards prophecies. Even after coming to this world and gaining access to and mastery of extraordinary power, this subconscious skepticism remained. It was like walking on a glass walkway in his previous life, even if you constantly told yourself that you were safe behind the glass and there was nothing to fear, the subconscious fear of falling still lingered. But now, after obtaining the Ice Clan bloodline, God was gradually beginning to believe in the prophecy. It was too much of a coincidence to be believable. He thought for a moment and asked Sunifa, "Do you know who Anivia is?" This was God's biggest question after awakening the Ice Clan bloodline. Both being pure-blooded Ice Clan members, Sunifa was said to have the blood of Boreas, so why was he Anivia? As far as he knew, none of the first war mothers of the three ancient iceborn tribes, the Frost-Gourd, the True Ice, and the Claws of Winter, were named Anivia. So, who is this Anivia, that her bloodline could purify the impure blood in his body, granting him the True Ice bloodline? Faced with Godder's sudden question, Sunifa paused, blinked, and fell into thought. After quickly searching her memory, she shook her head. "My king, I've never heard of this name either," she apologized. Although the True Ice tribe is the oldest iceborn tribe in the north, many ancient texts and traditions have been lost over the years. Perhaps information about Anivia is hidden in these lost traditions and histories. If you don't know, you don't know. "It's all right," Godder said with a good attitude. Whoever Anivia was, she was an ancient relic from a bygone era. Her remains had long since turned to ash. There was no need to find out her identity. Besides, good news always puts one in a good mood. "My king, your awakening of the Frostblood has caused quite a stir," Sunifa briefly recounted the events to Goddard. "In Phoenix, I have already relayed the news that the anomaly originated from you. I believe that soon, not only all the iceborn tribes in the north, but at least the Winterhammer and Frostwolf clans will know about your awakening of the Frostblood. Their previous refusal to recognize you as the new king of the north because you are an outsider will no longer hold." Sunifa's actions were quite clear in their implications. It was tantamount to a coup using overwhelming force. However, she also knew what Goddard had been unwilling to see, and explained first, "Yarna and Helika are both my defeated opponents. After our last encounter, they are acutely aware of the difference in our strength and certainly wouldn't dare to use force. Yarna and Helika are the war mothers of the Winterhammer and Frostwolf clans, respectively." Sunifa was referring to her victory over these two war mothers, easily suppressing them in a 1-against-2 battle. "The affairs of the northern tribes will be led by you," Godda nodded slightly, offering no objections. His primary responsibility was the development planning of the north, his forte. He possessed unique concepts, experience, and knowledge unavailable in this world, and inherited extraordinary knowledge capable of changing it. However, the unification of the north would be handled by Sunifa. A native of the northern Icelands, she had an extensive understanding of the various tribes, had experienced political struggles, and possessed outstanding governing abilities. Most importantly, she was exceptionally skilled in combat. Essentially, Godda was the civil official, and Sunifa the military commander. Development was the civil official's responsibility, while unification was the military commander's. The ring ascension was successful without incident. Joy was certain, but not excessive. After all, with such conditions and resources, failing to ascend would be unacceptable. The first thing Godda did after advancing to the second ring was to have his collection of second ring spell formulas retrieved from Phoenix's treasury. The problem remains the same. The northern realms were previously inhabited by iceborn mages, who never considered the need to construct spell models and master spells themselves. Therefore, their collection of spell recipes was extremely limited. Phoenix still possessed some first circle spell recipes, but most second circle recipes were obtained after the destruction of the Snowfield Guardians. In the end, Goddard possessed only 6 immediately usable second circle spell recipes: Beast Sense, Summon Mount, Bloodstained Face, Light Armor, Spiderweb Sanctuary, and Hound Tracking. The limited quantity had the advantage of being derived from the Snowfield Guardians, meaning the necessary potions were either readily available or the main and auxiliary materials could be found in the north. Second circle spell models consisted of 200 to 250 stars. This complexity meant that even mastering a single second circle spell required over a week, unlike the first circle spells where several could be mastered in a single day. Of course, Gowder wasn't short of time. He had neither a 3-year agreement nor was he nearing his end. He could proceed slowly. Even after successfully ascending to the next level, Godda focused his main energy on the development and construction of Phoenix. Many of Gowda's plans for the future of the North were actually stalled by the growth rate of trees, preventing their immediate implementation. Although the first level ability of the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture, Nature Arts, allowed mages to use it to accelerate tree growth, skipping the long growth period, it's a long time to cultivate a person, not a 10-year tree. Trees are inherently long-lived, even the most ordinary tree often needs more than 10 years to grow from seed to usable maturity. The magical power required to accelerate such a long growth period is enormous. Originally, because Northern Iceborne mages all practiced the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture, they already possessed high mage levels and abundant magical power. Therefore, even those just beginning to practice the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture could recklessly use nature arts based on their high-level mage status. However, the ability of nature arts requires a sacred relic to be bound to. Cultivating the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture is easy, but finding a suitable sacred relic is not. Thanks to the vigorous promotion by God in SYNOPSIS, in Phoenix, at least 99% of Iceborne mages, if not 100%, have begun to cultivate the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture as a secondary practice. However, due to the restriction of needing a sacred relic for binding, while the number of Iceborne mages in Phoenix cultivating the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture is approaching 20,000, fewer than 200 have mastered the nature arts. God and SYNOPSIS are helpless in this regard. Magical trees are already rare. And because binding a sacred relic requires the consent of a magical tree, in most cases, one can only find newly sprouted magical tree saplings or seeds for binding. This further increases the difficulty of finding a sacred relic for binding. The most practical method is to cultivate magical tree seeds oneself. Relying on wild magical tree species to fulfill the requirements for forming a bond is utterly wishful thinking for the vast number of Iceborne mages in the north. Goddard understood this from the beginning, which is why he had always encouraged Flora to explore this avenue. However, both plants and living beings share a common characteristic: the higher the rank, the more difficult it is to reproduce. For example, according to Flora, the Yggdrasil simply cannot reproduce. There is only one Yggdrasil in the entire world. While the ice jade phoenix is not as wondrous as the Yggdrasil, its reproduction is equally demanding. It reproduces by dividing itself. After dividing, its origin suffers irreparable damage, severing any possibility of advancement. Therefore, the ice jade phoenix only divides when facing a survival crisis. Of course, Goddard wasn't greedy enough to expect all Iceborne mages to form bonds with magical tree species of this rank. His plan was to have a stable supply of second-tier magical tree species. After all, even within this Hending tribe, the number of Iceborne mages at the second ring level or higher didn't exceed 2,000. However, this wasn't easy either. If all else failed, they would have to settle for a first-tier magic tree seed. Goddard pondered for a long time, lightly tapping the table with his knuckles, silently remarking to himself. There were no consistently producing second-tier magic trees yet, but in the current Northern Territory, there was indeed a consistently producing first-tier magic tree seed, the gemstone sweetberry he obtained using the Divine Berry spell. First-ring Iceborne mages were the majority, so binding a first-tier magic tree seed wasn't really a compromise. However, Goddard always hoped to help Iceborne mages secure a brighter future. The difference between a first-tier and second-tier magic tree seed for binding a lower-level Iceborne mage was enormous. A powerful tribe would also bring him endless benefits. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Goddard didn't want to use the gemstone sweetberry seed, destined to never advance and with extremely limited prospects, as the binding relic for Iceborne mages. However, Goddard certainly wouldn't waste a gemstone sweetberry. In his plan, the gemberry variety will be the cornerstone for promoting general education and Buddhist teachings for all. Goddard never expected that the problem that was bothering him in the morning would take a turn for the better in the afternoon. Chapter 436 4 Elemental Magic Plants. When they first arrived in Phoenix, Catherine and Loitz didn't restrict Goddard's freedom of movement. Then, while wandering around Phoenix, Goddard discovered, or rather, Flora discovered, a withered sapling at a roadside stall. The sapling was close to dying, its leaves were shriveled and seemed ready to fall at any moment. Hidden among those withered white leaves were 7 or 8 small blueberries. According to Flora, it was a very, very valuable magical fruit tree, and it still had a chance to survive. She knew how to revive it. So God spent a 0-tier ice soul stone to acquire the magical fruit tree from the stall owner, and Flora stored it in her special space for storing tree seeds. However, too many major events occurred in a short period, and since Flora had stored the seeds, God completely forgot about the magical fruit tree. He forgot, but Flora wouldn't. During God's absence from the north, Flora had already retrieved and planted the magical fruit tree. With her abilities and the unconditional cooperation of this Hending tribe, cultivating a magical fruit tree would be a piece of cake. Magical fruit trees require an extremely long time to grow, often hundreds of years. However, this particular tree was special. Even in its seedling stage, it had already produced 7 or 8 young fruits. Under Flora's meticulous care, the young fruits absorbed magic power and nutrients, developing rapidly and ripening just 2 days ago. After harvesting the fruits, the people there quickly transported them from Valor Bay to Phoenix, where they were then handed over to Flora. Flora, upon receiving the fruits, approached God. "You mean, this magical plant is called the ever-frozen oak, a variant of the water elemental magic tree, a second-tier magical tree?" God was both surprised and delighted after hearing Flora's explanation. His delight, of course, wasn't solely due to the existence of a second-tier magical tree. According to Flora, the frozen oak, when continuously watered with the blood of ice elemental creatures, will bear fruit, which becomes the ice element fruit. God looked at the 8 ripe ice element fruits on the table. They resembled large berries, but their surfaces were covered with frost-like patterns and emitted a faint mist, making them look extremely strange. Long-term consumption of ice element fruits would significantly enhance the user's adaptability to cold environments. However, this was secondary. God casually picked up an ice element fruit and put it in his mouth. Instantly, a chilling sensation exploded on his tongue, as if he were holding a small piece of ice, the coldness shooting straight down his throat. The fruit broke easily with a light bite, its taste sweet. As the fruit entered his stomach, a slightly tingling sensation quickly spread throughout his body. This was the ice element fruit's effect on enhancing adaptability to cold environments. God didn't feel anything particularly noticeable, entirely because his own cold resistance was already too high. However, this was unimportant. God spat out a pale blue, ice core-shaped fruit kernel. This was both a kernel and a seed. Each ice element fruit contained a kernel suitable as a seed. Of course, for each seed to sprout and grow, it also needed to be nourished with a large amount of ice elemental biological blood. When the eternal frozen oak was first discovered, it appeared nearly dead because it lacked the nourishment of ice elemental biological blood, resulting in insufficient nutrition. In fact, the growth and cultivation requirements of the eternal frozen oak were among the more demanding of second-tier magical tree species. It required long-term nourishment with ice elemental biological blood. 1 or 2 waterings were simple, and even a dozen or so weren't difficult. However, it required ice elemental biological blood from sprouting until natural death. A magical tree's lifespan was measured in centuries, and reaching a millennium was not uncommon. One could imagine the terrifying consumption involved. But regardless, the eternal frozen oak was theoretically a second-tier magical tree species that could produce fruit steadily and sustainably over a long period. This is it, God immediately made his decision. His decision wasn't entirely impulsive. If the ever-frozen oak seed were universally adopted as the bond artifact for iceborne mages, the required blood of ice elemental creatures would be a massive drain, far exceeding the needs of hunting alone. However, among the 3 major iceborne tribes of the north, there was the Frost Wolf clan, renowned for raising snow wolves, typical ice elemental creatures. Provided food and nutrition were plentiful, regularly bleeding the snow wolves wouldn't have any negative effects. This, however, made the plan to subjugate and annex the Frost Wolf clan even more urgent. First, give these ice element fruit cores to the ice-blooded mages in the clan to form a bond. Then, notify the clan's hunters to start collecting blood for the ever-frozen oak fruit. Before subduing the Frost Wolf clan, we still need to rely on hunting to obtain the blood of ice elemental creatures. After a moment's thought, God gave several orders in succession. In addition, the clan's mages who master nature magic should focus their main efforts on stimulating the growth of the ever-frozen oak. Each ice element fruit that the ever-frozen oak bears represents a second-tier magic tree seed, and a mage who is about to master nature magic, in strategy management games, isn't the first thing to do to increase the worker population? Makes sense. Flora's surprises didn't stop there. Rock Ridge Colossus Tree, Az's Feather Whistle Tree, Angmar Flame Curse Tree. God repeated the 3 tree names Flora mentioned. According to Flora, the ever-frozen oak is a variant of the water elemental magic tree. Besides the water elemental tree, there are also earth, wind, and fire elemental trees, all of which are second-tier trees. The earth elemental tree, also known as the Rock Ridge Giant Oak, is a tree that resembles a giant stone pillar. It prefers to take root in or near mineral veins, areas rich in earth elemental energy, ideal for its growth. The rock ridge giant oak produces rock fruit, which, when consumed regularly, can increase the bone density of a user. The wind elemental tree, also known as the Azys feather whistle tree, has a slender, straight, silver-gray trunk with a smooth surface like a finely crafted mithril spear. Its branches are like bowstrings, flexible and light, its leaves are feather-like, and its fruit, resembling a miniature elven horn, is called feather fruit, which, when consumed regularly, increases the user's physical endurance. The Azys feather whistle tree typically appears in extreme wind environments such as the tops of canyons frequently ravaged by hurricanes. The Angmar flame tree, a fire elemental magic tree, has a thick, twisted, charred black trunk covered with grooves resembling flowing lava, from which dark red resin seeps. Its flame fruit significantly enhances the user's adaptability to hot environments. Like the Everfrost oak, these three magic trees require long-term nourishment from the blood of their corresponding elemental beings. More importantly, the seeds from the fruits of these three trees can be used as seeds. Flora mentioned them because if God could collect all three elemental magic trees, she could cultivate a four-element magic tree through grafting. Speaking of grafting, it was God who taught Flora this method. While grain crops are hybridized, fruit trees are grafted, two important cultivation methods. This is a digression. According to Flora, the final four-element magic tree will be a third-tier magic tree. Its seeds will possess the same characteristics as the original mother tree and can be used as seeds. Once the remaining three elemental magic trees are collected, the Northern Territory will obtain a stable, long-term production of a third-tier magic tree species. Upon completion, the Northern Territory will possess a stable production of first-tier gemsweep berries, second-tier permafrost oaks, and third-tier four-elemental magic plant species. This is already a complete inheritance path. Lady Flora is truly a pillar of the Northern Territory. Overwhelmed with excitement, God couldn't help but pick up Flora, rubbing his cheek against the little girl, sincerely praising her. A pillar of the Northern Territory, Flora turned her face away, puzzled. She's the one who supports the sky of the Northern Territory. Wow, it's also time to name the domain that Yugathera has created, God added. Originally, the domain was small, so God hadn't considered naming it. But now, with Yugathera advancing to second tier, the domain has reached 85 acres, and the types and numbers of trees planted are increasing, establishing a preliminary ecosystem. At this point, naming it is essential. What are your thoughts, Lady Flora? God asked, bowing his head. After all, this was a realm opened up by Yugathera, so Flora's opinion had to be respected. The little figure thought for a moment and then threw the question back to God. What are your thoughts, Mage? God shook his head helplessly. Then let's call it Flora's forest. Both the farm and the forest depended on Flora. So even though there was already a Flora's abundant farm, God wouldn't mind having a Flora's forest as well. Flora's forest, Mage, you're very clever. Lady Flora expressed her complete satisfaction. Another week had quickly passed since God successfully ascended to the second ring, and he had been back in the north for a full half-month. His astral teleportation was fully charged again. However, God didn't say he was in a hurry to leave the north for the Plantagenet dynasty. One reason was that he hadn't yet gathered the potion ingredients for the 3 second ring spells, Bloodstained Face, Light Armor, and Spiderweb Sanctuary, and he needed to wait a little longer. Another reason is the lingering effects of the bloodline him triggered when he ascended to the next level. Even though Sunafu was in charge of the Iceborne tribe's affairs, as the king of the True Ice tribe, he couldn't continue to be a hands-off manager at such a crucial moment. The final reason is that the True Ice secret technique improves fastest in the Northern Realm. The True Ice secret technique primarily relies on bloodline power for self-improvement. Even if God does nothing, it will improve rapidly, essentially like AFK training. The level cap of the True Ice secret technique depends on bloodline power, while the improvement rate depends on the environment. The level improvement rate of the True Ice secret technique in the Northern Realm might differ by 5 or 6 times compared to the Golden Flower dynasty. Under these circumstances, Gauda naturally wanted to stay in the Northern Realm as long as possible so that the True Ice secret technique could break through to the next level as soon as possible. His mage level improvement speed was already incredibly fast, and his spell learning speed was even more astonishing, but Gauda still often felt that a day wasn't enough. Essentially, he had too many things to take care of. After acquiring the True Ice bloodline, he naturally embarked on a path of dual cultivation. He studied the Azure Wood longevity scripture, the True Ice secret transmission, rune literature, combat mage techniques, and even various other miscellaneous knowledge, such as geography, ley line creatures, and even the art of governance. This was his skill-based learning. Beyond industries, from small businesses like Walmart's Magic Supply Store and Harlan Shipyard to large ones like Phoenix and the vast Northern Territory, everything required his attention. Furthermore, he had to manage Ugathira's advancement and his own development within the Sea Sentinels. The former was the foundation of his cultivation and the most crucial factor in whether he could ultimately achieve the 7th or even 8th ring. The latter was the cornerstone of his foothold in the Golden Flower dynasty and a vital asset for the rapid development of the Northern Territory. In any case, after reviewing everything, there wasn't a single thing that could be temporarily set aside. Luckily, I'm long enough. He rubbed his throbbing temples and chuckled self-deprecatingly. He stood up, went to the window, and looked out, a faint golden light gleaming in his left eye. With the aid of Mandora's eye, Gwen saw, from several blocks away, the acting minister, Piled, appointed by Sunifa, working with the laborers to lay heavy, processed stones on the ground as road foundations. Despite the cold north, Minister Piled wore only a thin garment, which couldn't conceal his bulging muscles. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that the day after God returned to Phoenix, Minister Piled had also left through the Valor Tunnel and returned to Phoenix. But that was understandable. Both the Valor Tunnel and the Phoenix expansion were key projects for the Ministry of Construction, and it was perfectly normal for Minister Piled to travel between the two. Looking at the road already taking shape, God nodded with satisfaction. The sense of accomplishment from seeing a barren city gradually take shape under his care was indescribable. Young clan leader, it's been over a week since we returned, and His Highness hasn't come to inspect our work even once. All your hard work this week has been for nothing, the confidant said, panting, after putting down the stone slab he was carrying. What do you know? Pierre didn't take the confidant's complaint to heart. It's not just what you said. That doing good deeds is important, but getting His Highness to see it is equally important. That's why you immediately followed him back after he returned to Phoenix, just to let him see our work and make our presence felt. You even personally moved stones, working so hard, but His Highness didn't come once. It's not about seeing it with his own eyes to count. As long as we do something real under His Highness's nose, he will eventually see it, Pierre said confidently, then glanced up and immediately shouted, Stop, stop, stop. There seems to be something wrong with this stone. He took a few quick steps forward, pressed down on a slab of stone that was about to be laid, and tapped it. See? The grain on this slab is wrong. There might already be cracks and fissures inside. Chapter 437 The Yang Family. The howling winds of the north, whipping up blizzards, ceased and weakened before a vast, undulating glacier. The glacier resembled a giant wolf crouching, its sharp icicles like erect manes, its dark blue crevasses like half-closed eyes. In the natural canyons at the foot of the glacier, tents constructed from animal bones and hides were scattered in a neat pattern. Outside each tent stood one or more snow wolves, their size comparable to war horses. As one of the most ferocious creatures of the north, snow wolves were feared and dreaded by countless iceborne tribes, yet here they were a different beast, nuzzling their master's hand affectionately. This was the stronghold of the Frost Wolf clan, one of the three great iceborne tribes of the north. After waiting a week, Helica, the current war mother of the Frost Wolf clan, finally saw the person she had expected. The tent flap was lifted, and a few snowflakes of biting wind and snow rushed into the tent. The tribe's elder lifted the tent flap, the wolf-tooth necklace hanging from his chest jingling. Half a step behind him stood a woman draped in a white animal skin cloak. Her face was sharply defined, with a gruesome burn mark near her left eye, and a massive warhammer slung across her waist. This was none other than Yarna, the current war mother of Winter's Hammer. She strode into the tent, glanced at the horseradish water simmering on the stove, and the wolf cub held in Helica's arms, its eyes still half closed, and snorted. Helica, you're quite patient. Even at a time like this, you're still worrying about your wolf cub. What time is it? Helica's expression remained unchanged. She took the earthenware pot from the stove, poured the water into a cup, and handed it to Yarna, who sat cross-legged. Yarna didn't stand on ceremony, taking the cup of horseradish water, then picking up the wolf milk beside her and adding it to the mixture. She swirled the cup slightly, mixed the two, and drank it all in one gulp. You couldn't possibly not have received the news from Phoenix, could you? Are you referring to the awakening of the True Ice bloodline by the new king of the True Ice tribe? Helica remained calm, taking a sip of her spicy horseradish water without adding wolf milk. Between us, there's no need for pretense, is there? We both experienced the anomaly 7 days ago. Our tribesmen already had differing opinions about it, and now that the True Ice tribe has released this news, the situation has only worsened. You can't expect your Frostwolf clan to be completely unaffected. Yarna frowned, her voice loud. Yes, of course it's affected. But what can I do? I can't just surrender to the True Ice tribe because of this, and I can't defeat them. Am I just supposed to pretend nothing happened? Helica spread her hands. Her words left Yarna speechless. Silence fell over the tent. Yarna glanced at Helica, then at the Frostwolf clan elder who was also sitting cross-legged. After thinking for a moment, she spoke again. The problem is, we can pretend nothing happened, but what about this Hanbing tribe? Will they just sit idly by? The Hanbing tribe's deliberate release of news about their new king awakening this Hanbing bloodline is a prelude to action. There will definitely be other moves later. In the past 6 months, the Hanbing tribe has been constantly absorbing and annexing smaller tribes, even sending people to bring distant tribes to Phoenix. SYNOPSIS' intention to unify the North is very clear, and we, as 2 major tribes on par with Hanbing, are inevitably seen by SYNOPSIS as a thorn in their side in the unification process, and they are watching us with predatory eyes. Hanbing has both the ambition and the strength. Are you really just going to do nothing? Just wait to be annexed. Yarna stared intently at Helica. Then what do you think I should do? What can I do? Helica retorted, while simultaneously pouring wolf milk into a bowl and holding it to the mouth of the wolf cub in her arms. The wolf cub's eyes were still closed when its nose caught the scent of milk, and it instinctively stuck out its tongue to slowly lick the milk in the bowl. Yarna narrowed her eyes, looking at the cub, and said, word by word, we really can't do anything about SYNOPSIS. Her bloodline is pure, and with Blizzard, she's far too powerful. One SYNOPSIS is already suffocating us, and now there's another new king who has also awakened this Hanbing bloodline. In 2 or 3 years, when he grows up, he might become another SYNOPSIS. How can our 2 clans protect ourselves then? SYNOPSIS has fully grown up, but that new king still needs a few more years. Hanbing wants to command us in the name of the new king. Why don't we turn the tables and use the new king to counter this Hanbing tribe? As she spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Yarna's eyes, causing the wolf cub drinking milk to unconsciously let out uneasy whimpers. You're going to attack the new king? Helica's expression changed slightly, surprised by Yarna's audacity. The new king has been in Phoenix the whole time, right under SYNOPSIS' nose. How can you make a move? Actually, no. Yarna shook her head and said, the new king doesn't stay in Phoenix all the time. He goes to nearby Valor Bay every few days, and most of the time he's unaccompanied. That's our opportunity. What do you want me to do? Helica seemed somewhat tempted, putting down the wolf cub and looking directly at Yarna. Our people in Phoenix were basically wiped out by Hanbing last year, and we spent a lot of resources to redeem them and return them to their tribes. But to be honest, there were still 2 or 3 who slipped through the net and escaped their search, and they are still lurking in Phoenix. I haven't dared to contact them for the past year, for fear of exposing them as well. I imagine your Frostwolf clan is in a similar situation. Hearing this, Helica was silent for a moment before slowly nodding. I still have 3 people in Phoenix, all of them old-timers. How strong are they? I have 3 people here, 2 second-ring Iceborn mages and 1 third-ring Iceborn mage, Yarna pressed. Then why don't you take my remaining 3, all of whom are second-ring Iceborn? That's fine. Something is worse than nothing. Yarna nodded slightly and continued, if our 2 races join forces, we can gather 5 second-ring Iceborn mages and 1 third-ring Iceborn mage. We just need to wait for the new king to leave Phoenix for Valor Bay, then we can strike together and capture him en route. What do you think? It's too dangerous. If SYNOPSIS is truly controlled by us because of the new king, then of course everyone will be happy. But what if SYNOPSIS doesn't care about the new king? How can the 2 of us withstand SYNOPSIS' wrath? After thinking for a long time, Helica still shook her head. Faced with Hanbing, who has 2 pure-blooded Iceborn, I should be thinking about ways to protect myself, not gambling with your life. No, I naturally have a backup plan. After Helica said this, Yarna understood that without showing some real skill, it would be impossible to persuade Helica to take action. She gritted her teeth, deciding to reveal some clan secrets. Yarna tapped the massive warhammer hanging from her waist. Her knuckles struck the steel, producing a clear, metallic clang. This warhammer, the symbol of the Winterhammer tribe, was truly named the Icebreaker. The Icebreaker's hammerhead was an irregular, multifaceted shape, cast from 3 pieces of molten meteorite iron, its surface crisscrossed with roofs, inlaid with crimson crystals within, like magma flowing through metal. The handle was 3 feet long, its end inlaid with a dragon head-shaped, fiery red gem. This was a powerful warhammer that allowed Iceborn mages to wield the power of fire. You should know that the Icebreaker's origins are not simple, right? Yarna asked. Helika's gaze swept over the massive warhammer, skillfully concealing the greed in her eyes. Of course, everyone knows that without this Icebreaker, your Winter's Hammer would have been wiped out long ago. Back when we were the Winter's Claw tribe, the tribe was declining and on the verge of extinction. At that critical moment, War Mother Valadia chose to leave the tribe and head east alone. Her intention was to find the Frostguard tribe, who had fled to the eastern regions, and seek the protection. But in reality, War Mother Valadia did not find the Frostguard tribe, and she didn't even set foot in the eastern forbidden zone of the north. When she entered the central region of the north, she encountered a terrifying thunderstorm. To escape the storm, War Mother Valadia lost her way and unexpectedly arrived at a place called the Lava Plains. On the Lava Plains, thousands of furnaces stand in rows, 18 peaks of the Heavenly Forge rise, and nearly 100 volcanoes rise, and at the foot of these volcanoes, a group of people who call themselves the Sheep Clan have settled. They are incredibly powerful, wielding the power of fire, and possess exceptional skills. Using volcanoes as their furnaces, they excel at crafting all sorts of intricate weapons and tools. Furthermore, the Sheep Clan collectively worships a master craftsman who lived for an unknown amount of time and was born within a volcano. The War Mother of Valadia met the Sheep Clan during this thunderstorm and revealed her identity and origins. The kind-hearted Sheep Clan, upon learning this, crafted the Icebreaker for the War Mother of Valadia. The rest is self-explanatory, Yarna said. Helika could no longer conceal the astonishment in her eyes. The Lava Plains, the Sheep Clan, she never imagined that such a powerful tribe existed in the desolate central region of the north. And that a single hammer they had crafted in a short time could bring the Claw of Winter back to life. But, after the initial shock came confusion, and Helika frowned as she asked, "What does this have to do with the plan you mentioned earlier to attack the new king?" "Of course it's related." Yarna smiled mysteriously, then continued, "Don't be hasty, the Sheep Clan is a reclusive clan. When War Mother Valadia left the Lava Plains, it was the Sheep Clan who escorted her. After returning to her tribe, War Mother Valadia told her people about this experience. For many years afterward, many tribesmen tried to travel east to find the Lava Plains and the Sheep Clan, but all returned empty-handed, and many never returned. We gradually understood that the Sheep Clan didn't want to be known by outsiders. War Mother Valadia had only entered the Lava Plains by accident because of that thunderstorm, so we gave up the idea of finding the Sheep Clan. But just a week ago, our Winter Hammer tribe welcomed a special guest." "You mean, Helika, as a War Mother of her tribe?" reacted quickly, "The Sheep Clan?" "Yes, how could that be?" "Didn't you say they lived in seclusion?" Helika asked, puzzled. "It was their revered master craftsman who sensed something extraordinary being born in our western north last year. This thing possesses a powerful force capable of changing the north. This power unsettled the master craftsman. He wanted to understand its source to ensure it wouldn't bring disaster to the north. Therefore, he requested that the Sheep Clan send people to our western region to investigate. The north is so vast, we can't even find a single, massive lava field, let alone something they were looking for. They must seek the help of the locals, that is, us. The Sheep Clan has been isolated for a long time, their only connection being with our Winter's Hammer. This member of the Sheep Clan found our Winter's Hammer through the mark left on the Icebreaker, explaining his purpose, to help him find the thing that unsettled the master craftsman, not to mention the Sheep Clan's great kindness to our Winter's Hammer. Given their strength, we couldn't refuse their request. Their strength, Helika grasped the key point. At least a 5th ring, or even higher is not impossible. Moreover, unlike Ryan, the Sheep Clan are skilled weapon crafters, well-equipped, and possess powerful fire magic. Even at the 5th ring, they are far beyond what Sunifa can defeat. We are helping him find what he's looking for, while he's temporarily staying with our clan, awaiting our news. This is the perfect opportunity. Take down that new king, then escort him to our Winter's Hammer. If we can provoke Sunifa to come to us, how could this Sheep Clan member stand idly by? I will find a way to use him to take down Sunifa, thus achieving our goal in one fell swoop." ensuring that both our clans are no longer threatened with annexation, and then use the new king to coerce this Handing tribe into handing over the Northwest Barley #1 seed. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yarna's voice rose several notches. But, Helika frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. From what you've said, it seems the involvement of our Frostwolf clan isn't important. Why then do you need to come all this way to persuade me to join your plan? Because I'm worried my men won't be able to securely defeat the new king, and after that, I'll need your help to escort him to the tribe. Besides, such a momentous matter requires someone to share the burden, Yarna frankly stated. Yarna, what do you think of my wolf cub? Helika suddenly changed the subject. Yarna didn't understand Helika's meaning. She glanced at the wolf cub and instinctively replied, broad head, thick neck, strong frame, glossy fur, dense markings, and no blemishes, a fine breed, indeed, a rare and fine breed. Yarna, mother, come back in 6 months. By then, it will be weaned, and I'll give the wolf cub to you. I wish you every success. Helika said with a smile. Chapter 438 Omens. You like raising these wolf cubs, but I'm not interested. I only want to maintain the stability of the tribe and let my people live well. Yarna's voice was slightly cold as she tried to steer the conversation back on track. Helika's sudden change of topic indicated a refusal. If you want your people to live well, then you should lead them to surrender to this Handing tribe, not scheme here. Helika gently stroked the wolf cubs' heads and said calmly, after surrendering to Handing, at least your Winter's Hammer won't have to worry about food anymore. Swords and hoes never share a workshop, Yarna said, no longer trying to persuade Helika. She stood up abruptly and said coldly, once we take down the new king and obtain the Northwest Barley, I hope you won't regret it then, and you won't have to beg our Winter's Hammer for it. After saying the last sentence, Yarna turned and lifted the curtain, her figure disappearing into the snowstorm. Elder, go see War Mother Yarna off. Helika seemed to completely disregard Yarna's words. Upon receiving the order, the elder quickly rose and followed Yarna out. A moment later, the curtain was lifted again, and the elder entered. Sent her off? Yes, the elder glanced at Helika, carefully choosing his words, and asked with puzzlement, War Mother, why did you refuse Yarna's offer? Zhadbing Hasunifa, Winter's Hammer now has that sheep family member whose authenticity is unknown. Elder, what do we have? Helika asked calmly. The elder was momentarily speechless, then paused, seemingly understanding. We have nothing, which means that no matter which side we choose, we cannot achieve equal status. In that case, why risk choosing sides? Helika downed her wasabi water in one gulp, looking at the whimpering wolf cub in her arms, her eyes gleaming with a profound light. Neutrality means that regardless of which side succeeds, they will not receive any corresponding meritorious service, but it also means they will not bear the risk of losing by choosing sides. Phoenix. Since the end of last year, after the citywide rat-catching campaign led by the sheriff's office, the rats hiding in Phoenix have been basically caught. After each tribe paid a high ransom, these rats were sent back to their respective tribes. However, since the start of the tribal integration plan this year, the composition of people in Phoenix has become a mixed bag again. Milo walked out of the city hall and looked up at the sky, where the sunset was magnificent. Before the arrival of the new king, he was a third circle Iceborn mage of this Handing tribe and a member of this Handing tribe's elder council. Therefore, after Geode came to power and began to carry out sweeping reforms of the political system, he was able to obtain a position in the city hall because of his status as an elder. Despite his seemingly diminished status within the clan, Milo felt no resentment, as his standard of living had also significantly improved. Elder Milo, a voice called from behind him as he admired the sunset. Milo turned around, saw the newcomer, and smiled. How many times have I told you, don't call me elder anymore? That's a thing of the past. There are no elders in Phoenix now, I'm used to it, I just can't get used to it. The newcomer, a middle-aged man, scratched the back of his head and chuckledly. Is there something you need? Milo asked. Morris asked me to come see you. He said he needs you to come to his house. Hearing this, Milo's expression changed slightly, but so subtly that the middle-aged man didn't notice. I understand, thank you for making the trip, he nodded. You're too kind. If it weren't for your care back then, I would have died in the wolves' jaws long ago. This is nothing, the middle-aged man said loudly. After the middle-aged man left, Milo's gaze suddenly darkened. He was an orphan, his parents had perished in a hunting expedition at a young age, devoured by feline creatures. Although tribes had an obligation to support orphans, life was vastly different for those with and without parents. Milo's childhood wasn't particularly easy. He nearly starved to death during a harsh winter. However, later, he awakened the pure ice bloodline at an extremely high level, and everything changed. He rose through the ranks to become a third circle mage, eventually becoming an elder of the pure ice tribe. What seemed like an ordinary life trajectory actually concealed a great secret. In reality, Milo's awakened ice blood was only at the first circle. He became a third circle mage because the people of Winter's Hammer secretly approached him, offering him ice marrow to enhance his bloodline. The price was that after becoming an elder of the pure ice tribe, he would provide Winter's Hammer with confidential pure ice information and, if necessary, work for them. Having nearly starved to death during the harsh winter, Milo was unwilling to endure hardship again. Coupled with the early death of his parents, his ties to the tribe were not deep. So, after a brief hesitation, he agreed, which led to his current position. Over the years, Milo had sold a considerable amount of intelligence to the Winter's Hammer and done many things that harmed the interests of this Handing tribe. After last year, most of the Winter's Hammer's spies in Phoenix were caught. I am the only remaining important spy for the Winter's Hammer. To avoid exposing me, they haven't contacted me for a long time. Now they've contacted me, something big must be happening. Milo frowned, sensing something amiss. He felt a growing sense of resistance, yet couldn't refuse. Once on the pirate ship, there was no turning back. Getting off wouldn't be so easy. With his anxieties and resistance, Milo arrived at Morris's house. Morris was another Winter's Hammer spy hidden in Phoenix. Compared to him, a native of this Handing tribe, Maurice was an outsider. However, Maurice had been in Phoenix long enough, and his cautious nature had made him quite local, allowing him to escape unscathed during last year's rat-catching operation. Entering Morris's house, Milo discovered another person he didn't recognize. "This is Alec, of the same status as us," Maurice explained, addressing Milo's questioning gaze. Milo nodded and sat down at the table. "The reason I brought you two here is on the War Mother's orders. She wants us to do something, which should be our last mission in Phoenix." "Last mission? What does that mean?" Milo had barely frowned when Alec spoke first. "Because after this mission, Phoenix will no longer tolerate us. We'll return directly to Winter's Hammer." Hearing this, Alec gave a no, but Milo felt a chill run down his spine. Return to Winter's Hammer? He didn't want to at all. As a City Hall official, Milo was acutely aware of the changes and prospects of Phoenix and was full of anticipation for his future. Hearing this news, however, his heart sank. "What's the mission this time?" Alec asked again. "The new king," Morris replied directly. "What?" Alec and Milo were both shocked, pointing at themselves. "You mean, the three of us are going to deal with the new king?" This was ridiculous. Even the War Mother Yarna couldn't handle it, and now the three of them were tasked with this? "You don't need to be so surprised. Of course, it's not about you attacking the new king in Phoenix. Milo, you should know that the new king travels to Valor Bay every so often and stays there for a long time before returning to Phoenix. I don't know exactly what the new king does in Valor Bay, but I'm certain that he's been going there alone recently. This is the perfect opportunity for us to act. The new king doesn't have much power, we just need to keep track of his movements." With that, Morris looked at Milo. Because Milo was in charge of deploying the guards at the Phoenix City gates. "The two of us will first ambush them on the only route from Phoenix to Valor Bay. Once you receive news of the new king's departure, immediately follow him out of the city, find us, and then we'll attack together, capture the new king alive, and escort him back to Winter's Hammer. The new king is indeed not strong, but once we make our move, Sunifa will receive the news and immediately come after us." The deputy director of the Security Bureau, Catherine, was once a hunter for the Snowfield Guardians. She's an expert tracker. "We won't get very far," Milo frowned, his words full of refusal. "Someone will come to meet us, you don't need to worry about that. And don't forget, you are where you are today because our tribe has given you countless resources. Moreover, over the years, you have done many things that have harmed the interests of Handing." Morris snorted coldly, seemingly seeing through Milo's thoughts, and gave him a hint. Leaving Morris's house and returning to his own home, Milo sat on the edge of the bed, thinking for a long time, finally letting out a long sigh. Even though he was unwilling, he ultimately had no choice but to obey orders. He had already done too many things that harmed the tribe, and if exposed, the true ice would absolutely not tolerate him. Therefore, he had no choice but to cling to the Winter's Hammer. Fortunately, although Goddard was the new king, he was indeed, as Morris had said, not very powerful, barely a first-ring mage. Because of this, when Sunaf insisted on supporting Goddard as king, he initially resisted, feeling it was too frivolous. However, later, faced with a series of earth-shattering events Goddard accomplished, Milo gradually became convinced, not to mention that a few days ago, Goddard had awakened the same pure-blooded Iceborn bloodline as Sunaf. It was fortunate that Goddard had only just awakened the true Ice bloodline. As a third-ring mage, he could easily subdue him. In another year or two, he wouldn't have that ability. Thinking this, Milo went out again, making up a reason to have the clansmen guarding the city gates notify him immediately upon discovering Geod's departure. In the cultivation room, Geod opened his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. In the mana pool, the icy blue mist-like mana cultivated from the True Ice secret manual had expanded slightly compared to when he first ascended to the next level, now sufficient to support him casting 3 spells. In fact, he hadn't deliberately cultivated the True Ice secret manual much these past few days. However, because his cultivation room was near the Ice Jade Wutong tree, the mana concentration was equivalent to a 4th-tier spiritual land, and the ice element was extremely dense, so even just idling was incredibly fast. On the other side, the 61st rune on the Jade Mana Crystal cultivated from the Azure Wood Longevity scripture had already condensed to a small extent. This was because the Dragonbird blood fungus still had some residual medicinal power, which Geod gradually refined and absorbed after successfully ascending to the next level. Every beginning is difficult. The truth is, for Gauda, the most difficult stage of his training so far has been the apprenticeship as a mage. However, as his mage level increases, his training progress hasn't slowed down. In fact, it's accelerated. From apprentice to first-ring mage, excluding the original owner's training time, Gauda took 21 months, while from first-ring mage to second-ring mage, he only spent 19 months. After finishing his training today, Gauda rested briefly before closing his eyes and entering a state of focused concentration again. Nearly a week later, he had gathered all the missing magical potion materials, concocted them, and drank them down. Now, he just needs to construct the spell models. Although he's been busy these past few days, Gauda has still managed to construct the spell models for Summon Mount, and Spiderweb Sanctuary. Summon Mount, Conjuration, second ring, summons a spirit with exceptional intelligence, strength, and loyalty as your mount, and establishes a long-term contract with it. The mount appears in unoccupied space within your casting range. Its appearance can be chosen from the following: warhorse, pony, camel, elk, or mastiff. The mount is actually a spirit or demon, your choice, rather than a typical creature type. Furthermore, the mount understands the language you know. The mount will assist you both in and out of combat, and your contract strengthens your bond. While you are riding the mount, all spells you cast that target only you will also affect the mount. The mount will vanish upon taking fatal damage, leaving no material residue. You can also dismiss the mount at any time with a single action. You can communicate telepathically with a mount when it is within 1 mile of you. You cannot possess more than 1 mount at a time with a spell. You can release a mount from its contract at any time with a single action, causing it to disappear. Spiderweb Shelter, Conjuration, second ring, creates a shelter made of sticky spider silk. The shelter has a hanging door and is large enough to accommodate a medium-sized creature. The walls of the shelter are 1 inch thick and opaque, completely concealing anyone inside. The silk is sticky enough to trap twigs, leaves, dust, and other lighter objects, allowing you to use it to cover the shelter, but only weak, tiny creatures will get stuck. The shelter door is completely waterproof and insulated when closed. The shelter is normally susceptible to fire damage and is as flammable as wood. When the spell ends, the shelter quickly decays and disappears. The latter fulfills Gauda's long-held fantasy of using magic to solve camping problems in the wild. The former, however, can serve as his means of transportation on land, combined with dumplings and storm soul. It means he has a means of transport by land, water, and air. More importantly, the additional effect gained from allocating points to Summon Familiar with Wind Spirit Moon Shadow allowed God to form a bond with Flora. Therefore, he always harbored a certain longing for spells with summoning abilities. He hoped that after allocating points with Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, he might also experience a surprise similar to that of Flora. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. we warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439, Summoning a Mount. Gauda now possesses only a tiny fraction of his original essence stored within his wind spirit moon shadow. He used up all his first ring essence before ascending to the next ring. The remaining essence was from the second ring, obtained during his campaign against the Snowfield Guardians. Beyond that, there is nothing left. This is because capturing second ring Leeline creatures alive is far more difficult than capturing first ring ones. The clan members sent to capture Leeline creatures for Gauda are all second ring Iceborn mages. For them, capturing Leeline creatures alive carries considerable risk. A basic concept: to defeat an enemy, you only need to be slightly stronger. To kill them, you need to be much stronger. To capture them alive without risk, you need overwhelming power. Clearly, most second-ring Iceborn mages cannot overwhelmingly defeat second-ring Leeline creatures. Even defeating one-on-one is considered a feat. Therefore, the safest way for Gauda to continue passively acquiring second-ring essence is to deploy third-ring Iceborn mages. However, even within this Hending tribe, there were only a little over 200 third-ring mages, considered high-ranking members, so it wasn't appropriate to send them out to do chores at will. But now that Gauda had advanced to the second ring, there was no need to be polite anymore. He was the king of Zhenbing, and had already done so much for Zhenbing. It was his right to dispatch tribesmen to serve him. If he were to be so fussy, what kind of king would he be? He might as well be a steward. Gauda had no psychological barriers to this. On his very first day after advancing to the second ring, he had already mobilized nearly 10 third-ring ice-blooded mages to go out and hunt for him. While waiting for the hunting team to return, he focused on constructing spell models. After finishing his homework for the day, Gauda had just left his residence when he received good news from the Ministry of Agriculture. The Northwest Barley No. 2 variety, Blood Crystal Barley cold-resistant barley, had been successfully cultivated. Keep in mind that this was only a little over 2 weeks since the Ministry of Agriculture began cultivating the Northwest Barley No. 2 variety. But upon reflection, it wasn't surprising. With the assistance of numerous mages skilled in natural arts capable of cultivating blood crystal wheat and cold-resistant wheat, and with Flora, a veritable grand druid who never needs rest, leading the already experienced wheat hybridization and breeding work, it indeed didn't take too much time. Soon, in the newly developed Flora's abundant farm, Gauda saw the mature Northwest Barley No. 2 variety. Compared to the original blood crystal wheat, the new generation of Northwest Barley No. 2, while still retaining its deep red color, had an added, subtle brown hue. This brown hue came from the cold-resistant wheat. Gauda's requirement for Northwest Barley No. 2 was to retain the characteristics of blood crystal wheat as much as possible. The cold resistance of cold-resistant wheat was a supplementary characteristic, not a replacement. The addition of cold resistance shouldn't diminish the blood crystal wheat's own effects of replenishing ki and blood and enhancing physical constitution. It was precisely because of this requirement that the cultivation of Northwest Barley No. 2 took so long, otherwise it would have been successful long ago. The time invested was worthwhile. The Northwest Barley No. 2 variety perfectly met Gauda's requirements. However, there was still considerable room for optimization. The yield per mu is only about 100 kilograms, and it ripens in June, Gauda murmured softly. This was the data Flora had reported to him. The Northwest Barley No. 1 variety, obtained from Jinwei My hard-resistant wheat, yielded between 160 and 180 kilograms per mu and ripened in April. On the same land, the yield of Northwest Barley No. 1 would be more than double that of No. 2. I'll try to increase the yield per mu, please, Lady Flora, Gauda said to Flora. Flora patted her chest confidently, not loudly, but with great spirit. In addition, Flora's abundant farm has cultivated nearly 200,000 mu of land, but less than 10,000 mu are actually usable. Elsa, who was also there to check on the Northwest Barley No. 2 variety, reported to Gauda, handing him a farm map. Unlike Northwest Barley No. 1, Northwest Barley No. 2 perfectly inherited the demanding requirements of blood crystal wheat for cultivation, namely the 3 key points of dormant awakening, rusty ironware, and fertile soil. Dormant awakening is the simplest and requires no attention. The latter 2 points require barren land that has not grown any other plants for a century and soil rich in iron. The former is relatively easy. In the north, Finding land where other plants have grown is difficult. However, the latter requires careful cultivation. Phoenix is not a small-scale operation, so after a simple search, they easily obtained a large quantity of rusty ironware. Burying this rusty ironware in the reclaimed fields quickly yielded nearly 10,000 acres of usable land. However, once this stockpile was depleted, the construction of usable land would depend on mining iron ore, the effort required of which is considerable. Looking at the vast tracts of land marked on the map that had been cultivated but were not yet usable, Gada thought for a moment and said, "The current amount of land at the abundant farm is already insufficient. We can temporarily halt the reclamation progress and continue to invest manpower in the reclamation of the Golden Radiance farm. As for the abundant farm, take it slow, there's no rush." The Northwest Barley No. 1 variety is positioned as a staple food and needs to be widely distributed. The No. 2 variety should be positioned as a nutritional supplement. A little delay won't make a difference, Gada said to Elsa. This is similar to the difference between rice and eggs. Eggs are important, but without eggs, at most people will suffer from malnutrition, not starve. Production can be increased gradually. Okay, Elsa made some notes in her handwritten manuscript. This was her habit, because there were too many things to handle in Phoenix, too many changes, and without timely recording, it was easy to forget. Also, I think the plains around Phoenix seem to be running out of land. Gada put down the map and added. Phoenix's catchment area is also limited. Yes, the War Mother discovered this a long time ago. Elsa put down her manuscript and looked directly at God. Her idea is to cultivate farms in the snowfields between Phoenix and Valor Bay. That's fine, God nodded slightly, affirming Sunifa's idea. The snowfields in the north are vast and arable, but that doesn't mean that just because the land meets the planting conditions, it can be cultivated and planted. A very important point is that Phoenix cannot be out of reach. It must be under their noses. At least until the North is unified. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to take care of, and it will be easy to attract the attention of other iceborne tribes. Afterwards, Flora took Odd to see the low-budget version of the dragonblood fungus cultivation site. Since there was only one frost lizard, both the amount of its droppings and the area it could cover with its daily respiration were extremely limited. Therefore, the northern version of the dragonblood fungus cultivation site was even smaller than a small workshop, just a tiny piece of land where the spores that God had taken from the tail of the dragonblood fungus were planted. Because the iceborne mages who mastered the arts of nature were busy cultivating the ever-frozen oak and Northwest Barley No. 2, they couldn't spare the manpower to care for these spores. Therefore, after more than 2 weeks, the northern version of the dragonblood fungus, which hadn't received the cultivation of the arts of nature, had only just sprouted, but fortunately, it was thriving and had survived. As Flora said, because all the conditions were low in version, the cultivated dragonblood fungus would be less than 20% as effective as the original. The good news was that a longer cultivation period could compensate for this. Let's call it ice lizard blood fungus, Gwent thought for a moment, deciding to give the northern version of the dragonblood fungus a new name. Firstly, it was descriptive, and secondly, it was to distance itself from the original dragonblood fungus and avoid potential future trouble. After inspecting the Northwest Barley No. 2 and the ice lizard blood fungus, Gwent took Elsa to inspect the road construction site in Phoenix. This was his first time inspecting a construction site. But in reality, thanks to the far-sightedness of Mandorazai, God had already inspected the site countless times. However, Gada also understood that inspections often carried more than just their literal meaning. They also implied other implications, and the form was not to be ignored. The simplest example was that if he hadn't inspected a single Ministry of Construction project since his return, instead frequently visiting the Ministry of Agriculture, it would raise concerns about favoritism and could potentially disrupt interdepartmental coordination. Often, the political system is like a large family, with him and Sunifa as the parents and these departments as their children. It's understandable and natural to show more concern for the outstanding children. But regardless, no child can be completely neglected. Gauda's timing was also opportune. Today was the completion date of the first phase of the Phoenix Road Network expansion project. Of course, while it seemed like a coincidence, it was also within his control. Yesterday, through Mandora's Eye of Magic, he had deduced that it should be completed today. Because it was the completion day, many high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Construction were present, and the main roads were packed with workers. As Gauda had initially requested, At least one person from each of the tribes incorporated into Phoenix was to be recruited into the Ministry of Construction. Therefore, most of the senior officials from the Ministry of Construction present were from other tribes, with only one or two truly from this Hending tribe. Even the current nominal Minister of Construction, Peard, was from another tribe. During this time, Gada had also learned about his background. Before becoming the acting Minister of Construction, he was the young chieftain of a tribe called the Erote tribe. The Erote tribe was a medium-sized ice-blooded tribe, and it was one of the earliest medium-sized ice-blooded tribes to join Phoenix, precisely because of the young chieftain Peard's willful actions. It was for this reason, coupled with Peard's own exceptional abilities, that Sunifa appointed him as the acting Minister of Construction, entrusting him with the heavy responsibility of expanding Phoenix and constructing the Valor Tunnel. Gada arrived with Elsa and Flora, who had come to join the fun. This lineup was absolutely top tier in Phoenix. Minister Peard hurriedly came forward, nervously rubbing his hands. The first phase of the road network project mainly focused on the construction of the main roads. With the main roads completed, the zoning became clear and concise. Construction could then proceed grid by grid, proceeding square by square, the second, third, and subsequent phases. The first phase of the road network was the foundation of Phoenix's expansion, its importance undeniable. Gada first scouted the entire network with Elsa, then tested it with a fully loaded cargo wagon. He also had a sorcerer tap the road surface with an ice pick to test its resistance. Finally, the underground pipes were inspected. Everything satisfied Gada greatly, even exceeding his expectations. His design, not only for Phoenix but even by outside standards, was far too advanced and demanding to comprehend. While Build might not fully understand the necessity of certain design elements, he still meticulously followed the requirements, leaving no room for error. This was Build's excellence. Anyone who has worked in construction knows how rare it is to find a construction team that can perfectly replicate a design. Satisfied, Gada didn't hold back his praise, delivering a passionate speech on the spot, affirming the Ministry of Construction's achievements and outlining future prospects, which drew cheers. Another week quickly passed, bringing it to the end of May. During this time, Gada successfully mastered his third second circle spell, and his first second circle attack spell, Bloodstained Face, Necromancer. Second circle, you imbue a melee weapon with the ability to inflict a horrific wound on the target's forehead. When the weapon strikes a living creature, in addition to the normal hit effect, the wielder can freely create a bloody wound on the target's forehead, causing bleeding damage. A somewhat useless skill for most mages, but for Gada, it was a perfect synergy with Northern Wind. As long as it hit the target, it would instantly bleed them dry. However, the spell was so brutal that Gada hesitated to test its power. This dilemma lasted less than a day. The next day, the hunting party Gada sent out, composed of third circle mages, returned with their first batch of prey, laden with spoils. While acquiring the source, Gada immediately tested the power of Bloodstained Face on these prey. In terms of spells, melee spells have a natural disadvantage compared to ranged spells. However, being a second circle spell, the compensation is increased power. The total bleeding damage caused by Bloodstained Face is as high as 40 degrees. However, this isn't an ideal state, because bleeding damage is continuous damage. As long as the opponent heals in time to stop the bleeding, the damage can be interrupted. Another point is that the visual effect of Bloodstained Face is very striking. Directly opening a slit on the enemy's forehead is much more ferocious than a bottle. After a slaughter, Gada obtained his second complete second circle source. With surplus resources, as expected, he directly used this source point on Summon Mount. With branches and leaves growing and light shining brightly, the original Summon Mount spell model, composed of 229 spell stars, quickly expanded to a new model composed of 289 spell stars, Summon Mount Plus, Conjuration, Second Ring, summons a spirit with exceptional intelligence, strength, and loyalty as a mount, and establishes a long-term contract with it. Additional equipment sharing. You can use the same contract to contract a set of weapons and armor that you are proficient in. The mount's spirit space will be able to hold them, and you can retrieve the equipment from the spirit space when needed. Spirit Guardian. Your spirit mount will be able to take one melee attack aimed at you, absorbing full damage, after which it will immediately disappear. Chapter 440 Betrayal. The enhancement directions of Summon Mount Plus and Gain a Familiar Plus are different. However, God wasn't disappointed by this. In fact, The enhancement of Gain a Familiar Plus wasn't particularly overpowered. Its additional effect is that the summoned familiar will no longer be limited to the original family or animal, but will expand to any creature of rank 1. Aside from Flora, how powerful can any creature truly willing to serve God and of rank 1, even without species restrictions, be? Essentially, it's Flora who is powerful, not Gain a Familiar Plus. The spell effect of Summon Mount Plus is to summon a spirit. From this perspective, its enhancement direction is different from Gain a Familiar Plus. The latter obtains a real creature, and creatures have infinite possibilities, while spirits are created later. Very reasonable. At least the enhancement effect of Summon Mount Plus is exceptionally useful for God. His North Wind finally has a place to go. As a powerful ice-type magical weapon, North Wind's strength is an advantage, but it also brings many inconveniences to Gouda. Even with a specially made scabbard that can slightly conceal the constant chill emanating from North Wind, it's only a slight concealment, it can still be detected at any close distance. Therefore, Gouda often has to leave North Wind at home. This is a very insecure situation. Firstly, he worries about not being able to retrieve North Wind in an emergency. Secondly, he worries about North Wind being left unattended at home and potentially suffering some kind of accident. Now, thanks to the equipment sharing effect, Gouda can store North Wind in the spirit space of his spirit mount, retrieving it whenever needed. The additional set of armor shares is also just enough to store a set of rune constructs. Because rune constructs are holistic, all parts must be combined to form a complete set of armor, which can be fully contracted and placed in the spirit space. It can be said that the changes in Summon Mount Plus perfectly correspond to all Gouda's needs. The second additional effect, Spirit Guardian, is quite self-explanatory. It simply provides a protective charm. Perhaps this charm is somewhat useless in mage duels, as mages primarily rely on ranged spells, with melee combat being a niche skill. However, this doesn't mean the charm is useless. Compared to internal strife, battle mages actually fight ley-line creatures far more frequently. And ley-line creatures, regardless of whether they possess ranged attack abilities, are generally extremely skilled in melee combat and are incredibly resilient. Spirit Guardian becomes exceptionally useful in this situation. Now that the Summon Mount Plus effect was confirmed, Gouda no longer needed to hold back and immediately tried the spell. The summoned spirit mount would undoubtedly be enormous, so it couldn't be tested directly in the training room. Gouda went outside and cast Summon Mount Plus in the open space in front of the door. On the emerald mana crystal in the mana pool, a magical rune suddenly detached from the crystal and swiftly traveled along the extensive main mana channels within Gouda's body, reaching the spell's starry sea and activating the spell model. Gouda gently waved his hand, his gaze locking onto the open space before him. The next moment, a six-pointed star magic circle suddenly lit up on the snow surface of the open space, and amidst the surging light, a piece of information surfaced in Gouda's mind. This was the selection of the spirit mount's appearance required for the first casting of a spell. He could freely choose from 5 forms: warhorse, pony, camel, elk, and mastiff. Without hesitation, Gouda chose the warhorse, the most common and aesthetically pleasing form. This was somewhat like choosing a car paint color. While everyone has their own preferences, black is always the safest and most timeless choice. But that wasn't all. After choosing the form, he still had to choose the type of spirit. A spirit creature. Gouda made his decision in a second. There was no need for hesitation. Unless someone was out of their mind or had some peculiar fetish, no one would choose a demonic form that would bring them so much inconvenience. The third choice was language. A spirit mount could understand the language its master knew. Common language. Gouda chose the common language of humanity, not Ace language. As the 3 choices were settled, the light within the hexagram array shone brightly once more, even rippling outwards at a visible speed. Gouda could clearly feel a vast consciousness from another world, or perhaps it should be called the spirit world, resonating with his spirit through the array, a pure and vibrant fluctuation unique to spirit beings. The next instant, the light at the array's core suddenly contracted, condensing into a pillar of light, within which the outline of a steed vaguely appeared. The pillar of light gradually became transparent, and the outline transformed into a clear entity, coming into view. A spirit warhorse, its body still shimmering with a faint starlight, slowly materialized. Its mane shimmered with tiny sparkles, its hooves cast faint spiritual light, and its amber pupils gleamed with spiritual light as it curiously observed Gauda. At the same time, the six-pointed star array beneath the warhorse's feet detached from the ground, rising into the air and rapidly shrinking until it became the size of a seal, imprinted directly on the warhorse's brow. As the mark settled, Gauda clearly felt the threads of a contract quietly forming between him and the spirit warhorse before him. The casting time for Summon Mount Plus was rather long. Although this was partly due to the need to sign a contract and make choices on the first cast, even disregarding these, it still took several seconds. Such a long casting animation clearly indicated that this was not a combat spell. Its purpose wasn't to allow you to quickly summon a mount to escape powerful enemies in battle, but rather for commuting, essentially a portable mode of transportation. Gauda telepathically transmitted a thought to the spirit warhorse. The warhorse immediately understood, striding to Gauda's side and slightly bending its knees. Gauda leaped onto its back, mounting the spirit warhorse. Although it was a spirit, the riding experience was not much different from that of a real creature. In fact, because it was a spirit and lacked bones and other physical matter, it felt exceptionally soft and perfectly suited his body, even more comfortable than a real warhorse. He wanted to test the spirit warhorse's speed, but he had other business to attend to. Gauda dismounted and drew the north wind from its sheath. Without the sheath's protection, the chilling aura of this true ice magic weapon instantly burst forth. However, the man and the horse, one with a mid-level ice protection body and true ice bloodline, the other a spirit, were unaffected by the chill. He took out the north wind to test the effect of equipment sharing. Gauda sent out a contract to the north wind. The next moment, the six-pointed star array that had been hidden on the forehead of his spirit warhorse reappeared, began to rotate in reverse, and transformed into a stream of light that rapidly wrapped around the sword. Then, a strange feeling arose in Gauda's mind. Following this feeling, with a slight thought, the sword, north wind, was immediately enveloped in a stream of light and vanished from Gauda's hand in the blink of an eye. It had been stored in his spirit space. Even though he was somewhat prepared, Gauda was still astonished by this sight. He tried to retrieve north wind from his spirit space. As his thoughts shifted, faint ripples appeared in the space, and after a brief pause, north wind reappeared in Gauda's hand. It wasn't without delay, but this delay was negligible in most cases. It was essentially the same time it would take to draw the sword. It was as if retrieving the sword from the spirit space replaced the original action of drawing it, but the convenience was worlds apart. The novelty of the low-end special ring was intense. Gauda repeatedly drew and sheathed his sword over and over again before finally managing to calm his excitement, while simultaneously developing an immense longing for a real special ring. He wondered if such a thing even existed, and if so, what level of extraordinary equipment it was. Gauda judged it to be at least level 5. Milo didn't know whether to consider himself lucky or unlucky. In any case, only a week after receiving the mission he had so strongly resisted, he had actually witnessed the new king leaving Phoenix alone. It seemed even the heavens were smiling upon him. Although he didn't want this favor at this moment, the die was cast. Upon receiving the news, Milo immediately left Phoenix, chasing after Gauda. He hadn't placed any special tracking items on Gauda, but there was only one newly built road from Phoenix to Valor Bay. Therefore, it was the only way. As long as he followed this path and was fast enough, he could catch up with Gauda. He was a third-ring mage, and with the enhancement of his spells, catching up with God wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, God hadn't set off much earlier than him. Furthermore, 2 other people had been lying in ambush halfway down this inevitable route, waiting for God to reveal himself. Thinking this, Milo sped forward. God didn't plan to return to Valor Bay, because normally he would return there to travel to the Plantagenet Kingdom via astral teleportation. He intended to stay in the north for a few more days to settle things there. The reason he left Phoenix was simply because he had just acquired a spirit mount and was eager to experience its speed. Like buying a new road bike, wouldn't you ride it a couple of times first? He also wanted to test the spell's specific effects. Gauda mounted the spirit warhorse. A strange sensation spread from his rump, soft yet supportive, without the discomfort of bones digging into it. Every point of contact felt like it was being gently lifted by energy, the sensation indistinguishable from a high-end sofa. Without any physical manipulation, he sent a signal to move through telepathy, and the spirit warhorse immediately took off. The surrounding scenery began to distort and warp, a biting wind whipping snow past his sides, feeling like thousands of icy blades grazing his cheeks, but Goddard felt no cold, only immense comfort. With the aid of Mandora's eye, he quickly obtained a precise figure. 60 kilometers per hour. The speed of a spirit mount was roughly the upper limit of a normal horse's running speed in reality, approximately 60 kilometers per hour. However, this was not the upper limit of a spirit mount's speed. The spell description included the phrase, "When you ride this mount, all spells you cast that target only yourself will also affect the mount," meaning that spirit mounts can benefit from spell enhancements. Goddard immediately cast all the speed spells he knew, except for Wolf Speed Plus, Great Stride Plus, Light Feather Step Plus, and Leap Plus. He excluded Wolf Speed Plus, because its effect was to increase speed to a fixed value, which was lower than the spirit mount's base speed. With the 3 spells, the spirit mount's speed indeed increased further, exceeding 70 kilometers per hour. After riding for an hour, Goddard was satisfied and temporarily put away the spirit mount. He still needed to return to Phoenix, and the reason he put away the spirit mount was that since he was already out, he wanted to experience the feeling of flight as well. When he first learned of Boeing's possession ability, he had tried flying once, but that was indoors, and he dared not fly high, feeling restricted in various ways. Now, with the sky high and the land wide open, and no need to worry about being discovered, he could finally experience the feeling of flying to his heart's content. Goddard cast Wild Agility Plus, summoning Boeing, who was still digesting the 5th tier wind element bioenergy core. The cyan figure appeared in the icy snow. He directly activated Boeing's possession ability. Without many fancy moves, Boeing directly crashed into Goddard. This collision did not shake Goddard's body, nor did it produce any impact on him, because Boeing directly entered Goddard's body, as if it had originally been a shadow of Goddard, now merging into the main body. With Boeing's possession, Goddard immediately felt his body become lighter. He controlled the cyan vortex surrounding him to flow upwards. Then, Goddard floated up in an extremely light posture. This time, it wasn't just a matter of flying a meter or two and then stopping. He soared upwards, ever upwards, rising straight up into the blue sky. In the distance, Milo, after a strenuous chase, finally spotted Goddard's figure in the snow. Staring at Goddard suspended in midair, his mouth agape, his face filled with disbelief. He's a third-ring mage? Flight is an ability only a third-ring mage can master. This is common knowledge. Realizing this, Milo's already resistant emotions intensified. He himself was only a third-ring mage. The thought that Goddard was highly likely already a third-ring mage, though he didn't know how he had done it, sent a chill down Milo's spine. He was a very self-aware man. Milo had a certain confidence in his own strength, but who is Goddard? He was the prophesied king of the North. Could someone like himself, a nobody, compare? A figure like the king of the North, while not necessarily capable of defeating enemies of a higher level like the War Mother Sunifa, should certainly be invincible among those of the same level. To attack Goddard, who was highly likely already a third-ring mage? Milo felt like he was courting death. Chapter 441: A Visit to Demand Justice. According to previous reports, the new king was supposed to have limited strength, so how could he have become a third-ring mage in the blink of an eye? A storm raged in Milo's mind. Naturally, he immediately connected this strange occurrence to the awakening of the True Ice bloodline by Goddard not long ago. But even after Sunifa awakened the True Ice bloodline, it took her over a year to reach the third ring. How could the new king ascend to such a height in such a short time? This was too illogical. Unless the new king's awakened True Ice bloodline was even stronger than Sunifa's. How could that be? Sunifa was already a pure-blooded Iceborn, theoretically possessing the strongest power among Iceborn bloodlines. How could she be stronger? No, that didn't seem impossible either. The new king was the prophesied hope for the North's revival. He would surely do many things beyond common sense. Before the new king's arrival, could I have imagined that the North would one day be able to grow food? Certainly not, so judging the new king by common sense was wrong. Various thoughts raced through Milo's mind in an instant. After going through everything in his mind, he had figured it out, and his evaluation of Goddard was now far higher than that of the War Mother, Sunifa. The king of the North was the number one in the North. Not now, but he would be in the future. Facing such a figure, even if they were of the same mage level, even if Goddard was only a second-ring mage, he might still be able to turn the tables and kill him. Sunifa could kill a fifth-ring mage from a fourth-ring position, let alone Goddard. No, I absolutely cannot make a move. Making a move would be suicide. Phoenix is clearly getting better and better, and the future looks increasingly promising. I can't make another mistake. There's still a chance to salvage everything. A myriad of thoughts raced through Milo's mind, and in an instant, he made an extremely wise decision. He stopped, concealed himself in the snow, and let Goddard continue flying high and far away. Only after Goddard had completely disappeared from his sight, and after waiting quietly for nearly 10 minutes, did Milo leap out of the snow. Staring blankly at the clear, empty sky, he remained lost in thought for a long time. Finally, Milo gritted his teeth and made a decision. He sprang into action once more, continuing along the road leading to Valor Bay. Of course, this time Milo's goal was no longer to follow God. Humans have an innate fear of heights, yet they forever yearn for the sky. God had already overcome his fear of flight in Auckland, and now only enjoyed it. As a spirit of the wind element, Boeing possessed an innate talent for controlling airflow, something humans could never match no matter how much they practiced. After possessing Boeing, although God couldn't fully inherit Boeing's air manipulation abilities, even just a smattering of it made him feel right at home. Flying, in fact, is a science, similar to swimming, requiring skill. This is because there are various chaotic and invisible air currents in the air, each with different forms, forces, and important parameters such as horizontal wind speed gradients and the strength of vertical updrafts. Normal humans simply cannot analyze these airflow parameters instantly, so when flying, they rely more on experience and muscle memory. When mages are of similar levels, the degree of control and utilization of airflow often results in a significant difference in their flight speed. The initial flight speed provided by the flight spell is between 60 and 80 km per hour. A mage who has just mastered flight will often only manage an average cruising speed of around 50 km per hour. Under the same conditions, a skilled mage can maintain an average cruising speed of over 70 km per hour, and even occasionally break the 80 km per hour speed limit with favorable weather. Furthermore, maintaining flight is extremely mana-intensive. Superior flying skills reduce the mage's interaction with airflow, significantly reducing mana consumption. Therefore, considering all these factors, although flight is only a third circle spell, it has evolved into a complex discipline, flight itself. Mastering the art of flight is merely the beginning. Truly mastering flight, learning to control and utilize various air currents, requires at least 10 years of arduous practice just to barely pass the novice stage. Even so, despite the immense effort and time commitment, flight is a skill every higher ring mage must practice and master. It's a fundamental skill for higher ring mages. If I know it and you don't, you'll be in trouble. The Sea Sentinel's library contains many flight techniques summarized by mages, available for higher ring mages to study. But unlike humans, the boomer possesses an innate sensory ability. Without analysis or experience, it naturally understands how to respond to and utilize the current air currents. It's as simple as eating and drinking for it. No practice, no analysis, everything is done by feeling. This effortless sense allows higher ring mages to easily reach altitudes exceeding 2,000 meters, a height most mages wouldn't attempt. The higher the altitude, the thinner the air becomes. Furthermore, the temperature drops significantly at high altitudes, affecting mobility. Furthermore, the higher the altitude, the more complex and intense the airflow usually becomes, potentially leading to gales and turbulence, increasing the difficulty and instability of flight. However, these problems were not issues for Gouda. His adaptive ability had already granted him oxygen uptake and cold resistance far exceeding that of ordinary people, and Boeing's possession also made him unafraid of turbulent airflow. He could clearly sense that, if he wished, he could continue flying upwards without any challenges or dangers. However, the rapid depletion of his internal mana caused Gouda to slow down slightly. Even when flying using Boeing's possession ability instead of directly casting the third circle spell, flight, controlling the airflow still required a significant amount of his own mana. He was, after all, only an early-stage second circle mage, and his mana was still limited. Besides, he was not afraid of extreme natural environments. But as everyone knows, creatures that exist in the most extreme environments are also exceptionally powerful. If you were to accidentally encounter a third or fourth circle eline creature, he would be in for a rough time. No Zuo no die. After enjoying the ride, Gouda wisely kept his altitude at around 1,500 meters above the ground, chose the direction of Phoenix, and sped off. However, He only flew a short distance before obediently landing and summoning his spirit mount again. At least with his current magical power, flying was not enough to be his daily commute. There was still hope, though. Now, because he had obtained the second ring feat of the Ice Bloodline, he was also studying the Ice Secret Manual. Once his progress in studying the Ice Secret Manual was up, Gata would have twice the magical power of a mage of the same level. This was the greatest advantage of studying multiple magic paths simultaneously. As long as you weren't afraid of delaying your own mage level, you could have combat power far exceeding that of a mage of the same level. My king, only half a day after returning to Phoenix, Sunafa had already come knocking on the door, as is customary. Unusually, Sunafa's expression was extremely cold and solemn. What is it? As his golden partner, Gata immediately put down his wolf hairbrush and asked seriously. She waved her hand, and Catherine, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, dragged the middle-aged man into the room like a chick. Who is he? Gata frowned. Confess yourself. Catherine gave him a hard shove, and the middle-aged man stumbled and fell in front of Gata's desk, his knees hitting the ground heavily with a thud. The man immediately knelt down, his head touching the ground, his voice trembling with sobs, and cried out, "My king, I was confused, I am guilty, tell me the details." Gata ignored the man's genuine emotion and shame, tapping his fingertips on the back of the chair as he scrutinized the man. The man was quite sensible. He swallowed hard, raised his head, and immediately began to recount the whole story. It wasn't complicated. It was the story of a tribal orphan who was bribed by the Winter's Hammer, rising through the ranks in the True Ice tribe with the resources provided by the Winter's Hammer, while simultaneously betraying the True Ice tribe's interests. This kind of plot was so classic that it didn't surprise anyone at all. Over the years, I've made too many mistakes. Though I feel remorse, I've strayed too deep, and there's no turning back. But with your arrival, the Zhenbing tribe has prospered, and I've grown increasingly regretful of my actions. I've spent countless sleepless nights trying to confess to you everything I've done, to atone for my mistakes, but my inner cowardice has led me to repeatedly run away, until this time, a year later, Winter's Hammer has contacted me again, and this time their target is you. Their intelligence tells them you often leave Phoenix alone for Valor Bay, and they want to exploit this loophole, wanting me to attack you on your journey to Valor Bay. Even if I'm confused, no matter how many mistakes I've made over the years, I'm still a member of this Zhenbing tribe. How could I possibly harm you? I pretended to agree, then used the opportunity to lure out the other Winter's Hammer agents planted in Phoenix, captured them, and then surrendered to confess. I know this isn't enough to atone for my mistakes, but it's the only thing I can do. Please give me a chance to redeem myself. I'm willing to die on the front lines. With that, Milo lowered his head heavily and never looked up again. After listening to Milo's account, God narrowed his eyes and looked at Catherine, his gaze questioning. Catherine nodded slightly. Milo did indeed capture 2 Winter's Hammer spies and brought them to the sheriff's office to confess. I see. God's gaze wandered, lost in thought. After a moment, he raised his head, looked at Sunafa, and asked softly, "What are your thoughts?" Sunafa's face remained expressionless, but her words were filled with murderous intent. "Those who defy fate shall die." Gaudi was slightly startled, sensing Sunafa's decision and resolute intent. Now is the time for development. It's not particularly appropriate to initiate a war, my king. You're right. The way to unify the North shouldn't be through military force, but the matter at hand is no longer related to unification. I can allow them to question the prophecy of the War Mother of Aurisha, but I absolutely will not allow them to overstep their bounds with you, let alone attempt to harm you. Gaudi thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Since things have come to this, then let's do as you wish and launch an attack on Winter's Hammer. This is indeed an excellent and justifiable pretext. They made the first move, so it's no wonder we retaliate. We will act with dignity. No. Sunafa shook her head seriously in response to Gaudi's words. My king, this is not a pretext. You are the king of the Frostfire, and the Winter's Hammer has offended you. Our Frostfire tribe will punish these disobedient ones for you, regardless of unification. Gaudi's gaze met Sunafa's icy blue eyes. His resolute and earnest expression was unmistakable. Gaudi realized then that he had underestimated Sunafa's respect for him, and his place in her heart. Faced with this situation, as the person involved and the victim, he hadn't suffered any real harm or threat, so he didn't have much emotion. His first thought was to use this as an opportunity to attack the Winter's Hammer, to launch this war with a righteous pretext, and to maximize his gains. Sunafa, as an observer, however, reacted with the anger that only a party involved should have. She never intended to exploit the situation for maximum benefit, she only wanted to make an example of them, to give those who defied God the most severe punishment. Furthermore, I have no intention of attacking Winterhammer. As you said, even though our Zhenbing tribe is far stronger than Winterhammer, heavy casualties are inevitable once war breaks out. In that case, Sunifa lowered her eyelids, her tone returning to calm. I will go alone to Winterhammer to demand an explanation for you. Alone. God sat up straight immediately. He knew Sunifa's strength, and it wasn't that he was questioning her, but it was still a large tribe, after all. That's enough, Sunifa didn't explain further. God gave Sunifa a deep look, and could only say, then I'll have to trouble you. He knew that if he insisted on stopping her, Sunifa would still listen to him. But he didn't stop her. Just as Sunifa had unconditionally trusted him, he gave Sunifa the same unconditional trust. Wait for me to come back. Sunifa didn't waste any more words, and with that, she turned and left decisively. In the office, Gaudi glanced at Milo, who was still kneeling on the ground, waved his hand, and said to Catherine, take him away first. We'll decide what to do with him when Sunifa returns. After Catherine led Milo away, Gaudi had no heart to continue his draft work. Since the matter had already occurred, it would be a pity not to take advantage of it. He was thinking about whether he could use this incident, if not to seize Winter's hammer, at least to carve out a piece of flesh from it, thereby accelerating the unification of the North. However, all of this depended on the effect of Sunifa's punishment trip. It was settled. Thinking of this, Gaudi felt he could start planning how to make a big deal out of it. Compared to his own cheat code and cheating, Sunifa was a born ruler, both in terms of talent and ability. Since she had taken action, she definitely had the means. Chapter 442 Birth of Ice and Snow vs. Master Sheep. The City Hall's official system was still imperfect, and there were still many things in Phoenix that needed Sunifa's oversight. It wasn't the right time for her to simply leave. However, Winterhammer had attacked God, so she had to go no matter what. In her eyes, God's dignity was paramount. Besides, God was still in the North, with him in Phoenix overseeing its development. Sunifa felt quite at ease. Since she was going alone to confront them, Sunifa chose to travel by air. Her flying speed was unmatched by God, even her cruising speed exceeded 100 kilometers per hour. This speed, combined with the ability to travel in a straight line, meant that even though Phoenix and the Winterhammer tribe's base were extremely far apart, Sunifa could easily reach them within a day. The next day, she arrived outside the Winterhammer's territory. Sunifa made no attempt to conceal her movements. Therefore, even before she arrived at the Winterhammer tribe, Yarna, the war mother of Winterhammer, had already sensed something. As a war mother, Yarna was naturally intelligent and wouldn't harbor any illusions. Upon seeing Sunifa from afar, she realized that their plan had been exposed. Her expression immediately changed drastically. The scene from last year, when she and Helika joined forces but were still easily crushed by Sunifa, flashed before her eyes. That time had completely terrified her. Sunifa was too powerful, so powerful that Yarna couldn't muster even the slightest desire to resist. It was a complete and utter crushing defeat. Not only in terms of individual strength, but even her most prized possession, the foundation of the Winterhammer tribe, the icebreaker, was crushed before Sunifa's blizzard. Although she unconsciously trembled with fear, an unusual glint flashed in Yarna's eyes. She knew she was no match for Sunifa, and the other mages in her clan were no match for her either. She was aware of this, but now there was a powerful outsider within her clan. Yarna's reason for targeting God with Milo was not only to use the new king to control Zhenbing, but also to lure Sunifa to their doorstep, allowing her to use him as a pawn. The plan hadn't gone smoothly. She hadn't captured the new king, but Sunifa had indeed come knocking. If they could take down Sunifa, the newly awakened Zhenbing bloodline would be too weak to pose a significant threat. Before Sunifa even reached the skies above Winterhammer's encampment, the Grand Elder of Winterhammer had already come out to greet her. What brings you, Mother Zhenbing, to Winterhammer? Even with Winterhammer and hundreds of thousands of members behind him, the Grand Elder's voice trembled uncontrollably as he faced the solitary and incredibly young Sunifa. Sunifa remained calm and casually took out two portraits. You know these two, don't you? The Grand Elder glanced at them and his heart skipped a beat. How could he not know them? He wanted to deny it, but dared not. Admitting it was even more out of the question. Seeing his demeanor, Sunifa didn't mince words with him. These two ambushed outside my phoenix a few days ago, intending to attack our king. Their intentions were sinister. After being captured, they confessed that they were agents planted by your Winter's Hammer within our true ice, and their actions were at your behest. Our king is the king of my race. Since your Winter's Hammer harbors such evil intentions, you are our blood enemies. She had come to demand justice, and there was no beating around the bush or hiding any ulterior motives. She directly accused the Winter's Hammer. The Grand Elder was already trembling with fear, and after hearing Sunifa's words, his vision blurred, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. War Mother Sunifa, there must be some misunderstanding, he hurriedly tried to explain, attempting to distance himself. I'm not here to hear your explanations. Sunifa looked down at the Grand Elder, her gaze icy. Seeing the coldness emanating from Sunifa, the Grand Elder knew that passing the buck was useless. He lowered his head. War Mother Sunifa, what these two did was definitely not at our behest, but since things have come to this, we, the Winter's Hammer, are willing to apologize to you. We wonder what we can do to appease you. Such a serious matter must have been caused by your clan's War Mother, Sunifa said calmly. It's simple, a life for a life. The Grand Elder was stunned by Sunifa's directness and domineering attitude, and subconsciously blurted out, but isn't the new king alright? You made your move. Sunifa's eyes grew even colder. She reached behind her and took down the blizzard from her back. This action made the Grand Elder tremble. As news of Sunifa's underdog victory and swift slaying of Ryan of the Fifth Ring spread, the power of her blizzard bow grew ever stronger. The Grand Elder had no doubt that if Sunifa drew blizzard, he might not even be able to withstand a single arrow. War Mother Sunifa, wait, the Grand Elder cried out urgently, his heart filled with anxiety as he wondered why his War Mother hadn't appeared yet. The moment Yarna sensed Sunifa's arrival, she instructed him to stall for time while she went to seek reinforcements. In a collapsing nest, no egg remains unbroken. Despite his fear, the Grand Elder had no choice but to accept the task and buy time. He thought he could at least delay her for a few minutes, if not for a very long time. But Sunifa was so domineering and ruthless, she hadn't even uttered 5 sentences before abruptly drawing her bow. He didn't want to die. Watching Sunifa slowly pull back the bowstring, the Grand Elder's Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably. Mother Yarna is out today, not in the clan. Finally, in a moment of desperation, he shouted, his voice trembling, hoping to buy some more time. Then you will suffer for her for now. When she returns, I will settle accounts with her separately. Sunifa spoke in an extremely calm tone, a cruel statement devoid of any warmth. Tiny ice crystals condensed between her brows, and murderous intent surged in her lake blue eyes. The bowstring was drawn back, and icy blue magic gathered between the strings as if alive, wisps of cold air condensing into crystal clear pure ice at a visible speed. Every line in the gradually forming pure ice arrow emanated a bone-chilling cold. The solemn killing intent and coldness enveloped the Grand Elder as if they were tangible, making him, an iceborn mage, feel as if he had fallen into an icy hell. Just as he was filled with panic, his life hung by a thread. Boom! A loud bang shook the ground violently. A sudden burst of intense heat erupted from the depths of the Winterhammer stronghold. A wave of orange-red heat swept up, instantly evaporating the surrounding snow into billowing white mist. The flames, which should have been suppressed in the frigid north, now condensed into a massive fireball. Several meters in diameter, like a beast breaking free of its cage. Eerie purplish-black flames danced on the surface of the fireball as it soared upwards with a sharp, piercing sound. The air along its path twisted and crackled, as it sped past the Grand Elder, continuing onward. The frost arrow had already left its bow, leaving a trail of icy blue light in its wake. The moment the fireball and arrow collided, the ice and fire energies clashed violently, erupting in blinding light. Ice and fire devoured each other, forming a massive energy vortex, sending ice shards and sparks flying in all directions. The Grand Elder staggered backward from the heat wave, the scorching air and biting cold simultaneously assaulting his body. Once the sparks and icicles dissipated, 2 more figures appeared before him. One was none other than Yarna, the War Mother of Winter's Hammer, Sunifa's target. The other was somewhat unfamiliar, radiating an unsettling, intensely hot aura that clashed terribly with the northern spirit. He was a robust middle-aged man. His physique was as imposing as a mountain, making the already muscular Yarna appear almost like a little girl next to him. His broad shoulders were covered in pitted, cast-iron shoulder guards, the edges coated with a layer of dark red slag, as if forged countless times in magma, Beneath the chainmail with its welded sharp, protruding prisms, faint dark red patterns were visible. Most striking was his helmet. It appeared to be crafted from a single piece of lava, its surface flowing with dark red lava patterns, radiating an intense heat. The helmet only covered the top and back of his head, leaving his face fully exposed. His sharply defined features were painted a deep brown by the intense heat, and a gruesome scar ran diagonally across his right eye, from his cheekbone to his chin, like solidified lava. His eyes were like two flickering ghostly flames, the depths of his pupils shimmering with a molten orange-red light, while the whites of his eyes were covered with spiderweb-like blood vessels, as if they were about to erupt in flames at any moment. A massive, bizarrely shaped hammer hung from the man's waist. The handle was made of twisted black metal, its surface covered with a rough texture resembling volcanic rock, and the grip or charred handprints of varying depths. The hammerhead was riddled with honeycomb-like holes, within which flickered crimson flames. With each breath, thick smoke billowed from his nostrils, as if a volcano resided within him. Sunifa noticed that the man's exposed arms were covered with crisscrossing burn scars. The skin at the scar's location was a wrinkled, dark red, resembling patterns formed from cooled lava. But what truly alarmed Sunifa was how effortlessly her opponent had blocked her true ice arrow, fired with the blizzard. Sunifa knew her own strength perfectly well. Even a seemingly ordinary arrow, amplified by the power of blizzard and true ice, was enough to instantly kill a fourth ring mage. Therefore, anyone who could so easily block her arrow must be a fourth ring or higher mage. The vast north hadn't seen a fourth ring or higher mage in a long time. Last year, she had just killed a fifth ring necromancer, and now a fifth ring mage had suddenly appeared out of nowhere? And a fire elementalist, the least likely to appear in the north? When did fifth ring mages become so common? Sunifa frowned slightly, but felt little panic. Who are you? Facing the strange man, Sunifa's voice was icy cold, her silver hair whipping in the wind. Sunifa's composure earned Yarna's secret admiration. An ordinary person facing the mountain-like pressure of the sheep master would have already given up. How could they be as calm and collected as Sunifa? But at this moment, she couldn't let the two communicate. Because the sheep family member beside her was ultimately not her person. She was only using this situation to her advantage, relying on smearing Sunifa's identity and intentions, and the fact that this sheep family member needed their winter's hammer's help to find the item that had unsettled the craftsman master, and the past connection, to barely persuade him to help. Sheep master, this woman is the leader of our rival tribe. They have used their power to wage war, annexing many smaller tribes, and in recent years have repeatedly provoked us, trying to start a war with our tribe. Yarna used communication to communicate encryptively with the man beside her, continuing to smear Sunifa. Through these days of interaction, Yarna vaguely sensed that the sheep clan seemed extremely averse to war, which was why they isolated themselves from the world and lived in seclusion in the molten plains. The reason they had ventured out this time was because the master craftsman had sensed that something born in their western northern territory possessed immense power, a terrifying power capable of overturning the north. He worried that something containing this power might bring negative changes to the north, hence his desire to investigate. Yarna seized upon this weakness, directly labeling Sunifa a war maniac, attempting to incite the sheep master's dislike for her. However, to Yarna's surprise, while the sheep master had made a move, he had no further intentions. He seemed not to hear Yarna's words, nor understand her underlying meaning, simply looking at Sunifa and saying in a rough yet extremely gentle tone, "You are powerful, but no match for me. Yarna has been working for me these past few days, and I will not stand idly by while she does. You should give up." The sheep master was simply trying to dissuade Sunifa, nothing more. He had no intention of harming Sunifa. Knowing this, Yarna was frantic. Master Sheep wouldn't stay in Winter's Hammer forever. Once he finished his business and returned to Molten Core, Sunifa would come after her, and she would still be doomed. But she didn't know how to persuade Master Sheep, so she could only worry helplessly. "Perhaps I am no match for you, but that doesn't mean you can protect Yarna," Sunifa's icy voice rang out. These words struck Yarna like a hammer blow. She first widened her eyes in shock, then felt a surge of joy. Master Sheep had spared her, and instead of knowing when to stop, she provoked him. Even if Master Sheep was kind, he wouldn't tolerate this, would he? Thinking this, Yarna looked at Master Sheep with hopeful eyes. As expected, Master Yang frowned slightly, his right hand already reaching for the giant hammer hanging at his waist, seemingly displeased. "Although I usually focus on blacksmithing and forging and am not good at combat, I am not this incompetent, then let's try it. SYNOPSIS' silver hair danced wildly in the wind, her cloak billowing behind her. She had come to seek justice for Geode, and she would definitely get an explanation in return. How could she be so easily forced back? Even if you are a fifth-ring mage. So what? I am the daughter of Boreas, born of ice and snow. She drew her bow again, her killing intent fully revealed. Chapter 443 Origins. As SYNOPSIS drew her bow, silver and white scales shone through the fine pores of her clothing. At first glance, it seemed as if SYNOPSIS was a glowing fluorite, radiating light. She didn't emit light herself. The light came from the breath of the wild she wore beneath her clothing. The winter's hammer was naturally easy for SYNOPSIS to wield. But the breath of the wild was designed to be easily adapted, and while wearing it close to her skin wouldn't hinder her movement, SYNOPSIS still wore it as a precaution before setting out. Her caution was now proving effective. Facing a mage of a higher level than herself, even SYNOPSIS had to rely on the double arm of Blizzard and Breath of the Wild to have any chance of fighting beyond her level. With the draw of her bow, the blue light on the bowstring intensified. Tiny ice crystals condensed from the bowstring, like countless tiny stardust fragments, rapidly spinning and solidifying. In an instant, two true ice arrows simultaneously formed on the Blizzard. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a bang, the two true ice arrows shot off at the same time, streaking across the sky with a whistling sound. The true ice arrows spun forward, their chilling aura condensing the already thin moisture in their path into ice, which then fell in a flurry. Halfway through their flight, they abruptly separated, one above the other. One locked onto Master Sheep, the other aimed at Yarna. Seeing this, Master Sheep's expression stiffened slightly. He had no conflict or friction with SYNOPSIS, so there was no real negative emotion between them. His intervention was because he needed Yarna's help. As the saying goes, he who eats another's bread sings his song, and having already received so much help, it wouldn't be right not to step in. Perhaps many old mages wouldn't consider this wrongdoing, prioritizing their own interests. But Master Yang, having lived in seclusion for so long, focused solely on blacksmithing, had cultivated a simple and honest nature that made him unable to swallow his pride and act recklessly. Simple as he was, Master Yang wasn't stupid. It was utterly impossible for Yarna to use him as a tool for revenge. His thinking was that she had helped him during this time, and he would protect her during this time, a fair exchange. Therefore, he ignored Yarna's provocative actions and calmly persuaded SYNOPSIS to retreat. However, SYNOPSIS disregarded his politeness and now took the initiative to attack, even diverting his energy to deal with Yarna. SYNOPSIS' behavior, besides reflecting his self-confidence, also showed a degree of contempt for him. Simplicity was one thing, but it didn't mean he was shameless. Master Yang didn't utter any harsh words, he simply reached for the giant hammer hanging at his waist. With a hammer in hand, Master Yang swung it, the veins and blood vessels on his arm bulging violently with force, like earthworms crawling across his arm. What was truly strange was that, within the bulging veins and blood vessels, a blazing red light, like magma, could be seen flowing to the naked eye. That was the unique bloodline power of the Yang family. With a thunderous boom, a blinding red light burst forth from the honeycomb-like holes at the head of the giant hammer, and flames suddenly shot out, condensing into a fire serpent around the hammerhead, winding forward. With this movement, Master Yang let out a muffled groan, thick smoke billowing from his nostrils. There were two arrows, but only one fire serpent. Therefore, a choice had to be made. But this fire serpent did not hesitate at all, looking at the arrow aimed at Yarna. At the moment the fire serpent and the ice arrow collided with a deafening roar, even the ultimate ice, the pure ice, crackled and burned, but was not immediately melted. This was the power of pure ice. Faced with this scene, Master Yang showed a slight change in expression, but remained calm. The next moment, the fire serpent seemed to come alive, twisting and coiling around the ice arrow, dragging it downwards. Alna, relieved, dared not remain a bystander any longer and flew away as fast as she could, escaping the center of the battlefield. At that moment, another ice arrow, unhindered by the fire serpent, was already hurtling towards Master Sheep. Master Sheep certainly wouldn't have time to swing his hammer again, but he remained as steady as a mountain, smiling slightly. His chainmail was now ablaze with flames, forming a heat wave that abruptly deflected the approaching ice arrow. SYNOPSIS' silver eyes narrowed sharply at this sight. She had Blizzard, her opponent had the giant hammer, she had Breath of the Wild, her opponent was also clad in extraordinary protective gear. The power of Blizzard and Breath of the Wild might both exceed that of Master Sheep's equipment. But similarly, Master Sheep's mage level was higher than SYNOPSIS. After their recent exchange, SYNOPSIS had a general understanding of Master Yang's strength. He was indeed only a 5th ring cultivator, but not a weak one like Ryan. He was undoubtedly a seasoned veteran, perhaps even a mid to late 5th ring cultivator. Despite the obvious difference in strength, she seemed oblivious to fear. No one knew what she was thinking. The bowstring twanged again. 3 icy arrows condensed in the air, each carrying a chill capable of freezing everything, forming a formation and crashing down with the force of thunder. This time, all 3 arrows were locked onto Master Yang. Seeing this, Master Yang roared and plummeted towards the ground. The arrows relentlessly pursued him. Master Yang's descent was extremely fast, and given the limited altitude, he landed instantly. Before hitting the ground, he had already raised his giant hammer high, and upon impact, the hammerhead slammed into the earth. The snow-covered ground instantly cracked with spiderweb-like patterns, and the snow turned into rising white mist. Molten lava flowed from the hammerhead, erupting along cracks in the ground. With a sizzling sound, a stone pillar shot into the sky. Enveloped in raging flames, the pillar burst forth with dazzling light as it slammed into the 3 arrows of pure ice. With a deafening roar, the fire and ice collided violently, shattering the pillar into a shower of fragments. At that moment, SYNOPSIS landed on the ground. It seemed that Master Sheep needed to be on the ground to unleash the true power of his hammer, but SYNOPSIS also needed to maximize the effects of Breath of the Wild. Therefore, a head-on clash ensued. The battle intensified. SYNOPSIS' Breath of the Wild shone brightly, causing the temperature of the entire battlefield to plummet, and the snow on the ground to freeze solid. Master Sheep, however, remained calm, slamming his hammer into the ice. Scorching lava surged from the hammerhead, merging with the ice, and the rising white steam instantly enveloped the area. With a light and agile movement, SYNOPSIS leaped and flipped with near-flash speed, creating distance behind her. During this high-speed movement, a point of silver light shone from her right fingertip. She pressed this silver light onto the bowstring. The entire bow of Blizzard glowed with the same silver light in that instant, receiving some kind of mysterious enhancement. SYNOPSIS fired another ice arrow. This time, there was only one true ice arrow, but its surface was adorned with an inexplicable silver light. Wherever the arrow passed, the air froze into crystalline ice cones, falling in a rustling sound. The white steam was even swept up, forming an ice crystal tornado that followed the arrow. SYNOPSIS wasn't satisfied with that. She gritted her teeth, her fingertips tracing the bowstring, icy blue magic flickering in the air. 4th ring spell, Ice Storm. This was a relatively common 4th ring spell, but SYNOPSIS' version was the true ice version, making the common seem uncommon. In an instant, a biting wind swept across the battlefield. Countless sharp ice crystals swirled like blades within the ice crystal tornado, the air itself crackling with ear-piercing shrieks. The Ice Storm merged with the ice crystal tornado created by the true ice arrow, unleashing a world-destroying aura. The sheer force of the attack terrified Yarna, who had already retreated several kilometers. She finally understood that in the battle in Phoenix last year, SYNOPSIS had only slightly weakened himself. He hadn't even used half his full strength, let alone his full power. Was the difference between purebloods and non-purebloods really that great? Yarna wondered to herself. As a fellow 4th Circle Iceborn mage, and having both studied the true ice secret technique, she simply couldn't comprehend why SYNOPSIS was so powerful. Meanwhile, Master Yang, facing the terrifying onslaught head-on, neither dodged nor evaded. He simply slammed his giant hammer heavily into the ground. With a deafening roar, the flames on the giant hammer surged wildly, a blinding beam of light shooting skyward, forming a gigantic goat's head phantom above Master Sheep's figure. The goat's head phantom broke free and charged forward, leaving a long trail of fiery torrents in its wake. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Looking down from the sky, 2 equally powerful torrents, one blue and one red, surged forward, colliding violently in the middle. Amidst the earth-shattering crash, ice and fire energies raged wildly. Shockwaves spread outwards from the point of impact, causing the ground to tremble. SYNOPSIS' Breath of the Wild flashed wildly, resisting the splashing energy waves and the onslaught of heat. Ripples spread across Master Sheep's chainmail, shoulder armor, and helmet, quickly forming a semi-enclosed, semi-transparent red light shield, guiding all the turbulence behind him. He himself, with his remaining strength, held the giant hammer high. Flames climbed up the hammer handle, outlining a gigantic fire serpent in the air once more, lunging towards Sunifa. A cold glint flashed in Sunifa's eyes. He pressed his right hand down, and several massive ice walls rose from the ground, standing in the fire serpent's path, attempting to block its oppressive force. However, the magic contained within the fire serpent was too powerful. The ice walls melted instantly upon contact. The fire serpent broke through the ice wall's defenses, advancing forward, directly biting at the tiny Sunifa. The scorching flames completely engulfed Sunifa. However, Master Yang showed no sign of triumph, for he had noticed that at the critical moment, a flash of cold light had streaked past like lightning, escaping the fire serpent's attack. He knew it was Sunifa. And indeed it was. In an open area 100 meters away from the center of the fire serpent's power, the cold light dissipated, revealing Sunifa's tall figure, though her face was slightly pale. Clearly, she hadn't fared well after that fierce clash. Meanwhile, Master Yang remained as relaxed and unmoved as ever. He didn't press his advantage, a strange glint in his eyes. The pure ice bloodline, Master Yang murmured to himself, then looked up at Sunifa and said, "Our clan has some history with you, but now the iceborn bloodline is so weak, the pure ice bloodline is reduced to such a meager strength. Firstly, I have no grudge against you, and secondly, in this era, those with a pure ice bloodline are few and far between, and I don't wish to harm them. You should retreat," Master Yang advised again. But the effect of admonishing someone before and after displaying their strength was clearly different. Sunifa fell silent. She didn't want to retreat. It wasn't a matter of face, as a 4th ring iceborn mage, to have fought a full-fledged, seasoned 5th ring mage head-on and then be persuaded to retreat was hardly shameful. She couldn't accept that she hadn't been able to get an explanation for Gauda's actions. Not only her, but Yarna also didn't want Sunifa to retreat. Because retreat meant she could return at any time. After Master Yang left, if Sunifa came again, how could she possibly deal with such a powerful Sunifa? But what power did she have to change Master Yang's will? In her anxiety, for some reason, a crazy thought suddenly flashed through Yarna's mind. Once this thought arose, it grew wildly like weeds, making her unable to control herself. "Master Yang, you can't let her go. The thing you're looking for is actually within this Hanbing tribe." The next moment, Yarna shouted directly at Master Yang. "It's just that this Hanbing tribe is too powerful, and our people dare not approach. We haven't been able to pinpoint its exact location, which is why we haven't reported it to you." Upon hearing these two sentences, Master Yang's expression froze. He turned to look at Yarna. To be honest, in this situation, he was somewhat unsure if what Yarna said was true. But this was his purpose for this trip, so he didn't want to miss any information. "In that case, I'm sorry, you can't just leave." Master Yang turned to look at Sunifa. "I need to visit your true ice tribe, and I'll need your help to show me the way." His attitude was still quite polite. "What are you looking for?" Sunifa frowned slightly, vaguely understanding the relationship between Master Yang and the Winter's Hammer. "I don't know exactly what it is, but it's something powerful that can change the power of the North." "You don't even know what it is, yet you want to visit our true ice tribe?" Sunifa retorted. It was like a stranger stopping you on the street, saying they were looking for something, maybe in your house, and wanting to come to your house to see, and when asked what it was, they couldn't say. No normal person would agree to such a request. "I know it's presumptuous, but it is true." Master Sheep gave an awkward smile. "However, I will recognize it immediately once I see it. If it's not in your tribe, I can forge you a piece of extraordinary equipment as an apology." He showed utmost sincerity. To possess such power and still display such an attitude was quite respectable. But Sunifa remained silent. After a long silence, she finally spoke again, asking, "What other characteristics does the thing you're looking for have?" Master Yang thought for a moment, then finally revealed some secrets. "About 13 months ago, this thing first appeared in your western northern territory. The fluctuations it emitted were sensed by the master craftsman my clan follows. 9 months ago, it emitted fluctuations a second time, which the master craftsman also detected. 5 months ago, it appeared a third time. Each time it appeared, the fluctuations it emitted were stronger than the last. This rate of increase was terrifying, making the master craftsman somewhat uneasy. That's why the master craftsman had someone from my clan, that is, me, send to the Western Northern Territory to find it, to figure out what it is, and whether it will bring disaster to the Northern Territory. Chapter 444 Returning to the Golden Bird Flower. 13 months ago, 9 months ago, 5 months ago. SYNOPSIS subconsciously went through the sequence of events in her mind, following Master Yang's instructions. Then, in the next instant, she realized the significance of these 3 time points. The sacred tree. 13 months ago was the time when God planted the sacred tree, Yggdrasil. 9 months ago was the time when Yggdrasil advanced to the first tier, gaining the ability of astral teleportation. 5 months ago was the time when Yggdrasil advanced to the second tier, awakening the ability of enlightenment. It matched perfectly. Once or twice might be a coincidence, but 3 times was enough to dispel any doubts. More importantly, once it was confirmed to be Yggdrasil, Master Yang's statement about possessing the powerful strength to change the north also made perfect sense. She knew Yggdrasil's abilities all too well. They were world-changing abilities, and changing the north was naturally within her grasp. Thinking this, she glanced at Yarna from afar. SYNOPSIS was a clever person. She knew all too well that Yarna's so-called discovery was nothing more than a desperate lie, a ploy to incite conflict between her and Master Sheep. Even if she had 10 times the courage, Yarna wouldn't dare send anyone closer to Phoenix. But coincidentally, Yarna had stumbled upon the truth. What Master Sheep was looking for was indeed within this Henbing tribe. The question now was, could she take Master Sheep to see Ugatharan? The answer was definitely no. Although Master Sheep had maintained a friendly demeanor throughout, and didn't seem like an evil or unreasonable person, Ugathara was far too important. SYNOPSIS would never gamble the humanity of a stranger on such a crucial matter. Various thoughts flashed through her mind, quickly clarifying their connections, but on her face, SYNOPSIS showed no change. Maintaining composure was a fundamental quality for a war mother, especially since SYNOPSIS was inherently calm and collected. What you're looking for isn't within my tribe. Yarna's words are all lies, she said calmly. If you don't believe me, have her bring out the person who discovered this item within my tribe to confront me. Master Yang was slightly taken aback. Just as she said, my tribe is powerful, how dare her people investigate us? Yarna, you said the item I'm looking for is within this Henbing tribe. Who discovered it? Master Yang had already sensed something was amiss and turned to Yarna with slight displeasure. This question left Yarna speechless. This was entirely a spur-of-the-moment decision made in her haste. Where could she immediately find someone to corroborate her story? This, Yarna stammered. Seeing her reaction, how could Master Yang not know the truth? Fortunately, he was well-mannered and indeed had some connection to the Iceborne bloodline and the ancestors of the Winter's Hammer, so he managed to control his anger. I apologize, it was my presumption. He apologized to SYNOPSIS first. You said your clan has some connection with me. What do you mean by that? SYNOPSIS automatically skipped over this topic and instead asked tentatively. Master Yang pondered for a moment, seemingly hesitant, but finally revealed a bit of the secret. The master craftsman my clan follows, and the guardian of your Iceborne clan, are the earliest beings born on this land of the north. They have crossed paths and are friends, the guardian of my clan. SYNOPSIS' eyes flickered slightly. The Iceborne clan has a guardian. If so, who is it, and where is it? Is it still alive? If the guardian is still alive, why has the Iceborne bloodline been declining all these years, yet this guardian has never appeared? Or is the decline of the Iceborne bloodline related to this guardian? In that instant, various questions flashed through SYNOPSIS' mind. The existence of the guardian is not recorded in the records of this Henbing tribe. Obviously, either it is a secret unsuitable for recording, or this part of history has been lost with the passage of time. That's all I can say to you, as an apology for my earlier offense, Master Sheep said, bowing to SYNOPSIS. His meaning was clear, he had said his piece and wanted SYNOPSIS to stop pressing him. Having been through this, SYNOPSIS didn't press the matter further. She gave Yarna a cold glance and left. She didn't utter any harsh words, but that one look sent a chill down Yarna's spine. Once out of the range of Winter's Hammer, SYNOPSIS immediately increased her flying speed. This time, she had come to demand an explanation, but the sudden appearance of Master Sheep had ruined that purpose. However, the trip wasn't entirely wasted. Knowing of the Guardian's existence was one thing, it was merely hearsay, and paying a little attention wouldn't affect the current situation. The important thing was learning that a powerful tribe was searching for Yggdrasil, and they didn't know what their intentions were. This was tremendous news. Putting everything else aside, Knowing this news allows them to take targeted measures, strengthen information security within the tribe, and absolutely prevent the existence of Ugathir from leaking out. It also further strengthens security in Flora Forest. Otherwise, being caught off guard and attacked without warning would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Sunifa felt a growing unease. From her brief exchange with Master Sheep, she deduced that his tribe wasn't in the western part of the north and possessed extraordinary strength. His power was practically unmatched in the western north, yet he wasn't particularly prominent within his own tribe. It was hard to imagine what a powerful tribe he must have been. Even more frightening was the master craftsman Master Sheep had mentioned. The earliest being born on this land of the north, it's important to know that in ancient times, the Iceborn already lived on this permafrost tundra of the north. To be considered the earliest being, one must predate even the Iceborn. Even earlier than ancient times, countless millennia have passed since then, yet according to Master Yang, this master craftsman is still alive. If he wasn't lying, one can only imagine how terrifying this master craftsman must be. My king, what do you think? Upon returning to Phoenix, Sunifa recounted everything she had seen and heard on her journey to God. God pondered for a moment, silently processing this astonishing news. If you were only slightly stronger than us, we would naturally be fully prepared and watch out for any disturbance. He then spread his hands, speaking with an air of nonchalance, or perhaps a sense of resignation, but this is someone who has lived from an even earlier point in time, possessing such a long lifespan. His power far exceeds our capabilities. In this situation, we should actually remain calm, because if he truly comes to Zhending in person, nothing we do will be of any use. His words made perfect sense, and Sunifa was instantly convinced, her tense heart relaxing. However, we still need to strengthen the security and secrecy of Flora Forest, at least to prevent others from spying. The safest way is to expand the scale of Flora Forest as soon as possible. God nodded in agreement. A tree cannot be hidden in the desert, but it is very difficult to find in a forest. Since Minister Flora discovered the Everfrost Oak, the number of mages within the tribe who master nature magic is growing rapidly. At this rate, Flora Forest will become a true forest in just 1 year. Sunifa nodded. The discovery of the Everfrost Oak was the most important thing for Phoenix. Because nature magic is a secret art that can truly and effectively promote the development of the North. This is the cornerstone. I originally planned to use this to directly annex Winter's Hammer, but it seems I'll have to reconsider. God sighed. In his plan, since there was already a legitimate reason, he could use this as a pretext to subdue Winter's Hammer by force, but the appearance of Master Sheep has forced him to put this on hold. He doesn't even know how long it will be put on hold. Master Sheep came to find Ugathir and sought Winter's Hammer's help. Before finding this item, he probably won't leave Winter's Hammer. As long as Master Sheep is in charge of Winter's Hammer, the plan to subdue it by force is out of the question. Fortunately, everything is normal at the Frostwolf clan, proceeding as planned. Yes, Sunifa, who is well versed in all matters, large and small, immediately replied, in the past year, the Frostwolf clan's birth rate has increased by about 50% compared to the same period last year. Birth rate in the same period last year were concepts widely known in Gaod. According to him, in a mature governance system, all documents and reports require a large amount of accurate data, and many data concepts are introduced, such as the same period last year, year-on-year, and month-on-month comparisons. Initially, it was a bit unfamiliar, but Sunifa quickly mastered the use of this data and became proficient in its application. The reason for using the word about was that the Frostwolf clan was, after all, an enemy, and the information obtained could not be precise. This is just the beginning. The birth rate of wolf pups in the Frostwolf clan will increase significantly this year. Last year, they were still in a wait-and-see mode, and quite conservative about purchasing Northwest Barley No. 1. But after we, as you said, launched a counter-purchase of wolf milk, wolf fur, and even wolf blood produced by the Frostwolf clan, they lowered their guard. The huge economic benefits were right in front of them, and they were completely blinded by greed, letting their snow wolves reproduce unchecked. In at most 2 years, the Frostwolf clan will become absolutely dependent on our Northwest Barley No. 1. As soon as we stop supplying them with Northwest Barley No. 1, they will either choose to surrender or personally kill most of their snow wolves to alleviate food pressure. Sunifa was still amazed as she said this. She was an excellent ruler with innate governing talent, but this kind of tactic was truly unprecedented for her. This, to some extent, opened up Sunifa's mind. People like her are very good at drawing inferences from one instance, they only need a little inspiration. If it's the former, then there's nothing more to say. If it's the latter, then that will be their weakest moment. Even if we use the martial command, the damage will be minimized, Gauda laughed. The Frostwolf clan's situation is basically settled. Now, his only worry is Winter's hammer. Plans really can't keep up with changes, he sighed. My king, you seem to value Winter's hammer particularly, Sunifa couldn't help but ask. Winter's hammer and the Frostwolf clan are both large iceborne tribes, with similar strength, resources, and even population. In fact, Sunifa believes the Frostwolf clan is more valuable. Their snow wolf taming technique is absolutely priceless. Combined with Phoenix's abundant food resources and the jimberry trees being cultivated in Flora Forest, one jimberry can feed a snow wolf for a day. Once they subdue the Frostwolf clan and obtain the snow wolf taming method, they can quickly increase the number of snow wolves several times over, bringing a visible increase in the tribe's strength. In comparison, the forging technology of the Winter's hammer seemed less useful, and its impact on Phoenix's development wasn't as direct. Their forging technology is important, their control of minerals is important, and the power of fire is also important. God, naturally aware of Sunifa's confusion, explained in the simplest terms, the Winter's hammer is related to two new departments in Phoenix. Sunifa raised an eyebrow. Currently, Phoenix only had 5 departments: the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Education, the Public Security Bureau, the General Office, and the Ministry of Construction. The creation of each department either brought visible changes to Phoenix or solved its most pressing problems. And the Winter's hammer was related to 2 new departments? The Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Finance. God didn't keep Sunifa in suspense. Once he started, he explained. Phoenix had previously been a publicly owned society, where everyone shared the fruits of their labor, ate from the same pot, and food was distributed by the rulers. In a situation of limited food and scarce resources, this system was reasonable. The unified distribution of limited grain could ensure the survival of the tribe to the greatest extent. But now that the food problem has been solved, this system will hinder Phoenix's development. To unleash productive forces, private ownership is imminent. And the foundation of private ownership is currency. Without currency, private ownership is meaningless. We need to control the firepower of the Winter's hammer and the gold mines to have the ability to mint enough currency to implement private ownership. As for industry, it's hard to explain in a short time, and it's difficult to understand before seeing the actual products. In short, industry is the leading force of the national economy and has an irreplaceable core position in the development of a power or even a country, Gauda said. Of course, the Winter's hammer isn't that important. Seeing Sunifa deep in thought, Gauda added, fearing she might misunderstand, their things can only be considered the starting point for the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Finance. It's best to have them, as it can save some effort, but we can start on our own without them. I understand, Sunifa nodded. There's one more thing. Things here are mostly settled for now. I've been back in the north for a while now. I'm worried about being exposed since I haven't been around for so long in the Golden Flower Kingdom. I'll probably be going back in the next day or two, Gauda said to Sunifa. It won't be another month for the next astral teleportation to recharge. I'll have to trouble you while I'm gone. As a hands-off manager, he was still a little guilty. Sunifa didn't complain at all and even added, you can rest assured here in the north. But in the Golden Flower Kingdom, you'll be all alone, so be careful. Chapter 445 3 Invitations. Gauda spent 2 more days in Phoenix, handling various miscellaneous administrative tasks and allowing time for the tribe to prepare his belongings for his return to the north. Notably, on the day before his temporary departure from the north, he successfully constructed the spell model for light armor. With this, Gauda had mastered the remaining 3 second circle spells, bringing his spellbook to 6, Beast Perception, Prophecy, second circle, you touch a willing beast. For the duration of the spell, you can use actions to switch your sight and hearing to the senses of the affected beast, until you use actions again to regain normal perception. When perceiving your surroundings through the beast's senses, you also gain the creature's own special senses, but you perceive your surroundings as equivalent to being simultaneously blind and deaf. Light armor, alteration, second circle, the armor you wear no longer slows you down. Hound tracking, alteration, second ring, you gain a special sensitivity to sense, including the ability to track sense, perceive scent-related phenomena, and have a survival instinct for specific sense. However, Note that while in hound tracking mode, you will suffer more severe negative effects from scent-related supernatural abilities, such as Stinky Cloud. All three are support spells, or rather, utility spells. With Frozen Blade Plus and Northern Wind, God's offensive capabilities are currently sufficient, so he doesn't have a particularly urgent need for offensive spells. This mindset allows him to maintain an objective attitude towards utility spells. While these three spells don't significantly enhance his strength, they provide considerable bonuses to various actions, which he is quite satisfied with. Before leaving, God also unearthed all the spell recipes collected by the True Ice tribe. There were no 4th ring spell recipes, but there were 2 3rd ring spell recipes and 5 2nd ring spell recipes. These were spell recipes left behind by adventurers and merchants who entered the north from the outside world over a long history for various reasons. All the recipes were universal spell formulas, and the main and auxiliary ingredients needed for the spells and potions were mostly found outside the north. For the iceborn mages of the north, these recipes were worthless. However, for Gouda, who could now freely travel between the Plantagenet kingdom and the north, these recipes still held some value. He would indeed need to spend time and effort collecting the materials needed for the spells and potions, but it was important to know that a second circle spell formula cost a whopping 120 gold. These 5 recipes saved Gouda 600 gold. Yes, the price of a single spell formula, excluding potions, was over 100 gold, an astronomical sum. Adding the spells and potions, the cost of learning and mastering a second circle spell would reach a terrifying 300 gold. Fortunately, second circle mages had a long lifespan of 225 years. With this long lifespan, even if a second circle mage only managed to save 300 gold every 2 years, theoretically, after 100 years, he would have enough to afford 50 second circle spells. Of course, this was just theoretical. Because most spell recipes are hard to buy even if you have the money. The higher the level of the spell recipe, the stricter the official control. At level 1, you can easily buy a dozen or so common level 1 spell recipes at the Dorn official spell guild. But at level 2, the number of level 2 spell recipes that the Dorn official spell guild will publicly sell drops drastically to less than 10, and this is in a big city like Dorn. In those more remote and impoverished areas, the official spell guild might only have 2 or 3 level 2 spell recipes publicly sold. So for most commoner mages, not to mention resources, even if they are exceptionally talented, they often end up joining a mage organization and working for others, even risking their lives, just for spell recipes. Resources can be earned in the wild, but what can you do if others won't sell you spell recipes? Knowledge monopoly is always the best way for the upper class to prevent the lower class from rising. With these thoughts in mind, Geode silently put away the 5 spell recipes collected by this Henbing tribe and informed Sunefa that he was preparing to leave. Although God treated a mysterious and powerful master craftsman with a nonchalant attitude in front of Sunaf, seemingly not taking it seriously at all, both Sunaf and God knew perfectly well that this was largely a facade. Even without the master craftsman's personal presence, simply sending a few mages of similar caliber to Master Sheep would have been an unbearable burden for the True Ice tribe. The situation was what it was. Yugathera's influence was irreversible, and for now, God and the True Ice tribe could only pretend ignorance and focus on their development. This was why God decided to return to the Golden Flower Kingdom so quickly. There, he could obtain many mage resources he needed that the North currently lacked through the Sea Sentinels. Otherwise, he planned to stay in the North for a while longer, at least until he reached the 2nd-tier mage apprentice level in the True Ice secret manual before leaving. Sunaf, having received the news, quickly arrived, bringing with him supplies prepared for God to take back to the Golden Flower Kingdom. High-grade blood food for feeding the dumpling was already considered standard items, along with some extraordinary materials. There was also a box of Ice Jade Phoenix leaves. A total of 365th-tier Ice Jade Phoenix leaves dropped during the Ice Jade Phoenix's upgrade. This should be the most valuable treasure in this Henbing tribe at present. Last time, to purchase the Harlan shipyard, Geode took 50 leaves. In addition, the tribe's ice-blooded mages used a small portion over the past year, leaving more than 250 Ice Jade Phoenix leaves. Sunefa directly took out another 50 Ice Jade Phoenix leaves from the remaining ones and gave them to Geode. But this was something Geode hadn't requested. It's better to be prepared, so that we don't run out of money when we need a lot, Sunefa explained in response to Geode's questioning gaze. She pursed her lips, If the dignified king of the north were so poor abroad, wouldn't the north be ashamed of you? At this moment, she didn't seem like this handing war mother, but rather like a concerned steward. Alright, Gata didn't waste any words and neatly put away the box containing the ice jade phoenix leaf. What Sunifa said wasn't impossible. The huge sum he received from the last sale of the ice jade phoenix leaf had now dwindled to less than 3,000 gold, or more precisely, 2,657 gold. It didn't seem like a lot, but he was now a second circle mage. And his expenses had increased accordingly, so he couldn't really be called extravagant. It's just that he hadn't considered this yet, but Sunifa had. Otherwise, how could she be considered thoughtful? After packing his things and saying goodbye to Flora, Gauda mounted his snow wolf and set off for Valor Bay. Because of the events of the past few days, Sunifa had become very concerned about Gauda's safety, so this time, he was escorted by Deputy Director Landwin of the Security Bureau. Gauda had no objections, he wasn't one to underestimate himself and knew how much impact it would have on Phoenix if something happened to him. Compared to this, assigning a deputy director as a bodyguard is hardly an overreaction or a show of ostentation. Upon arriving at Valor Bay, Gwent first checked on the taking egg he had been nurturing on the trunk of the Igdira tree, absorbing astral energy. Because of God's instructions, Igdira readily helped the taking absorb the astral energy. With its help, in less than a month, 1/10 of the blue representing water on the egg's surface had disappeared, transforming into the 5 colors representing astral energy. God gently placed his hand on the egg. After a month of nurturing with a magical imprinting technique, his connection with the egg had become extremely strong. He quickly received faint emotions from the young life within, indicating that it was in excellent condition, absorbing energy, and waiting to emerge. God was relieved. He was still extremely excited about this astral taking that he had never seen before. Afterwards, he checked on Igdira's growth progress. After all, he brought back quite a few tree species and magical tree species this time, including even a 4th-tier magical tree species. Under Flora's skillful hands, these tree species, including the 4th-tier Spirit Springdew tree species, have all sprouted and successfully taken root. In addition, with the development of the ever-frozen oak during this period, although less than a month has passed, the changes in Flora Forest compared to when he first returned are already enormous. This is visible to the naked eye, and even more so according to the feedback from Yugathira. Yugathira, rank, 2nd-tier magical plant, 3,248, 5,568 months, growth enhancement coefficient, 8.12. The advancement progress has directly exceeded half thanks to the growth of this wave of new tree species, and is only 2,320 months of growth progress, or 193 years, away from advancing to the 3rd-tier magical plant. Another major improvement is the growth enhancement coefficient, which has jumped from 4.04 when he first returned to the Northern Territory to 8.12, more than doubling. The most effective way to accelerate Yugathira's growth is by planting new tree species. The higher the rank, the better, as it's equivalent to unlocking new entries in the encyclopedia. To increase the growth bonus coefficient, the overall quality of all tree species in Flora Forest must be considered. This significant improvement relies on 2 factors, the sprouting of the 4th-tier Spirit Springdew tree species and the development of the permafrost oak tree species. This is a 2nd-tier magical tree species, and its impact on the overall quality of trees in Flora Forest is quite noticeable. A growth bonus coefficient of 8.12 means that for every normal day, Yugathira's growth progress will be increased by 8.12 natural days. Based on this calculation, even if Flora Forest stops expanding, Yugathira can still advance to a 3rd-tier magical plant in just 23 years. Its future is limitless. The only question is, what is the upper limit of Yugathira's potential? Magical plants are somewhat similar to Leeline creatures. Like 5th-tier Leeline creatures, they naturally progress from Tier 0 to Tier 5 from infancy to adulthood, unlike human mages who face certain thresholds or bottlenecks. However, after reaching Tier 5, further advancement becomes extremely difficult, even more so than for human mages. Yugathira is currently in the infancy to adulthood stage. Its growth has progressed smoothly, leading to its natural tier advancement. This is its prime growth period. But once it enters adulthood, there will be more to worry about. However, given the extraordinary abilities Yugathira has displayed, Gotti is confident that it will at least reach Tier 6, so this worry is temporarily irrelevant to him. Without wasting any more time, Gauda activated the astral teleportation and headed to the Golden Flower Dynasty. Whether it was due to adaptation or an increase in his mage level, Gauda experienced no discomfort during this astral teleportation and naturally appeared in his bedroom on the second floor of the Walmart Magical Materials store. He was already very familiar with the process of switching between the two locations. First, there's the time difference. Dorne is about 3 hours behind Valor Bay, which is 3 hours behind Dorne. God chose to activate the astral teleportation in the afternoon, which was noon in Dorne. He went downstairs and stocked the supernatural materials he brought from the north on the first floor shop. Now as second circle mage, God had upgraded the quality of the materials he brought, no longer being as conservative as before. After this quick and casual setup, he left the Walmart Magical Materials store and headed back to the Sea Sentinel's dormitory. The first thing God did upon arriving at the dormitory was to check the mailbox. With a slight creak as the mailbox opened and closed, sure enough, after nearly a month of absence, 3 letters lay inside. The thick parchment, faintly scented with wax, was all gilded. God opened the letters one by one. 2 were invitations to banquets from Dornish nobles. 1 invitation was from the Burns family, a family Gauda was somewhat familiar with. The Corporal Zuowen who had tried to recruit him was a member of this family. He was now a sergeant mage. He wondered if Corporal Zuowen had been promoted to sergeant yet. The letter was earnestly worded, a special invitation to a banquet. Gauda glanced at the date at the end of the invitation, the 20th of the Flower Flame month, 13 days ago. The banquet was long over and done with. He shook his head, his gaze sweeping over another invitation. This one was quite significant. It came from Golden Feather Keep, the residence of Marcus Drake, Lord of Dorne. However, it wasn't a special banquet, but rather a large banquet held by Golden Feather Keep the day after Pentecost, inviting nobles and outstanding young mages from the city. Gauda had returned to the north during Pentecost and missed the invitation. Such invitations weren't one-on-one, so attending or not attending wasn't a big deal. However, because this was a rare social occasion, and although the invitation wasn't mandatory, it was considered an excellent opportunity to network with influential people and expand one's connections. Therefore, any mage who received an invitation would consider it an honor and gladly attend. If Gauda had received the invitation a day earlier, he would most likely have attended. Now that he had missed it, there was nothing he could do. The last letter, however, came from Auckland and had just arrived yesterday. Its content was simple. The disaster in Auckland had temporarily subsided, and Earl Roland was preparing to hold a ceremony to confer the title of Honorary Mage of Auckland upon Gauda, sincerely inviting him to attend and receive the honor. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446 Warrant Officer Mage. Gauda glanced at the scheduled date of the title conferment ceremony, the 15th of the month of sunrise. It was currently the 3rd of the month. The invitation arrived yesterday, so it must have been sent out on the 1st. Sending it out 14 days in advance was to ensure Gauda could arrange his schedule and make time to attend the ceremony. Moreover, the invitation was signed by Earl Roland. As the lord of a city, and Earl, personally inviting Gauda, he had no reason not to attend. In fact, even without this display of sincerity and importance, Gauda would have accepted the invitation without hesitation. It was like an award ceremony in the entertainment industry in his previous life. Winners could choose not to attend without affecting the awarding. But unless truly unable to attend, most would do so. After all, when someone bestows an award and honor, you naturally have to reciprocate. The same principle applies to title conferment ceremonies. In Auckland, bestowing such a significant and powerful title upon Gauda, while fundamentally due to his contributions, was nonetheless a huge benefit to him. He naturally accepted the invitation gladly. Thinking this, Gauda quietly tucked the invitation away. As for the other 2 expired invitations, he didn't care and casually put them back in his mailbox. The former invitation, though a private one inviting only him, had a date only 1 day before the banquet. According to the aristocratic etiquette of the Plantagenet dynasty, invitations to regular banquets outside of festivals and major occasions needed to be sent 3-14 days in advance to ensure the invitee had enough time to adjust their schedule and to show respect. If there were special circumstances preventing adherence to this time frame, a handwritten explanation should be attached to the invitation. However, this invitation from the Burns family was just a lone letter, without any explanation. Combined with his previous interactions with Zuo and Burns, it was clear that the Burns family held him in high esteem, and this banquet was hardly a pleasant one. Even if you had made it, let alone missed the time, Gata wouldn't have attended. As for the invitation from the city lord's mansion, although its delivery time was very close to the banquet time, which did not conform to the usual etiquette, invitations for such festive banquets generally need to be sent out 1 to 6 weeks in advance. A long, flattering explanation was attached to the invitation. In short, it stated that he hadn't originally intended to invite him, but his outstanding performance in the Auckland disaster relief operation caught the city lord's attention, who praised him as a young talent, hence the special invitation. He had truly missed it, but there was nothing he could do. Thinking this, Gata passed by his home without entering his dormitory. However, he didn't go far, just walked to the nearby commercial street, entered a shop selling emblems and paper products, and bought a set, 5 sheets, of top-grade letter paper for 5 gold coins. That's 1 gold coin per sheet of letter paper. Even in this world, paper is still considered expensive, and this price was extremely outrageous. But he had to buy it. According to the etiquette of the Golden Plantagenet dynasty, if one intended to accept the invitation, a handwritten reply using the same type of letter paper was required within 2 days of receiving the invitation. Of course, since Gata wasn't a nobleman, not strictly following these etiquette procedures wasn't a major breach of decorum and was understandable. However, knowing these procedures and being in the honeymoon phase of his relationship with Auckland, Gata was still willing to do the necessary formalities. For one thing, in a dynasty like the Plantagenet that believed in ancient doctrines and virtues, a reputation or image of politeness would be more convenient in many ways. Back in his dormitory, Gata took out a pen and ink, then a sheet of stationery, and began to write a reply. You get what you pay for. This stationery, worth 1 Plantagenet coin, was indeed of excellent quality, thick, sturdy, and extremely smooth with a slight sheen, likely due to the addition of gold fibers to enhance its luster. The reply was simple: first, a thank you, then a direct response to the invitation, confirming attendance. After finishing the reply, Gata thought for a moment, then took out a sheet of inexpensive parchment from the drawer and began to transcribe it quickly. This document reports the change of Mage rank to the Sea Sentinels, and also serves as an application for salary adjustment. The Sea Sentinel salary system combines military rank and Mage rank. That is, the salary consists of rank-based pay and Mage-level pay. Even if your rank remains unchanged, as long as your Mage rank increases, your salary will also increase accordingly. This system is quite similar to the salary system within the previous system. Mage rank is equivalent to academic qualification, and military rank is equivalent to job level. Even if your job level remains unchanged, but your degree increases, such as from undergraduate to postgraduate, you can still receive a salary increase after the report is approved. The core purpose of this system is to incentivize mages within the organization to continuously improve their skills, diligently cultivate, and optimize the structure of the mage team. It also ensures a more reasonable and fair salary system, so that salaries better match the mage's abilities and their own mage rank. He has successfully advanced from a first-ranked mage to a second-ranked mage, so naturally he needs to report it to receive higher salary. The entire salary increase process is not too complicated, consisting of only 3 steps. The first is to confirm the mage rank. It's impossible for a Sea Sentinel to automatically recognize you as a second circle mage simply because you report that you've been promoted to a second circle mage. Verification and valid proof are required. There are various ways to prove this, the simplest being casting a spell corresponding to your circle number. A first circle mage might defeat a second circle mage, but they absolutely cannot cast a second circle spell. This is an unavoidable exception. Secondly, you need to submit an application. After completing the certification, submit the results to the supply department along with an application for a change of mage rank. The supply department will confirm the certification's authenticity and, if the application meets the requirements, will prepare the necessary materials and submit them for approval. Finally, there's the adjustment and implementation of salary and benefits. Once approved by higher authorities, adjustments will be made according to the new mage rank salary standards. The reason Gata rushed the mage rank change report was partly due to salary and benefits. But secondary. After all, Sea Sentinel salaries aren't high to begin with, so how much of a raise could there be? The real reasons are twofold. Firstly, to provide a reasonable explanation for his nearly month-long disappearance. The cultivation of mages is not like the fantasy novels he read in his previous life, where cultivators would go into seclusion for years at a time. At least for low-level mages before the 4th ring, sleep is necessary to replenish their energy. Furthermore, due to limitations in mental strength, the total time for daily cultivation is finite. Under these circumstances, the concept of secluded cultivation is rare. There is only one exception: ring advancement. Ring advancement is akin to a life or death hurdle. Passing it means soaring to new heights, while failing, while not quite a dramatic death and annihilation, generally means the depletion of potential in a bleak future. Therefore, to maximize the success rate of ring advancement, mages not only prepare various external aids, primarily ring advancement potions, and choose environments rich in magical energy, but also try to avoid all external interference. In such cases, mages often choose a secluded place for seclusion to avoid malicious interference during the advancement or encountering any unpleasant events that could negatively impact their state of mind. Mages don't experience inner demons during ring advancement, but the principle that state of mind affects performance is universally applicable. Furthermore, mages preparing for ring advancement often maintain a regular and peaceful lifestyle for 10 to 20 days to optimize their physical and mental state. Whether this actually increases the success rate of ring advancement remains to be seen. However, for mages preparing for advancement, it only takes an extra half-month, a negligible cost, so they prefer to believe it's true. Even just the psychological reassurance is a gain. It was precisely because of this belief that Gauda dared to disappear from Dorne for such a long time. Another reason was to continue to cultivate and strengthen his image as a mage genius. A 16-year-old second ring mage would be considered a top genius even in the Golden Flower dynasty. His performance after joining the Sea Sentinels was, frankly, too outstanding, thus offending some people both openly and secretly. Although bound by the rules, they couldn't use barbaric methods against him, but given the background and power of these nobles, they still had many ways to make things difficult for him or trip him up. In this situation, there were only two choices to protect himself. Either he accepted the nobles' recruitment like or Newman and became one of them, or he made himself stand out so much that they couldn't target him. Gauda's choice was naturally the latter. The Sea Sentinels' review process was quite fast. Just the day after submitting his application, a staff member notified Gauda to go to the White Tower of the Abyss for a reassessment of his mage level. In his previous life system, this would have taken at least a week. However, this wasn't because the people in this world were of higher quality than in his previous life. It was mainly because he was a Sea Sentinel mage, while these staff members were just ordinary people or ordinary mages, naturally of a lower status than him, more like servants than colleagues. Gauda didn't delay and immediately went to the White Tower of the Abyss for his mage level assessment. The method he chose for mage level assessment wasn't casting a second circle spell. It was indeed the simplest method. But according to his resume, he should have only recently successfully advanced to the second circle. Mastering a second circle spell so quickly seemed unreasonable. Moreover, the origin of the second circle spell recipe was unclear. Therefore, Gauda decisively rejected this method of identification and instead opted for testing through the altar. He had already experienced this device once during the initial selection of the Sea Sentinels. It was an alchemical machine specifically designed to test a mage's status. The mage simply stood on it, and after activating the altar, a continuous stream of magic would sweep through the mage's body, ultimately determining the mage's specific mage level, even down to the exact number of drops of liquid mana. Spells and feats were absolute secrets for a mage and could not be easily revealed. Comparatively, a mage's level was not so secretive. Moreover, he had only just advanced to the second ring, in the purest early stage second ring with 60 runes, so he wasn't worried about the altar revealing his level. Standing on the altar, a few minutes later, Gauda received a stamped certificate confirming his second ring mage level. After obtaining the certificate, he immediately went to the supply depot next door. You've reached the second ring mage level. At the supplies depot, the familiar NPC mage Neil shifted his gaze from Gauda's application and level certificate to Gauda's face, looking utterly astonished. Although he had vaguely suspected it when Gauda exchanged the second ring advancement potion, Green Vine Dew, he was still shocked to learn that Gauda had successfully advanced. After the Auckland disaster relief mission, In addition to the Sea Sentinel's military merit reward, Golden Feather Fortress gave me an extra reward, including a 30-year-old dragon bird blood fungus. With this dragon bird blood fungus, I broke through to the first ring perfection. Feeling the time was right, I drank the green vine dew. Gotta spread his hands, feigning helplessness, and said, and then I successfully advanced. Good lad. Mage Neil was silent for a moment before finally praising him, then added, the materials are fine. I will submit them for approval as soon as possible. Thank you for your trouble. Gotta thanked him. Third floor of the Mage Tower. Lieutenant Colonel Graylin's office. A knock sounded on the door. After receiving permission, the door opened, and Lieutenant Colonel Grayling looked up as Captain Merrick entered. Merrick, is there something you need? Captain Merrick nodded and handed over a roll of parchment. I just received an interesting pay adjustment request from below. I thought you might be interested, so I brought it over for you to see immediately. Oh, Lieutenant Colonel Grayling raised an eyebrow, showing some interest. Captain Merrick wouldn't have come all the way to see him for such a trivial matter. It could only mean the request was something special. Thinking this, he took the parchment and began to examine its contents. A high-level mage's reading speed and information processing ability are incredibly fast, so he only glanced at it casually, yet he had already imprinted all the information in his mind. Second ring. He looked up, slightly surprised. Didn't you tell me that during last year's Sea Sentinel selection, his mage level was only mid-first ring, with 24 drops of liquid mana? That's right, only 9 months have passed, and he's already second ring. Lieutenant Colonel Graylin raised an eyebrow. One reason is, as I said before joining the Sea Sentinels, he didn't enjoy any resources and relied entirely on his own cultivation to reach that mage level. After joining the Sea Sentinels, resources became abundant, and his potential was unlocked, so his mage level naturally increased at a different rate than before. The other reason is, as far as I know, because of his outstanding performance in the Auckland disaster relief mission, the City Lord also rewarded him with a 30-year-old dragon bird blood fungus, Merrick said. A 30-year-old dragon bird blood fungus can increase one's magical power by approximately 10 to 20 drops of liquid mana, let's say 15 drops. So, in these 9 months, he's naturally increased his liquid mana by 20 drops, Lieutenant Colonel Graylin calculated, nodding in approval. This god, his magical talent is truly outstanding, Lieutenant Colonel Graylin. What you said back then, that if God could advance to a second circle mage before the age of 20, he would be promoted to warrant officer. Should that be carried out as planned? Captain Merrick hesitated for a moment, then asked cautiously. It's that special time of year again, and everyone's comments will be technically hidden by the website. Also, my author backend can see everyone's comments, don't worry. Chapter 447 The Dust Settles. Upon hearing Merrick's words, Lieutenant Colonel Grayling, who had finally caught on, was taken aback, even though he was used to seeing many big scenes. He had almost forgotten about this. At the meeting, he had personally made the decision, first, to promote Gauda to the rank of sergeant. If he could become a second-ring mage before the age of 20, he would be promoted to warrant officer. If Gauda only became a second-ring mage after the age of 20, he would be promoted to sergeant whenever he successfully became a ring mage. This decision had already caused considerable controversy at the time. The ranks of the Sea Sentinels, from lowest to highest, were apprentice mage, second class, first class, sergeant level mage, corporal, sergeant, senior sergeant, and warrant officer level mage. Warrant officer was a dividing line. Before that, they were still considered soldiers, subordinates. Reaching the rank of warrant officer, although it had the word warrant, meant entering the management level, signifying a qualitative change from being managed to participating in management. Therefore, there is a threshold for a sergeant level mage to be promoted to warrant officer level mage. Many Sea Sentinel mages are stuck at the warrant officer rank for decades, or even their entire lives. A 20-year-old warrant officer mage is a first in the Sea Sentinels in recent decades, naturally attracting much opposition. However, those objections were quelled by Graylin's overwhelming contributions. Now, Lieutenant Colonel Graylin understands what it means to shoot yourself in the foot. According to his calculations, given Gauda's level of 24 drops of liquid mana when he entered the Sea Sentinels, he would need to be around 19 or 20 years old to become a second circle mage. A 20-year-old warrant officer mage, while impressive, was still within a reasonable range. But now, Gauda has been promoted to second circle mage so swiftly, just 1 month after his decision. If he had promoted Gowda to warrant officer as he had initially suggested, he would have been a 16-year-old warrant officer Mage. This is outrageous. It's a full 4 years faster than he anticipated. After the age of 30, a difference of 3 or 4 years is negligible. But before the age of 20, even a 1-year difference is significant. 16 and 20 may seem like only a 4-year difference, but the nature of the difference is completely different. To put it bluntly, a 20-year-old warrant officer Mage is merely the youngest warrant officer Mage in the history of the Sea Sentinels over the past few decades. A 16-year-old warrant officer Mage, on the other hand, would be the youngest warrant officer Mage in the history of the Sea Sentinels, a record-breaking achievement. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling recalled in his mind that there had never been a warrant officer Mage earlier than that age in the history of the Sea Sentinels. It was too outrageous. For him, promoting a warrant officer was not a big deal. But the thought of personally promoting the youngest warrant officer Mage in the history of the Sea Sentinels made Lieutenant Colonel Grayling feel uneasy. It was like in Gowda's previous life, when the youngest mayor in history emerged. Not only would the young mayor himself be subject to public scrutiny and questioning, but the local organization department that appointed the mayor would also be subject to the same scrutiny and questioning, suspected of under-the-table deals, illegal promotion, and so on. That's the current situation. Moreover, Lieutenant Colonel Grayling immediately thought of a case that occurred in the Sea Sentinels. Over 30 years ago, Major Yaden, known as the Silver Blade, was promoted to Major at the age of 32, becoming the youngest Major in the Sea Sentinels' history. However, he later betrayed the dynasty, and ultimately, the Mages who recommended and approved Yaden's promotion were also held accountable. If you were to personally promote a youngest warrant officer Mage in the history of the Sea Sentinels, and if God's subsequent behavior, even if it didn't involve betrayal of the dynasty like Yaden's, but was merely ordinary, he, as the promoter, would face criticism. Breaking tradition requires the ability to bear the potential consequences. This is from his own perspective. From God's perspective, this isn't just a promotion, it's putting him on the hot seat. Once he becomes the youngest warrant officer Mage in the history of the Sea Sentinels, he will inherit the most controversial genius label in the entire Sea Sentinel system. This label is both an honor and an alchemical bomb that could explode at any moment. If God's performance fails to meet the expectations of the youngest warrant officer Mage in the Sea Sentinels, public opinion will explode. And it won't just be within the Sea Sentinel system. Given their influence, mages throughout the entire Darn region will begin to know and pay attention to God. In other words, he'll go viral, even if he's willing to make such a promotion. The question is, would God dare to accept such a hot potato? Could he handle it? Various thoughts flashed through his mind, but in reality, only a moment had passed. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling quickly recovered from his slight daze and said to Captain Merrick, "This matter is different now, we need to consider it carefully." After all, he had made the decision to promote God in front of everyone at a formal meeting, and he couldn't simply go back on his word. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling thought for a moment, then said, "Call God here, I want to see what he thinks." "Yes, sir." Captain Merrick nodded and left the room. He was a smart man, and from Lieutenant Colonel Grayling's reply, he roughly understood the other party's thoughts. An hour later, Captain Merrick, accompanied by God, arrived again at the door of Lieutenant Colonel Grayling's office. He knocked lightly on the door, and an order to enter came from inside. Captain Merrick pushed open the door, slightly turning to gesture for God to follow him in. The office was filled with the scent of cedarwood incense and fine ink. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling sat upright behind a long walnut table, a crossed staff embroidered on his collar. He was reviewing documents, the scratching sound of his pen across the paper clearly audible. He quickly finished the last stroke, then looked up and sized up God before him. "Greetings, Lieutenant Colonel Grayling." Upon entering the office, God gave Lieutenant Colonel Grayling a sergeant's salute. On the way there, Captain Merrick had already given God a preliminary introduction to Lieutenant Colonel Grayling, including how God's promotion to sergeant was due to Grayling's patronage. Knowing this connection, God held a favorable impression of Lieutenant Colonel Grayling, whom he was meeting for the first time. Promoted to the second ring at 16, not bad, not bad. "I'm quite lucky to have such a talented mage under my command," Lieutenant Colonel Grayling praised, gesturing for a seat before God could reply. God sat down beside Captain Merrick. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling didn't rush into business, but instead took a silver-plated tea caddy from an ebony cabinet, its surface embossed with the emblem of the Dorn Merchant Guild. "This is Darjeeling Spring tea from Midgard," he said, tapping the caddy with his fingertips, introducing the tea's name without detailing its rarity. However, God noticed tiny golden buds among the dark brown leaves when Lieutenant Colonel Graylan scooped them out with a copper tea scoop, the golden tip grade, reserved only for nobles. Lieutenant Colonel Graylan placed tea leaves into a pure silver teapot, its spout designed in the shape of a lion, a truly extraordinary piece. He then took boiling water from a nearby kettle and slowly poured it into the teapot, the water flowing in fine silver threads, creating amber-colored foam. A mage needs to maintain mental sharpness. Tea is more suitable than cocoa, Graylan said, sitting down and using a silver strainer to portion the tea. He filled each cup to exactly 7/10 full, a principle of hospitality upheld by the nobles of the Golden Flower dynasty, neither overflowing nor underfilling. The porcelain cups were decorated with the insignia of sea sentinels, and the saucers were made of walnut wood. "Would you like some sugar?" Lieutenant Colonel Graylan pushed forward a sugar jar inlaid with mother of pearl, containing small cubes of sugar, with a silver dish of fresh cream beside it. Merrick nodded, added 2 cubes to his cup, and stirred it with a gilded key. Tea, an import from the Midgard continent, quickly gained popularity among the upper classes of the Nolan continent due to its unique and excellent flavor. However, the way of drinking it has been localized. According to local tastes, sugar, cream, and even salt are often added to the tea. The original way of drinking it doesn't suit the palates of the people of the Nolan continent. But the country where Gauda lived in his previous life happened to be the birthplace of tea, and the way of drinking it was the purest Central Plains way. This tea with so many added seasonings was naturally heretical in his eyes. So he shook his head, took the porcelain cup, and took a small sip. The tea was slightly astringent at first, with a smoky aftertaste, a rather strange flavor. But Gauda didn't have time to savor this strange taste. A refreshing aroma already filled his nostrils, and a sense of clarity entered his stomach, as if sweeping away all the restlessness in his heart, making him feel lighter. "Good tea," Gauda couldn't help but exclaim, feeling refreshed and invigorated. "This Darjeeling Spring Pick tea, after drinking, can restore energy without any side effects. It's truly a wonderful remedy for the weariness of paperwork," Captain Merrick remarked, half admiring and half explaining. Gauda's heart stirred slightly. Tea trees, after all, are trees. If he could obtain the Darjeeling Spring Pick tea seedlings, why not try developing a tea industry in the north? As far as he knew, tea from the Central Plains was very valuable on the Nolan continent. Transporting tea from the Central Plains to the Nolan continent required crossing oceans, incurring extremely high transportation costs, not to mention passing through the Strait of Noliuska, controlled by Linhai City, and paying customs duties to Linhai City. If the tea industry could be developed in the north, given the distance from the north to the Golden Flower dynasty, transportation costs could be reduced to 1/3, or even less. Furthermore, it wouldn't need to pass through Linhai City's Gate of the Sun, avoiding having a slice of the profits taken by Linhai City. With such a cost advantage, why worry about finding a market? Thinking about it this way, Gauda seemed to see a glittering path to wealth. However, he was only thinking about it for now. Although it was theoretically feasible, there were still many constraints, and now was not the time to fantasize about business opportunities. For a dignified lieutenant colonel to entertain him with such high-grade tea, it was clearly something important. Thinking this, Gauda sat up straight. "The main reason I called you here today is to tell you something." Lieutenant Colonel Graylan also took a sip of tea, put down his porcelain cup, and finally got to the point. He didn't hide anything, explaining the cause and effect and his own concerns to Gauda, only selectively omitting the pressure and worries that came with being the one promoting someone. Important people also have, or rather, even more so, face. Lieutenant Colonel Graylan wanted to go back on his word, but the reason couldn't be that he was cowardly, but rather that Gauda was afraid, and he was considering Gauda's feelings. That's the situation. The tallest tree in the forest catches the most wind. A 16-year-old warrant officer Mage is too conspicuous. You'll face immense pressure, many eyes will be on you, watching your every move, with unreasonable demands and expectations. With your talent, you're destined for greatness among the Sea Sentinels. There's no need to rush your promotion, therefore, if you need it, I can postpone your promotion for a few years. We can initiate the promotion process when you're 19 or 20. By then, the pressure won't be as great as it is now. What do you think? Lieutenant Colonel Grayling explained his thoughts, along with the pros and cons, to Gauda. This was the best solution. Postponing the warrant officer promotion for a few years wouldn't be a breach of promise, wouldn't cost Gada anything, and would avoid the immense pressure. Having risen from humble beginnings as a beggar to his current position through hard work and struggle, Gada was undoubtedly cautious and prudent, understanding the pros and cons, and would certainly agree immediately. As he expected, Gada answered without hesitation. But the answer was the complete opposite of what he had anticipated. "Thank you for your consideration, Lieutenant Colonel Grayling, but I'm never afraid of pressure, so there's no need for such trouble," Gada said. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling's lips parted, surprised by this turn of events. He was astonished, but for someone of his stature, keeping his emotions hidden was a basic courtesy, so he immediately nodded calmly. "All right, I understand." Then he waved for Gouda to leave. Once Gouda was completely gone, Captain Merrick finally couldn't help but ask, "Lieutenant Colonel Grayling, what about him, since he's not afraid?" "Let's proceed according to the original decision." Lieutenant Colonel Grayling seemed to have figured something out, and said calmly, "His military merits are more than enough for a warrant officer promotion, and his 16-year-old second-ring strength meets the requirements. Everything is in accordance with procedure and rules." Captain Merrick was taken aback, but he understood. "What do you think of him?" Lieutenant Colonel Grayling asked again with interest. "I haven't had much contact with him, but I'm deeply impressed by his resume. His background and experiences are extremely bizarre. To rise from a homeless beggar in a small local medicine garden to our Golden Flower dynasty speaks volumes about his unwavering will. So, it's not surprising that he gave this answer today." Captain Merrick carefully recalled his background check on God, and continued, "In our investigation, when God was a beggar, he was adopted by an old mage and used to test medicines. His life and death were not in his own hands. Later, the old mage suddenly disappeared, and he luckily escaped. At the time, we all thought it was highly likely that the old mage had died of old age. After all, he was just a junior apprentice at the time. How could he possibly resist an old mage? But now, considering his performance after joining the Sea Sentinels, I think it's more likely that the old mage died during God's resistance. This kid's application and understanding of magic, as well as his combat power, are incomparable to ordinary mages. He might even be able to overthrow his superiors." He sighed. "I underestimated his abilities. Even as a child, he faced the weight of life and death. Why would he fear such pressure now?" Lieutenant Colonel Grayling believed he understood God's character and thought his decision was perfectly reasonable. "Very well, for someone with such a resolute character, such pressure will only encourage his progress. Promote him to warrant officer as I initially suggested. Here is the rank promotion document. I've already signed it." Lieutenant Colonel Grayling used his magical hand to retrieve the document he had reviewed when God and Merrick entered, and handed it to Merrick. "Yes, sir," Captain Merrick replied quickly, taking the document. Chapter 448 Development Expertise. Stepping out of the White Tower of the Abyss, the weather was perfect. Gada let out a long breath. This was truly an unexpected delight for the warrant officer Mage. His immediate change of mage rank was precisely to showcase his mage talent to everyone. Under the Sea Sentinel system, exceptional mage talent could bring him many conveniences and privileges. More importantly, he needed to obtain a great deal from the Golden Flower dynasty, including various precious secret knowledge, which could only be obtained by those in high positions. As a foreign immigrant and a grassroots mage, in a traditional ancient dynasty like the Golden Flower, the only thing he could rely on to forge a path to success was talent. An ordinary talent wasn't enough, it had to be historical talent, an amazing aptitude that would make even the mages of the Golden Flower dynasty take notice. Gada was very self-aware. He knew he did have some talent, but he was far from historical level. However, his thinking was exceptionally clear, and he had already figured out a path suitable for him. He also had the resource support of the Northern Territory. And this was something the Golden Flower dynasty was unaware of. Therefore, in their eyes, all their achievements were due to their own talent. In short, in the eyes of others, Gada's talent equals his actual talent plus the support of Northern resources. The snowball effect just keeps growing. Because of the help of Northern resources, he achieved things beyond his actual talent. Then, relying on these achievements, he could obtain even more resources from the Golden Flower dynasty. This mutual reinforcement made the six-eared macaque a true Sun Wukong. For example, his current warrant officer mage status is a tremendous resource. The reason Gada flatly rejected Lieutenant Colonel Grayling's suggestion to postpone his promotion was firstly because he had ample self-confidence. Before advancing to the second ring, Gauda did indeed need to rely on northern resources to fake his exceptional mage talent. But after awakening his second ring specialty, true ice bloodline, even without northern resources, he possessed historically high-level mage talent. If he wanted, he could even advance directly to the fourth ring before the age of 20. Of course, this mage talent could only be maintained up to the fourth ring. But in any case, it already gave him plenty of confidence. Another point is that the title of the youngest warrant officer mage in the history of the Sea Sentinels is a huge resource in itself. This title is itself a story. In his past life, many ordinary people rose to prominence by selling stories, eventually becoming wealthy. This sensational title will act like a magnet, attracting everyone's attention and opening doors that were previously closed to him. Moreover, from another perspective, his warrant officer position was promoted by Lieutenant Colonel Grayling. Not only will he cause controversy and attention because of his age and rank, but Lieutenant Colonel Grayling will also face the same controversy and attention because of his promotion. If his performance is poor, Lieutenant Colonel Grayling will suffer the same criticism. In other words, from now on, he and Lieutenant Colonel Grayling are in the same boat, sharing both glory and ruin. He gets a promotion and a Lieutenant Colonel level ally for free. A huge win. The second circle spells seized from the Snowfield Guardians can be used to make potions in the north. However, the potion ingredients for the 5-second circle spell recipes that Phoenix himself possessed could only be collected and purchased from the Plantagenet Kingdom. These 5-second circle spell recipes were Animal Messenger, Tree Skin, Blindness Deafness, Tranquility, and Bear's Resilience. Now, his priority was to quickly gather the potion ingredients for these 5-second circle spells. With this in mind, God returned directly to the Vanderin district. Although Kensington was the most prosperous area of Dorne, and as a noble district, it boasted the largest number of magical material shops, its sheer size and commercialization meant that, in pursuit of profit, most of the magical materials sold were readily available through mass production, with little retail sales. However, the main ingredients for second circle spell potions were all second-tier items. At this tier, it was rare to find items that could be obtained in large quantities. The Vanderin district is Dorne's mage district, home to numerous small magic supply shops catering to mages, offering a wider variety of materials. Therefore, it's more reasonable to purchase auxiliary materials from the larger magic supply shops in Kensington district, while buying the main materials from Vanderin. With this in mind, Gauda wandered around Vanderin. Although the Sea Sentinel dormitory was located in Vanderin, he usually only went between the dormitory and the Collingwood Magic Museum, so even though he'd lived there for over half a year, he hadn't really explored the area much. After wandering for a while, Gauda stopped in front of a small shop called Old Dwarf's Cauldron. The shop's storefront was extremely small, resembling a long, narrow cuboid. This might be hard to imagine. It was about the size of this Hanks and chicken cutlet shop that had squeezed into a wall in his previous life. Despite its small size, the shop window facing the street displayed glass bottles filled with fluorescent moss. This was one of the auxiliary materials needed for the blindness deafness spell potion. Gauda pushed open the door and went inside. A whiff of herbal bitterness mixed with a fragrance of bay leaves wafted through the air. The shopkeeper, a one-eyed old dwarf, was intently grinding some kind of purple powder behind the counter, the clanging of the metal pestle and mortar crisp and rhythmic. "Young man, what do you want to see?" the old dwarf asked without looking up, his voice hoarse from years of dealing with magical materials. "Don't expect to find mass-produced, generic stuff here. Everything I have is one of a kind." Gauda pointed to the glass bottles in the display window. "I want that bottle of fluorescent moss." Also, Gauda recalled the main and auxiliary ingredients needed for spell potions, and rattled off, "I also need dark raven tail feathers, silent mushrooms, and moonlight butterfly wings." Hearing Gauda rattle off such a long list of magical materials like a menu, the old dwarf shopkeeper finally looked up. He gave Gauda a surprised look with his cloudy one eye, then stood up and expertly retrieved 3 boxes from the shelf piled high behind him, handing them to Gauda. "I only have 3 materials here, moonlight butterfly wings, iron thorn bark, and nightblind spider silk." Gauda naturally didn't expect to gather all the materials at once. In fact, finding 4 in such a small shop was already a pleasant surprise. However, he remained outwardly calm. Unlike large magic material shops where everything is fixed price, these individually owned shops allowed for bargaining. If he showed too much need, he risked being overcharged. What followed was a fierce, albeit bloodless, bargaining session. In the end, young Gouda emerged victorious, completely outmaneuvering the seemingly cunning old dwarf shopkeeper. Watching Gouda leave with the materials he needed, the old dwarf shopkeeper was still somewhat bewildered. He couldn't understand how someone who had been in business his entire life could be so easily outmaneuvered by Gouda in a bargaining game. Leaving the shop, a smile played on Gouda's lips. Perceive emotions plus is really useful. During the haggling, he silently cast a perception of emotions plus spell on the old dwarf shopkeeper. His 233 mental strength ensured the spell's success. After the spell took effect, he had complete control over the old dwarf shopkeeper's emotions. Therefore, no matter how emotionally charged the shopkeeper's words were, such as "this is the lowest price," they couldn't fool him. In his perception, the old dwarf shopkeeper's emotions were clearly cunning, not hesitation or pain. It was practically a bankrupt version of telepathy. Thus, Gouda was always able to bargain down to the true bottom line. He ultimately purchased all 4 materials at a low price, saving a full 30 gold compared to the market price. Immersed in the joy of his successful bargaining, Gouda continued to circle the magic material shops where he had made his purchases. Finally, he had 3 of the 5 magic potion ingredients, only lacking the ingredients for calm mind and bear's resilience. One was missing 1 auxiliary ingredient, and the other was missing 1 auxiliary ingredient and 1 main ingredient. The total cost was 615 gold, saving nearly 200 gold compared to the normal market price. In other words, this single shopping trip recouped the money spent on learning the perceive emotions spell. As for the missing materials, Gouda wasn't worried. As a sea sentinel mage, traveling far and wide and on business was commonplace. He figured he could find the missing materials by visiting local magic supply shops when he went on missions to other regions. Thinking this, Gouda abandoned his search for the remaining magic materials and took a ride back to the Walmart magic supply store. He first concocted the 3 spell potions he had already purchased, drank them all, then took the high-level blood food he brought back from the north and headed towards the Azure Wave Garden where the foster dumpling was being raised. The sky was clear and blue. Water plants protruding from the water swayed in the wind, like green ribbons dancing in the water. Tiny duckweed floated on the lake's surface, like a pale green veil. Tuanzi floated lazily, its round belly exposed, enjoying the lake breeze and sunshine. Thanks to Gouda's long-term supply of high-grade blood food, its growth rate was astonishing, far surpassing that of other capybaras its age. This was the charm of scientific feeding. So much so that upon returning to Bebo Garden, its former friends were envious. This envy from its peers made Tuanzi feel much happier, and it couldn't help but swirl its tail contentedly, splashing a few small droplets. Suddenly, its nose twitched slightly, as if sensing something. With a carp leap, it flipped over, its short limbs paddling rapidly in the water, creating a spray, and swam swiftly towards the shore. Gouda, who had just arrived at Bebo Garden, smiled, took a piece of high-grade blood food, tinged with blood, from his leather pouch, and casually tossed it into the water. The little dumpling leaped into the air, its massive body tracing a graceful arc in the sunlight, precisely catching the blood-soaked prey in midair. It chewed greedily, its sharp teeth crunching as it devoured the food in no time. Then, it eagerly approached the shore, nuzzling Gouda's palm with its wet nose and making soft "oo" sounds, its round eyes filled with anticipation. Gouda knew what the dumpling was trying to say. He leaned closer, stroking its round head, a slight magical fluctuation emanating from his fingertips as he activated a Beast Bond Plus power. Soon, he received a clear mental signal from the dumpling. "You don't want to stay in the Azure Wave Garden anymore," the dumpling nodded vigorously. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. Having seen the outside world and experienced its stimulation, keeping the little Azure Wave Garden any longer made it feel uncomfortable, as if it were trapped in a cage. To persuade Gouda, Tuanzi transmitted another thought. Living in the natural water system outside will help you grow faster, and the increased activity will also improve your digestion and absorption of blood food. Gouda raised an eyebrow, his fingertips stroking Tuanzi's dorsal fin, sensing its eagerness. He pictured the unchanging pond in Bebo Garden, contrasting it with the complex ecosystem of the wild water system. His eyes flickered, and he asked again, "Approximately how long will it take you to reach the second tier?" "Half a year to a year." A vague concept of time came to him. In the natural water system, it might only take half a year, but in Bebo Garden, it would most likely take a year. It's like comfort breeds decadence, while danger drives progress. The benefits of raising Tuanzi in the natural water system were obvious, but the downside was the many dangers hidden within. After considering for about 10 breaths, with Tuanzi's expectant heart, Gata finally nodded. Strong flowers cannot be grown in a greenhouse. Moreover, for Tuanzi to break through its bloodline limitations and grow into a second-tier or higher beast pet, training is necessary. Having made his decision, Gata stopped hesitating and immediately ended the foster care arrangement, putting Tuanzi into his capybara pouch and taking it to the large swamps surrounding Dorne. The reeds swayed in the wind, and the long cries of herons echoed in the distance. Gata untied the pouch, and Tuanzi jumped into the water with a splash, its excited cries mingling with the spray. But don't go too far. I need to be able to find you when we're on a mission, Gata instructed. Tuanzi naturally nodded repeatedly. Gata didn't waste any more words and waved his hand. Tuanzi immediately excitedly dove into the water, making 2 gurgling sounds, creating ripples on the surface of the lake before quickly returning to calm. It seemed to have disappeared off to play somewhere. Gata shook his head helplessly. This was indeed somewhat similar to raising a child. The circular arena, its dome supported by cast iron beams, was illuminated by high-hanging magic crystal lamps that lit up the central open space. 10 concentric rings of tiered seating were filled. The central ring was carpeted in dark red, with iron pillars at the 4 corners, each adorned with a curved sword-shaped decoration. This was a fencing arena, a venue for competitive swordplay, but not a martial arts school or a place for social exchange. Its nature was somewhat similar to an underground boxing ring. Gauda entered the arena amidst a warm welcome from the half-masked gatekeeper. He had come here because, after awakening his true ice bloodline, the pressure of his training had drastically decreased, and he planned to dedicate some time to actively triggering his adaptive feat, specifically to enhance his combat abilities. Adaptive was a feat with unlimited growth potential. Previously, he had mostly triggered adaptive passively, mainly because he had too many more important matters to attend to and simply couldn't spare the time and energy to develop adaptive. But now, he had the energy and time. Chapter 449 Wet Fencing. Having conceived the idea of proactively developing the adaptive specialization, Gauda first mentally reviewed the several improvement directions he already had progressed in. Cold resistance increased by 295%, water flow sensitivity increased by 36%, oxygen uptake increased by 61%, pain tolerance increased by 100%, maximum dark vision increased by 36%, resistance to strong light increased by 23%, body injury recovery increased by 79.6%, toxin immunity increased by 100%, and the body's organs' ability to digest, metabolize, and eliminate various toxins increased by 100%. The most powerful aspect of adaptive is actually the various special bodies that evolve after the adaptation is fully developed. And obviously, maximizing the evolution of existing adaptations is easier than finding a new adaptation direction and starting from scratch. Besides, most people have some degree of obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Looking at those improvement directions that already have progress but are not yet fully developed, how many people can resist the urge to grind them to 100%? Cold resistance adaptation has already reached 295%. This step is only 5% away from the next 300% physical evolution. It seems like just a small difference, but Gauda understands that making up that 5% is actually much harder than starting from scratch. It's like improving a 100-meter time from 11 seconds to 10 seconds, that's several times, even dozens of times, harder than improving from 15 seconds to 11 seconds. Therefore, Gauda skips this step entirely. The second step, pain tolerance, is already maxed out and can't be improved further. The third step still has significant room for improvement, but these two improvements don't greatly benefit combat power, so Gauda also skips it for now. The last step, poison immunity, has just broken through 100%, meaning it's essentially starting from zero to reach the 200% required for the intermediate Azure Amber body. Considering all this, the highest priority is naturally the ability to recover from bodily injuries. Firstly, its progress is already close to 100%. Secondly, the ability to recover from bodily injuries isn't just for combat, it's applicable in all aspects of life, making it a top-tier evolutionary direction. Having decided on this approach, Gauda begins to consider development methods. To improve the body's ability to recover from injuries through self-adaptation, the method is simple: inflict injury on yourself. Self-harm is the simplest way. However, Gotta found it somewhat difficult to bring himself to do it. He also felt there should be a more cost-effective method. Soon, he thought of fencing stadiums. In this world of superhuman strength, swordsmanship is generally considered a skill used by the lower and middle classes for self-defense or performance. Therefore, there are actually very few openly run fencing stadiums that specifically teach swordsmanship. Instead, there are more stadiums for dangerous competitive fencing, similar to underground boxing, which almost disregards safety, prioritizing performance and gambling. Fencing matches in these stadiums are usually of two types: wet, bloody, or dry, no bloody. Wet matches are significantly more dangerous, injuries are commonplace, and even lifelong disabilities are not uncommon. However, because they are more dangerous and involve blood, they are more visually stimulating, making wet fencing far more popular than dry fencing. Gotta's ideal was to participate in wet fencing matches. Swordsmanship, useless to most mages, would greatly enhance his combat power. According to his swordsmanship instructor, to hone truly practical and lethal swordsmanship, one must undergo sufficient real-world combat training, specifically dangerous combat. His usual sparring with his instructor, however, was risky because of the instantaneous blade protection plus buff, making injury impossible. So, while he appeared to have practiced a lot, his actual combat experience was practically zero. Therefore, he would participate in the fencing tournament as an ordinary person, forcibly restricting himself from using magic. This way, he could hone his swordsmanship through real, bloody combat, enhancing his combat power and experience. Furthermore, even if he was injured in the fencing tournament, he could use adaptive to accelerate his progress and continuously improve. A win-win situation, why not? The iron gate slammed shut behind him. The smell of rust mixed with a pungent odor of sweat and cheap gin assaulted his nostrils. The not-so-large arena was so crowded that the air seemed stagnant, and oxygen seemed scarce. Some people loosened their collars, revealing throbbing veins in their necks. In the oxygen-deprived environment, everyone's eyes gleamed with an excited red light, like piranhas waiting to tear at carrion at the bottom of a river. The match was about to begin. Two swordsmen were making their final preparations in a corner. The swordsman on the left was named Silverthroat. He had a hideous horizontal scar on his Adam's apple, like a coiled white snake on his pale skin, which was quite fitting for his nickname. To survive such a wound to such a vital spot was already a miracle. And to dare to stand on the sword arena's stage after such an experience was enough to demonstrate his mentality and strength. And indeed, it was. From the noisy discussions around him, Gotta learned that this swordsman named Silverthroat was the most famous ace swordsman in this sword arena, and also the most popular swordsman they were betting on. 3 years ago, in a highly anticipated match, his throat was slashed by his opponent's sword, nearly costing him his life. However, his own blade pierced his opponent's heart, securing his victory. Silverthroat's opponent in this match, the swordsman on the right, was rather unremarkable. The only thing that impressed Gotta was the tattoo on his forearm, a snake holding a dagger. The final match of the day, betting begins. The announcer's voice boomed throughout the arena through the loudspeaker, and the chips on the table quickly piled up into a small mountain. The crisp sound of silver dragon coins and golden bird coins filled the air. Gotta observed silently, not placing any bets. Firstly, he wasn't particularly interested in such things, and secondly, this type of betting fell into a gray area under the laws of the Golden Bird dynasty. He was a man concerned with his reputation and didn't want to easily get involved in these gray areas. Although even if he did bet, it would most likely not have any negative impact on his life. But what if? In a place like the Golden Flower dynasty, which reveres virtue, maintaining a clean resume and not giving others any ammunition to exploit is always a safe bet. Haven't you seen how many celebrities in the past had their inappropriate online comments from their early, unknown days unearthed after they'd achieved fame? The betting time was only a few minutes long, then the bell rang, the magic lights suddenly brightened, and the arena was bathed in a blinding white light. The fencing match officially began. Both fighters used steel swords provided by the fencing hall. Their shapes, sizes, and weights varied according to personal preference, but the material was the same. This was to ensure fairness and prevent anyone from being at a disadvantage due to equipment. Silverthroat's longsword drew an arc first, but her opponent dodged it. Her opponent used the less common rapier, its light blade grazing Silverthroat's vest, instantly tearing open the silver embroidery and revealing dark, scarred skin beneath. This kind of match required only cloth clothing. With Silverthroat's vest torn, her opponent had clearly gained the upper hand. A small group of spectators erupted in frenzied cheers, whistles and shouts rising and falling, clearly betting on an upset against Silverthroat's opponent. But this was only the beginning. The two quickly clashed, their steel swords clashing, sparks flying. Silverthroat's longsword moved with sweeping, powerful strokes, each strike carrying immense force, while his opponent's rapier was cunning and agile, always seeking out openings in the defense. Suddenly, his opponent thrust forward, the rapier grazing Silverthroat's arm, leaving a bloody gash, red blood seeping out and dripping onto the arena floor. But Silverthroat didn't even glance at the wound, instead unleashing a fierce sweeping motion, forcing his opponent to retreat, then lunging forward, his longsword like a viper's tongue, aimed straight for his opponent's abdomen. His opponent frantically raised his sword to parry, but was a fraction of a second too slow. Silverthroat's blade sliced across his thigh, blood gushing out instantly, staining his white robes with a large, glaring red. The opponent winced in pain, kneeling on one knee, his grip on the rapier faltering. Silverthroat showed no mercy, swinging his longsword again, this time slicing it across his opponent's shoulder. Flesh tore open, blood splattered, even landing on the faces of the front row spectators. Instead of fear, the spectators roared with even greater excitement. Silverthroat seized the opportunity, kicking the rapier away and pressing his longsword against his throat. An ace is an ace. Silverthroat had won. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Silverthroat sheathed his sword, slightly panting, the scar on his Adam's apple rising and falling with his breath. After watching the match, Goddess silently approached the maid standing nearby. "You want to register for the competition?" the maid in the black gauze dress asked Goddess. Goddess nodded. "Come with me." The waitress pushed open the rusty side door. As they walked through the narrow corridor, Goddess smelled a pungent medicinal odor. A low groan came from the room on the left, where an injured swordsman was receiving treatment. "This way." The waitress stopped at the oak door at the end. After knocking, she found a huge, fleshy man reclining in a large chair, his right hand fiddling with a heavy gold pocket watch. He was probably a manager or supervisor at the sword fighting hall. "This gentleman wants to register for the competition," the waitress said, pointing to Gouda. "Oh," the fat man raised an eyebrow, sat up straight, and instead of questioning Gouda's background, he snapped his fingers and immediately began explaining the rules to Gouda. "Let's get down to business first. Let's get this straight. Before you register for the competition, you need to sign a waiver. You are solely responsible for any injuries or more serious consequences that occur during the competition. This fencing club will not be held liable. You'll have to pay for your own medical expenses. At most, if you get stabbed through the heart, we'll provide you with a free shroud. Also, we only practice wet fencing here, no protective gear, no chainmail, and the blade is sharpened. Furthermore, the sword you use must be selected from those provided by our fencing club. Your opponent will also be arranged by us. However, you decide when to participate in the competition. As for the reward, for a swordsman like you who is participating for the first time and has no reputation, the reward for one match is 10 gold sparrow coins. If you win, you will receive an additional 5 gold sparrow coins." "No problem," Goddess nodded. After saying this, the chubby manager's expression darkened slightly, and he added, "There's one more thing you need to be careful about. Swordsmen participating in the competition are not allowed to place bets on themselves, neither winning nor losing. If we find out, you might not be able to handle the consequences." "I understand." The entire registration process went very smoothly, without much scrutiny. The only requirement was to sign the waiver. This was because sword clubs with such high casualty rates were actually extremely short of swordsmen. Under these circumstances, they were naturally eager for someone to register for the competition, because they could reap huge profits from every competition. After signing the waiver, Goddess immediately requested to be arranged to participate as soon as possible. The manager was naturally happy to have such an enthusiastic player. Since today's competition had already ended, he flipped through the booklet and arranged for Gouda to participate in the first competition of the sword club tomorrow. This kind of opening competition was a warm-up, which was perfect for arranging for swordsmen like Gouda who were new to the sword club and had no reputation yet. "By the way, you need to give yourself a nickname so that we can use it for publicity." As Gouda was about to leave, the chubby manager remembered something else. Let's call him Mountain. The winner of this round is Mountain. This reckless new swordsman, as resolute as a mountain, has shattered the venomous fangs of a viper. The host's sharp, provocative voice tore through the air via megaphone, echoing throughout the enclosed arena. The audience who had bet on Mountain erupted in deafening cheers. In the stark white light of the magic crystal lamps, Goddess stood with his sword, blood seeping from between his fingers, dripping down the hilt and forming small pools on the floor. His clothes were tattered, a large piece of fabric had been ripped from his left shoulder, revealing a deep wound with visible tendons, the flesh torn open, pale blue veins trembling slightly with each breath. His chest and abdomen were crisscrossed with sword wounds, forming a terrifying net-like pattern, blood gushing from these grooves and congealing into thick scabs. His right hand was split open at the base of his thumb, the wound reaching the bone, and his left arm was covered in tiny, broken cuts from the elbow down, the skin torn and mangled. In comparison, his opponent's injuries appeared much less severe. He was a robust middle-aged man, known as Viper, who was slumped on the edge of the ring. A deep wound on his right shoulder reached the muscle, blood dripping from his arm to the ground. Compared to Gouda's near-total wreckage, it did indeed appear to be a minor injury. "Are you out of your mind?" Viper asked, his Adam's apple bobbing as he looked at Gouda's still bleeding wounds, his tone a complex mix of admiration and resentment. Gouda smiled wryly, not answering Viper's question. In terms of magic, all the swordsmen in the sword club combined wouldn't be a match for him. But in terms of pure swordsmanship, Gouda actually had no advantage. He had systematically studied swordsmanship under a swordsmanship instructor at the Collingwood Academy for about half a year. Because of the mage's precise perception of the body and a slight talent, his progress, according to his instructor, was already at the beginner level. But every swordsman who dares to sign up for such a high-risk fencing competition to make a living has practiced for over 10 years and possesses far more practical experience than him. Even those just participating in the warm-up matches are far more skilled. Viper, for example, is a prime example. At the start of the match, Viper's every strike was precise and ruthless, each aimed at vital points, leaving him almost powerless to retaliate. Under such circumstances, his defeat was quite normal. But in the end, the winner was Gouda. Gouda didn't use magic to cheat, his victory was entirely due to 3 words: reckless. His purpose in participating in wet fencing was to improve his injury recovery rate. Increasing his swordsmanship and practical experience was secondary. Therefore, he didn't shy away from injury during the match. As long as it wasn't a vital area, he was willing to trade injury for injury, and with the blessing of the ninja body, his pain tolerance was inhuman. Even covered in blood, he didn't flinch, his attacks unaffected, like a puppet without pain. Under this near-mad fighting style, even though Viper initially held the advantage, Gouda gradually gained the upper hand. Finally, Viper revealed an opening. Gouda slashed his arm with his sword, and in pain, he dropped his weapon, forced to concede defeat. Chapter 450 Sorin County Rockwine Guard. The first match of the day had ended. The number of spectators in the fencing hall was steadily increasing, the cheers mingling with the clamor of the newly arriving crowd. Clearly, it was a highly effective and exciting match. Even for those gamblers accustomed to all sorts of thrilling fencing matches, Gouda's reckless fighting style was still a rare sight. The splattered blood sent their adrenaline soaring, putting them into a state of excitement early on. Because of this heightened excitement, these spectators often placed even larger bets in the following matches. But that was irrelevant to Gouda. His mission for the day was over. He waved off the fencing hall staff who came up to help him off the ring, and dragged his blood-stained steel sword, his step steady as he walked off the ring. His body was covered in open wounds, with occasional drops of blood seeping out, leaving footprints of varying depths on the floor with each step. But his expression was unusually calm, like an unfeeling iron puppet. This contrast caused the audience to erupt in even more enthusiastic cheers. Although this was Gouda's first match, his performance had already made many viewers remember the swordsman Shen. If he could maintain this level of performance, perhaps winning 2 or 3 more matches would allow him to level up, even if his swordsmanship was still relatively low level. Mr. Shen, this way please. The black-clad waitress who had greeted Gouda yesterday was now approaching. Today, she was wearing a low-cut lace top, revealing her fair skin, and her tone was more attentive than yesterday. Following the waitress, Gouda entered the Sword Club's internal office area. Mr. Shen, would you like to use our Sword Club's treatment? Although it's not free, for swordsmen like you, our fees are based on cost. saving you a lot of money compared to outside treatments." As they walked down the narrow corridor, the waitress asked softly in a gentle voice. "No need," Gata coldly uttered 2 words. His main purpose in coming to the sword club, to put it bluntly, was to self-harm to trigger adaptive force. Suffering all this pain before receiving treatment would be contradictory, wouldn't it? Then, Gata looked down at his wounds. Pain was inevitable, but fortunately, with the blessing of his ninja body, he could completely endure it. Besides the pain, Gata could also clearly feel that all the wounds on his body were slightly itchy. This was the wound's healing. Because his body's recovery ability was already increased to 79.6% by adaptive force, his injury healing speed far surpassed that of others. And now, stimulated by this horrific injury, adaptive force was operating wildly, and his body's recovery ability was rapidly increasing at a steady pace. Having witnessed Gata's fierce performance on the arena earlier, the waitress was not surprised at all by Gata's stiff reaction now. Mr. Shan was such a cold-blooded swordsman. Cold-blooded swordsmen are taciturn by nature, which fits the character. Although Mr. Shan's swordsmanship was not as exquisite as other swordsmen, he was also younger than other swordsmen. Perhaps in a few years, Mr. Shan would become an ace swordsman like the Silver-Throat swordsman, and she must maintain a good relationship with Mr. Shan. The waitress thought to herself, her gait unconsciously becoming even more graceful, swaying with an air of elegance. Arriving once more at the oak door of the fat manager's office, before she could even knock, the manager's laughter echoed through the door. "Come in." The waitress pushed open the door, and the two entered. The fat manager frowned, his cloudy eyes fixed on Gata's blood-stained clothes, and reprimanded the waitress. "Why didn't you take the mountain swordsman to get treatment first?" "I said it wasn't necessary," Gata replied, his voice hoarse but calm. Oh, the fat manager was a shrewd man. In all his years in this business, what strange things hadn't he seen? So he didn't ask why, but instead reached into a drawer and took out a small bag of golden pheasant coins, placing it in Gata's hand. Gata casually glanced inside and discovered it contained 30 golden pheasant coins. He raised an eyebrow. According to the rules, the reward for a match was 10 gold sparrow coins, with an additional 5 gold sparrow coins for a win, totaling 15 gold sparrow coins. The other 15 gold sparrow coins are extra for mountain swordsman. As a celebration of his first match victory, the fat manager's face jiggled with laughter. More importantly, Gata's fighting style today was unprecedented in their swordplay hall, exceptionally effective in stirring up the audience's enthusiasm. If Gata could continue fighting for a long time, he would eventually become a star like Silver-Throat. Therefore, he was willing to pay more gold sparrow coins for it. Of course, in the fat manager's view, Gata's fighting style was destined to be difficult to sustain in the long run. After all, if you walk by the river long enough, you're bound to get wet. If you keep risking your life, you'll eventually die. Free money is free money, so Gata didn't stand on ceremony with the fat manager and directly stuffed the small bag of gold sparrow coins into his pocket. "Could you please arrange another match for me 2 days from now?" he said again. Huh? Gata's request made the fat manager's pupils shrink slightly. He even doubted if he had misheard. He glanced at Gata's injuries. "Mountain swordsman, your injuries are so serious. Shouldn't you rest for a few more days and take good care of yourself?" It wasn't that he was kind-hearted. In fact, he wished Gata would fight every day so he could make a fortune. But he understood the principle of slow and steady wins the race. Swordsmen willing to participate in matches were a scarce resource, and he couldn't just waste them like this. With such serious injuries, 2 days wouldn't be enough to recover. Going to fight with such injuries would be suicide. "Just arrange it for me," Gata said coldly without explaining. The fat manager paused, then flipped through the booklet on the table again and said, "Then it'll still be the first match of the opening, is that alright?" "Okay," Gata nodded, didn't say anything more, and left on his own. Watching Gata leave, the fat manager let out a long sigh and said to the waitress whose chest was exposed, "This Shen's background is no simple matter. It seems he's using our sword fencing academy as a whetstone. Such an injury, yet he's going to compete again in 2 days, shows he's confident he can heal within that time. Only high-level potions and spells can achieve that in such a short time. And Shan's ability to obtain such resources indicates his background is not simple. With such a background, why would he risk his life to participate in their sword fencing academy's wet fencing competition? It can't be just for a few coins, can it? Considering his young age, the answer is obvious. He's clearly a simple swordsman devoted to the sword, wanting to improve his skills. The fat manager had no objection. Whatever Gauda's purpose, as long as he participates in the Sword Fencing Academy's competitions, it will bring him a large sum of money. Leaving the fat supervisor's office, Gauda went to the changing room in the corridor, took off his tattered clothes, bandaged them up briefly, changed into a new set of clothes, and left the sword hall through the back door. His physical injury recovery ability had increased by 79.8%. In less than 10 minutes, the adaptation progress of his physical injury recovery ability had already begun to jump. Moreover, this would be an ongoing process. Until his injuries were fully healed, adaptive healing would continue to be triggered. The price was that he had to force himself not to use external treatments, endure the pain, and rely solely on his body's self-healing abilities to recover. For outsiders, this would be difficult to do. However, Gauda had already evolved the ninja body, possessing an extremely high tolerance for pain, which precisely helped to improve his current adaptation progress. As more and more bodies evolved, this invisible linkage and mutual support would become more and more frequent. This is somewhat similar to someone with strong running ability generally learning and performing better in other sports than others. Despite his ability to endure, the pain didn't disappear simply because Gauda could bear it. Furthermore, the numerous wounds were quite frightening to look at, so Gauda wisely chose to stay home to recuperate, cultivate the Azure Wood longevity scripture, and build up his spell models, no longer venturing out. The 30-year-old dragon bird blood fungus was incredibly potent. Because Gauda was close to achieving the first ring of perfection, he hadn't completely consumed the medicinal power of the dragon bird blood fungus. Some residual medicinal power remained in his body. This residual medicinal power would slowly dissipate over time. Therefore, Gauda was using this time to digest this dissipating residual medicinal power. As expected of a specialty magical plant of the Golden Bird Flower dynasty, even as a second-ring mage, the dragon bird blood fungus still significantly promoted his mage-level advancement. On the emerald green magic crystal formed by the Azure Wood longevity scripture, the 61st magic line was already faintly visible, about to solidify. Progress was encouraging. The next day, Gauda's injuries hadn't fully healed, he was only no longer bleeding, but his plan to recuperate in seclusion had to be abandoned. A staff member from the Sea Sentinels rushed over, saying there was important business requiring his immediate attention at the Sea Abyss White Tower. Important business? Gauda quickly guessed it was the approval for his rank promotion. Once things were settled, the process would be quick. After all, it was an approval personally submitted by someone like Lieutenant Colonel Grayling. How could the person in charge dare to be negligent? In this situation, Gauda had no reason to refuse. He could only cast a disguise plus spell on himself, concealing the horrific wounds that his clothes couldn't cover. Then went back to his bedroom to change into a Sea Sentinel uniform before rushing to the Sea Abyss White Tower. The Sea Sentinels originated in Barrow County, and their mission scope was limited to Barrow County, but they weren't under the jurisdiction of Barrow County. Rather, they were under the vertical management of the Golden Flower dynasty. The Sea Sentinels are all genius mages with abundant resources, producing a vast number of high-level mages. This constitutes a massive and powerful military force and strategic resource, belonging solely to the dynasty. This system prevents local nobles from colluding to monopolize the Sea Sentinels' resources, and also avoids them colluding with Sea Sentinel mages to use their positions for illegal development, threatening the dynasty's foundation. Furthermore, the mages trained by the Sea Sentinels are a vital resource for the dynasty, and vertical management facilitates their deployment when needed. Under this management model, lower-ranking promotions within the Sea Sentinels are decided internally, while higher-ranking promotions require reporting to the dynasty for final decision. A promotion to the rank of warrant officer, while not a major one, is still considered entering the official ranks and thus requires reporting to the dynasty. Although the Golden Flower dynasty's territory doesn't encompass most of the Nolan continent like the Holy Empire, spanning Midgard and Terra, it is still quite vast. For ease of management, the dynasty employs a dual-core system. Essentially, it's a dual capital system. The first core is naturally the capital of the Plantagenet dynasty, Glorious Capital. Glorious Capital is located in the upper central part of the Plantagenet dynasty. Therefore, the second core is the South Coastal Capital, located in the most prosperous county of Forth in the southern region of the Plantagenet dynasty, governing 4 counties including Barrow County. Its power is moderate, subject to the jurisdiction and supervision of the capital, but it can execute many decrees, making it a useful secondary capital for glorious capital, including approving the promotion of military ranks within the Sea Sentinels. Gauda's promotion was processed through the South Coastal Capital, which is why the approval was completed so quickly. Upon arriving at the White Tower of the Abyss, led by staff, Gauda met Captain Merrick and an official from the South Coastal Capital dressed in exquisite official robes, with several attendants behind the official. The man was middle-aged and distinguished. Upon seeing Gauda arrive, he immediately produced a document and read out the promotion order without hesitation. Sergeant Gauda, received the order. His voice was strong and resonant, and the edge of the unfolded parchment scroll was sealed with blood-red wax, the exclusive mark of the Southern Coastal Command. Gauda straightened his expression slightly and listened carefully to the promotion order. It essentially summarized his achievements, praised him from the perspective of the dynasty, encouraged him to continue contributing to the dynasty, and finally, the main event, an exceptional promotion, skipping the rank of sergeant and directly promoted to warrant officer. After Gauda received the document and expressed his gratitude, Captain Merrick stepped aside to invite the man to join him. "You've come from afar, why not rest for a while? Lieutenant Colonel Graylan has prepared a banquet at his residence." The middle-aged man waved his hand, politely declining. "I only stopped by your place on my way here. I have an important appointment to announce at the Rockwind Guard in Sorin County, so I can't linger here too long." "An appointment at the Rockwind Guard?" Captain Merrick asked thoughtfully, then tentatively inquired, "Is it that highly controversial figure?" "Yes," the middle-aged man nodded solemnly. "I see. Then I won't delay your journey any longer. The matter there is urgent." The man seemed to possess some extremely special qualities. Upon hearing this, Captain Merrick did not try to persuade him to stay any longer and quickly clasped his hands in a fist salute. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.